Hi everyone. Sorry for the inconvenience. We will now be continuing with Jordan Sorkin's presentation. Thank you.
Hello, Ascendance community. It's wonderful to be in front of you. I really appreciate this opportunity and really appreciate the honor that you've given me in order to address you today. I have been working with this organization for the past 2.5 years, and I've hosted multiple sessions. And this is an opportunity for me that, when presented, I knew I was going to jump at, as the community itself is just thriving and on the cutting edge, and an organization that I personally love to spend as much time with as I possibly can. So, knowing that I'm recording this session a bit ahead of when we're all going to be together in November, I was faced with the opportunity to share a few different topics, right? And some of them are around future of technology, some of them are around workplace and the future of workplace. The area that I love to talk about the most is more about career and how to navigate career. To me, it's very important. One, working at LinkedIn currently and working with a lot of individuals that are both looking for their first role, looking to move into another role and a growth role, or as we call it, our next plays. And then third is thinking about individuals that are looking into switching and moving roles and moving into something different. And each of these are areas that I have pretty extensive experience with, and wanted to first introduce myself to those folks who I haven't gotten the opportunity to meet. So my name is Jordan. I'm currently a director with LinkedIn, working on their go-to-market strategy, working on their lead gen opportunities, figuring out how to address local markets where they are and make sure that across all of LinkedIn's products and services, that we are getting to customers and getting to customers in a right way and a timely fashion. So that's the impetus of my team. My team is across North America. I have colleagues that work globally. Prior to this, I worked across several startups. I worked at Google, so have a little bit of a track record in tech. I've managed north of 250 individuals, hired about 1,000, worked globally, and I've read countless resumes. So felt like that was well within my opportunity and well within my bandwidth to speak to, and that's where I wanted to go today. So I'll start with a little bit of my journey. And I think it's important because you can read what's on LinkedIn and then you can take away from what's not on LinkedIn. And, from undergrad and, in a university, I thought my career was going to go one direction. And then as you unpack and unroll your career, you sort of find out that things end up becoming far from what you initially thought. So where I figured I would begin was I entered university thinking I was going to be a doctor, thinking I was going to be a pediatrician for children. Turned out that I wasn't the best at the chemistry and the biology classes, so very quickly pivoted to language and business. At that point, thought I wanted to go work for the government. Thought I was going to be an individual who was working globally and internationally, and figuring out how to get behind crime syndicates and work that way. Also didn't pan out, and found myself in business. And the way that I found myself in business was ultimately by saying yes to opportunities that I knew were going to be really interesting, without necessarily knowing if I was going to be capable of doing that job at that moment. So having enough faith in my network, having enough trust in my ability to learn, but also knowing enough about each of those opportunities that they seemed really interesting to me at the time. And I sort of conjure back to when I was interviewing for the Google position and thinking to myself, oh my goodness, am I capable of doing this? Am I ready to do this? Do I understand what's going to be a part of this? And it just came down to, you say yes and sort of learn on the fly. And part of what I wanted to share with each of you today is, as you're thinking about this, and I'm going to break my conversation into three parts, right? Which is those individuals that are looking for a first role, those individuals that are looking to fulfill a next role, and those that may be switching. How do you figure out exactly what it is that you want to do and where you want to go? And I'll start off with this first scenario, which is individuals looking for their first job. And usually the criteria that you're going to break this down to, right, as you're somebody who's looking at where you want to be and how you want to work and how you think you want to be categorized as a worker, is you start with the type of work that you think excites you, right? You think about the type of work that excites you right now in university. You think about the type of work that excites you in your role, and you work backwards from there. So you've got those folks that are looking at brand. You've got those folks that are looking at the specific job types. You've got obviously networking and networking opportunity. And what I find more often than not, right, as I'm looking at the 150 or 200 applicants for every single role that we're posting, as I look at the average worker who's working between 9 and 14 months in their first role, as I'm looking at employee scores and survey results that are not as favorable as organizations would like as they're thinking about hiring this first class of people, is to say, how much do you really know about the role? How much time have you really spent getting to understand what that job does? And the reason that I ask is there is a blend of academic and a blend of social, right, that comes into this search. And that's where I find that a lot of individuals sort of stop, right? Their journey is around the academic piece of it, of I've done my research, I've read the websites, I've gone to the company site, I've done what I can to understand about what the job produces because I've read it. When I ask individuals the number of times that they've gone and shadowed somebody at that organization, the number of times that they've taken a demo of the product of the company they're going to work for, the number of times that they've spoken to people outside of the interview circle for the role that they're going to take, it's usually very few and far between. And that piece of it is always interesting to me, right? Which is when they think about the role that they want and they think about the way that that role manifests when it's not on paper, they're not always necessarily the same. And that's part of what I wanted to iterate today of how much do you really know going into the role, right? How much are you putting and how much do you have riding on that specific opportunity versus how much should you, right? Based on where it is, right? So we all know that you're likely going to apply for anywhere from 1 to 5 roles statistically, definitely more than one in the current environment, but in a different environment, you might be able to do one and done. But as you're applying to these different roles, how do you know where you stand? How do you know where the role stands for you? And it comes down to weighing the following criteria, which are how many people do you know that have taken roles in this organization that have come from a similar background, a similar interest set to you, and how does that map? What does the day-to-day look like? What are the hours? What are the people? What's the culture? What does the opportunity for growth look like? What's the promotability? Then there's the separate set of questions, which is how well is the business itself doing? Are they profitable? Are they growing? Are they expanding into ways that are exciting for you? Do they give you the opportunity to think about your work-life balance the right way? And that can mean everything from the perks and benefits to, are you able to work remotely a certain number of days? Are they hybrid a certain number of days? These are all the questions that I hope individuals are asking. But more importantly, I hope that you're getting to a point where you know factually where you stand in that process, both as a candidate and both as a skilled knowledge worker, right? Which is at LinkedIn, a lot of the ways that we call and categorize individuals as we think about skill workers, knowledge workers. So a couple of final pointers for this cohort would be: know what the job is, know what the job isn't. Spend some time in the role. Shadow individuals, have conversations beyond your interviews, know that the networking piece of it is going to be extremely, extremely important. Very recently, I had a conversation with a gentleman who I know socially, who was trying to give advice to his daughter, right, who was applying for a first-time job, and said she's applying to a specific role in the States. It turns out that every role she's applying for has 250 or 300 applicants. She doesn't know if she's competitive. She doesn't know where she stands. What guidance should I give her about updating her resume? And I sort of laughed and I said, that's not going to matter. I was like, you can make the resume as pretty as you want. You can make the resume jump off the page. The experience that the individual has, the extracurriculars the person is doing beyond the job, and more importantly, the networking and the referral piece is going to be the most important. So as you're leading into this, really think about who you know, what they know, and how they're setting you up for success. The second category of individual that I want to make sure that I'm addressing is those individuals that are thinking about their next plan, thinking about what it is they want to do next. And I have this conversation on a daily basis at LinkedIn with team members and direct reports and cross-functional individuals that are saying, here we are in the tech sector, here we are in this very interesting climate macroeconomically. How do I figure out what it is that I want to do next, right? And you'll look at statistics and publications, which I'm obsessed with, right? That will talk about the number of roles that are upcoming that are not yet created. You'll look at the number of opportunities we don't even yet know about. You'll look at the number of roles that exist today that didn't exist a year ago. You'll look at the level of promotability versus a year ago. You'll look at how individuals are thinking about their planning and thinking about slotting individuals into other organizations. And interesting news for those individuals that are thinking about their next plays is organizations right now are tending to lean more on internal talent, more on tribal knowledge, more on those folks that understand the goings on of a business than taking the time to hire externally, right? They would rather promote from within. So what that means for you is, where do you stand within that process, right? Are they going within division? Are they going within team? Are they going within region? Are there specific skill sets and language capabilities? So the way that we define this is, are you on somebody's succession plan? So to say this differently, we might jump into a conversation with a hiring manager a full 6 months before a role might come into play. And the way that I would categorize this search for individuals is, are you thoughtful? Are you connected? Are you top of mind? So what I mean more discreetly is, are you somebody who is talking to a hiring manager on a biweekly or a monthly basis? Are you somebody who is actively showcasing the skill set that's going to make you really attractive for that role and for that next play? How do you know, and how do they know? When a 20% role or a stretch opportunity or a project comes available for somebody that's thinking about hiring you, or for yourself that's thinking about applying for that role, how directly correlated is that to the troubles of that business, right? How in line is that with somebody who is wanting to hire you and somebody who's wanting to bring you on board? And those conversations are one that, yes, your manager can help you with, that yes, mentors can help you with, but the burden of proof is largely going to be on you. So what are you doing, right, to connect with an individual? How much time are you spending on the phone, right? How much time are you spending on Zoom meetings? How much time are you spending just corresponding with this person back and forth, getting to know what their job looks like, getting to know what their business looks like? So you are the ready up, right, for a succession plan. That's the most important. So where are you on the succession plan? Is your skill and is your resume, right, ready to be that person, and how do they know? The final cohort that I wanted to address here is the switcher, right? So the individual that's thinking about going from one sector to another. And I'll address this one quickly because I know that we're on the clock. But as you think about that opportunity right now, the switcher is one of the hardest roles, right, to caveat into at this point, knowing that there's a surplus of talent, right? When you come into this environment, right now skilled labor is not going to be a shortage. So the question that I have for individuals that are thinking about switching are, how do you know that you're ready for the switch? And how is the business ready to adjust to you? And when I come into this phase, I would say, be ready for two things. One is to start working avidly at whatever that switch role is as your side work, as your side hustle. As you think about bringing new skill sets, bringing new improvements, bringing new adjustments, bringing new ideas, bringing new opportunities and projects, is this something that you've been doing and you can showcase a track record? So you can show that you can multitask. Not only have you demonstrated such mastery in your current role that you can do that full-time with success, but oh, by the way, I can also do whatever this next role is, or whatever my perception of this next role or the hiring manager's perception is of this next role, and do that really well. The second is take your time with it, right? So if you are somebody right now who in this climate is a bit unsure, and you're thinking about switching as a run from versus a run to, really check yourself. And this comes down to a caveat of experience. It comes down to a caveat of how do I know I'm ready, and will I know I'm ready? And the answer is, you always have more time than you think, right? So don't push yourself unnecessarily. So all in, I wanted to pull up, as I know that we have just about a minute left, and share the following, which is, my career has certainly been a tale of a journeyman, right? It has not been laddered, it has been latticed. It has not been a straight line, it has been a curved line. Say yes to opportunities that interest you. Say yes to teams and leaders that you know will push you and grow you and have your best interests at heart. Say yes to cultures and organizations that are aligned with your values and your skill set. And finally, make sure that you are putting yourself in a position where the work itself on a daily basis is motivating, the people are more motivating, and the opportunities ahead of you are most. And hopefully that's enough guidance for one day. Looking forward to seeing everybody. Take care.
Thank you, Jordan, for that very interesting presentation, and I hope you all learned as much as I did. So our next speaker is going to be Scott Manty. Scott is an adjunct professor at the Harvard Extension School in Cambridge, Massachusetts, where he teaches marketing management. He received the Dean's Commendation for distinguished teaching in 2019. He also works at Plymouth State University as an associate professor of marketing in the College of Business Administration. He is a certified consultant for the Accreditation Council for Business Schools and Programs. Scott is also a marketing research specialist and data science researcher and writer. He is the creator of the first visitor behavior analysis software. In 2016 to 2017, he was awarded the Distinguished Mathematics Professor. Needless to say, he is an accomplished professor in his field, and I hope you are all as excited as I am to hear from him today. Everyone, please welcome Scott Manty.
Hello and welcome. I'm Dr. Scott Manty, and the purpose of this presentation is to help you understand your values so that you could effectively decide on what you might do as a career. Whether you want to be a performer, a student, a business professional, or even build your own company, being able to understand how your values work and ultimately how your passions work will help you be successful and help you be efficient as to what you decide. During this presentation, if you'd like to make comments, please put them in the chat. First slide, please. So we're going to talk about using your passion, figuring out what that passion is, and then applying it. The whole idea is, how can I effectively use who I am to do what it is that I want to do? Let me ask you this. Do you know what you want to do in your life? If you're going to go to college or go on for more studies, do you know what you want to study? If you're going to go into a particular career or business or sell a business product, service at a location, be a performer, be anything, why is it that you're choosing to go in that direction? That is, how have you made that as a decision? How do you know what area you'd like to study in? If going into a particular career or business, how are you choosing that? Why are you choosing to go in that direction? If you know why, how did you decide on that? If you don't know why, how are you going to figure out how that's going to work? Do you have friends or family who decided to go into a business or more studies or to be something in their lives? How did they make those choices? Did anybody ever change after they've gone and do that? Many times we may choose to work somewhere, study a particular major, do a particular career or profession, create a startup, work in a business, produce some product or service without even having any idea how we might choose to do that. If you look at the data that's out there, the research of who is successful and who's not at choosing a career or a path like that is mixed. For example, 50 to 80% of college students change their majors. Many college students will change their majors 3 times before they graduate. Many entrepreneurs, most entrepreneurs, will fail at their business at some point. The 2023 statistics basically says, on the average, an employee has worked for their current employer for about 4.6 years. That's not much if you consider about it. Next slide, please. Think about it. The length of a person's career over the course of a lifetime means that they will work on average 90,000 hours. It's estimated that people will have 12 jobs during their lives. Actually, after college, when students obtain their first job, 29% of the people completely change fields so that they're not even working in a field that they studied. I'm a great example of this. For example, I went to college for biophysics. I was doing research. My first job was head botanist at a tree research group. I went to work at a college in the UK. Then I went to Switzerland to work, of all things, a mountaineering and ski instructor. Got my master's degree back in the United States. Went on to get 2 PhDs, started my own consulting company, developed, programmed, and marketed the first visitor behavior software. Started another consulting company, was the director at the Department of Education in the States, developed institutional research functions at 9 universities or colleges, have taught at all levels throughout, and I ended up doing this, being a business professor, and that's what I am. And I love it. I never planned to do this, but I ended up here. Don't get me wrong. This is a fantastic place. I feel like this is where I'm supposed to be. But that's a significant example of trying to figure out your passion earlier in life may mean that you're able to figure out what it is that you want to do. You may not need to keep trying jobs or profession. You might find something that fits with you for your values and priorities and passions earlier on. And ultimately, figure out what your career is or decide it like that. Next slide. Okay, why so many changes that people do? Some of the reasons people change careers, salary increase or more benefits. Many times when somebody does that, they have to end up re-educating themselves or receiving additional training, changing philosophies and goals. Maybe they want to be involved in environmental concerns or assisting others or supporting some sort of a mission of an organization. Or maybe the leadership is just unsatisfactory. They're not being recognized. They're not getting the benefits or increases. They're getting low compensation. Or maybe they want greater flexibility. Their values and priorities have changed. They're trying to juggle a career, personal life, family life. They're trying to get this thing called work-life balance down so it works out professionally for them. What is the dominant common item across these reasons and changes? Next slide, please. Changes in persons are discovering their values. We want to try to reduce our guessing as to what's important to what it is that we're doing versus getting in there and deciding what is important. Next slide, please. But how are we going to do that? Like, what are values? Rob Lynch, a CEO, says at the company level, it's a set of fundamental, strategically sound beliefs about a company and how that company should operate. And CEOs are very, very familiar with this. Universities are very familiar with their institutional values. However, few individuals understand specifically what their values are. In fact, many don't even try to understand their own values. Only through understanding your values can you begin to identify your passions and your priorities. Our purpose or task then becomes, how do we identify our personal values? How do you figure them out, apply them to your life, your career, your profession, college major, life, or any other things? As Rob Lynch also says, what we have to do is actually live out your beliefs. What is it that you have going on? So with this then, how do personal values impact your career choice and work and life places like that, your college majors, and deciding the directions in your life? Your personal values may indicate things that are important in your life from other items that just may be interesting or that maybe you became familiar with or heard about and thought something along those lines. Next slide, please. So by you understanding your specific values, you will be able to understand what you are passionate about and what your priorities are. So how do you identify your values? What kind of mechanism is there? How do we find out what our passion is? Maybe we have some good ideas, But is there a way that we can sift through that or sort through that and something that's going to help us with that? Additionally, if we understand our values and we're working with customers or in professions or in careers, we can figure out what our customers then value in something that we're producing or selling or a service that we have. We can promote our value to organizations and to professional groups, thereby increasing our opportunity to be hired. Being able to understand what you value and what the company's value or the organization's values are will allow you to determine if your values and their values are compatible. So let's look at a process or a system that may help you use your values and be able to understand them, potentially what you're passionate about, most importantly, how to effectively apply them to your life so you'll be able to understand some of the choices you have as far as career, education, business, personal opportunities. So we're going to look at this process, and it's called using your passion process, and see if it may work for you. Next slide, please. So here's the using your passion process. It starts off with you. Like, what do you value? If you can't be specific about this, think to something that is very, very specific. Like, for example, what's your favorite food? Not just that you like that food, but specifically what? Maybe it reminds you of home, or maybe it reminds you of your grandmother's cooking, or it's very savory and it's delicious in a variety of ways. How can you give that detail? So if we can do that with what it is that you want to do, like for career, education, startup company, and be very specific about why you want to do that, it starts to lead us into some of the things that we may be passionate about, some of the things that we may track down and will want to do. And then what is it and why? The next bubble is the question. What are you interested in for a career or an area to study in college? Why are you interested in that topic specifically? What are the whys behind it? That's the important one. We get to the bubble on the process that is the idea. And if you're working with or want to work with customers, clients, or people or organizations, what value are you bringing to them that will be something they're looking for? How will you find out what customers or employers or what the expectations are of a career, or what the university has for you? What do they value that you might be able to provide? Do you think you understand customers, employees, and university to know what value they're getting from you? That's what you need to find out. The next bubble, learning. Okay, if you've identified what your passions, values are, and are suggesting some sort of a topic or career or major, you might need to get some additional information to get a chance to find out what are really all the details. So you need to ask yourself, from whom or where can you get that information? The next bubble, exploring and try it. Where can you get more familiar with the topic, the area, the career, the college, the business? From whom or what can you get that information? If possible, and if you get the chance to experience it, can you try it? Maybe by talking to or visiting with somebody already in the field, in that area, that major, that career, and asking them, is there some way that I could participate or get a chance to look at it? The last bubble is evaluate. How do you know if you're successful at identifying your values and passions and those customers and our employees, college neighbors, and families and friends? How do you know you're identifying those? What indicators or measures or feedback will help you be able to know that you've addressed the values that others seek, and being able to find your passions that fit with others' values so that you can determine if it's a match? Maybe you need to clarify things. Maybe you need to go in and adjust your values, and maybe there needs to be a better fit. Now you're going to take what you learned through this evaluation process, and you could go back to modify, change, edit, do whatever you want to of you, that first bubble. Next slide, please. The most important parts of this process are you. It all starts with you, and it goes from there. The next one is learning. We all need to be lifelong learners. Just because you're a master at your craft doesn't mean you need to stop learning. There might be other ways to apply it. There might be other folks that need to know about it. The other important one is exploring and trying it out. How do you know you don't like it until you try it? You may have chosen to be an accountant, but who knows that unless you tried it, You may be the best guitar player in the world. Wouldn't that have been a shame to go through your life practicing an accountant, but knowing that you had this other skill? Next slide, please. What do we want to accomplish? We want to reduce the guessing about our future. We want to decide what our future will be. We want to think about how to decide what to do rather than learn what we're doing is something we don't like. Generally, there are many times your personal values will significantly differ from others, like your employer, your career, and things may change. You may change. We need to be constantly aware. We want to align our expectations with those who we are dealing with and going to deal with professionally, personally, ethically, and educationally. The task is aligning and coordinating what it is of who we are and being able to figure out what our passions are and how can we use those to help direct our life. During this process that I've just talked about, you're going to learn a tremendous amount about yourself. During this process of going through these kinds of steps, you're going to learn a lot about yourself, just like I did. Every time I had the chance to do something, I tried it. I was a scientist. I was a lecturer. I worked in the UK. I was in Switzerland. I worked as a mountaineering and ski instructor. I worked for years as a ski instructor. I supported myself as a photographer in the United States, produced several books. I did an enormous amount of computer programming. I was an administrator in education. I was a vice president in one of the university systems in the United States. I did an enormous amount of things. I thought, how could I possibly judge what I want to do unless I tried it? So many things I tried, and I loved it. I would say that I had a variety of passions. However, I would do it for a while, and then I would move on from it. So I didn't necessarily settle into it. I didn't settle into one thing, and I loved that. It was great. I had a chance to meet so many people. I competed internationally in sprint kayaking. I was able to travel around the world several times. I taught sailing. I did just an enormous amount of things that were very edifying. I kind of separated my life into, these are my avocations, and these are the things I'm going to do possibly for vocational things. I never thought that I would go on for 2 PhDs. I'm glad I did, except during the process, it was pretty rigorous and pretty tough like that. And I don't think I really regret anything. And that's my advice to you, is to get out and try it. I had a great time. I'm an avid astronomer, for example. I have a large telescope that I travel around with, and things like that. I do star parties for the neighborhood kids when it's a nice clear night, things along those lines. And so it's delightful. I'm also a prolific bicycle racer. I'm going to race up the steepest uphill bicycle race allegedly in the world next month, hopefully. And so that's it. My advice is, if you get a chance, try it. How can you evaluate if you don't try it? You'll find out what your passions are, or you'll find out what you like, and those will start to separate. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott, for that very intriguing presentation. Our next speaker will be Dr. David Wook.
Hello, my name is David Wook, and I'm the Executive Chairman of Goodway Group. We are a digital marketing company and agency that services top brands and agencies around the world. We're a virtual company, so we have people working out of home in over 40 states and the UK. We were founded in 1929 by my grandfather, and that was in the days of printing. And needless to say, we've evolved a lot over the years. I graduated the Wharton School and became aware of this exciting program through one of its students, Harsha. And while I was there, I actually had my first entrepreneurial experience. I came up with a discount coupon book for students back in '78. This was many years before Groupon and online coupons, but I did get an early experience being an entrepreneur. And I know many of you are in school now thinking about businesses for now and when you graduate. And our company is an Ad Age Best Place to Work. We have a lot of pride. And so I just want to, in this next 15 minutes or so, take you through a quick history of our company and some wisdom and lessons we've learned and patterns that may help your career. So we're all in life following eyeballs, at least if you're in marketing. What are consumers doing? Well, we want to be in that business. So for many years, we did commercial printing. We were a franchisor. We became a direct mail, direct response company, but everything was print oriented. Then around 1980, this thing called cable started to launch around the world. And we saw that as an opportunity to pivot and really focus on eyeballs now going to 500 cable channels. So we started a cable guide. We created 30-minute infomercials, and we did a lot of launching of new networks that were getting started on these MSO or cable systems. So that was a great run for about 15 years. And then current day, our business at Goodway Group is more digital marketing. And of course, that's what we're seeing. That's where we're spending our time during the day. And we figured out some solutions early, and we got to work with, we get to work with a lot of major brands like General Motors and Dell and Staples, as well as lots of advertising agencies. So we're in that part of the spectrum right now of just riding this wonderful digital age. So I promised some wisdom. I've been working over 40 years, started a lot of different businesses, grew the existing Goodway Group business. And I came up with five things, and it may be common sense, and you may already be aware of these, but it's worth mentioning. If you ask me what enabled our success, and success is usually driven by enduring relationships. So number one, I have a picture of a chameleon. And what that represents is based on what stage you're at and what you're pursuing, you may have to go outside of your normal personality and expertise. And you have to almost match up with an investor, with a partner, with a company you're pitching. And they may not be like you or have the same backgrounds, but you have to quickly change your colors so that you can relate to them and build an enduring relationship. Number two, I call it the T-shaped person. It's a management concept you may have heard of. And what the T really stands for is, yes, you need a depth in something. You need to be famous for a category, whether it's tech or commerce, e-commerce, or investment banking, whatever you want to do, you have to be very good at that. But at the top of the T, you have to have a very broad base of knowledge, because based on the business experiences you have, you're going to have to tap into categories, global conversations, economics, politics, whatever it is, and you're going to need to speak to that. So that's number two. Number three, if you've ever driven a manual shift car, which they don't have many anymore, there's gears. And I see the concept, or my experience in life is you're never in the same gear for long. And maybe when you start a venture and you're trying to raise capital, you're in first gear and you're grinding. And then you get to second, then you get to third. But sometimes you got to reverse. Sometimes you go from fifth back to first because you may have to raise more capital and pivot and just keep changing and transforming. So that's number 3. Number 4 is heart. We live in a digital world. We live at this fast pace right now. And I found a lot of success building true relationships with clients and partners and caring about them. So I put a big heart there. We all try to do this, but I suggest you be very intentional about it. And by having those enduring relationships, it will then lead to new opportunities for you. And you're earlier in your career, so you're going to meet people that you want to have a great relationship with for decades. And number 5, which is related to number 4, is personal connections. And what that is some notes about a client that I have that over the years, and there's Salesforce and great CRM systems to do this, but just to represent that I have notes about my client so that when we talk together, there's a personal and a business connection. You need both. They both need to be in balance. And so there are the 5 components. There's probably another couple dozen, but these are 5 that fueled Goodway's success and my family's success as entrepreneurs over 3 generations. So this is actually my father. So he's Gen 2, I'm Gen 3, and my son joined the business. So we're actually a 4-generation business, which is unusual. And that's my father at his modern office back in the 60s. And so there's a couple bullet points I just want to share with you. That once again, it's just wisdom. It kind of plays on some of the attributes I just mentioned in the previous slide, and maybe some of these will resonate with you. First, this is my father's line: never ever give up. It's about staying power. So many people, I guess the leading reason for a venture to fail is lack of capital, but so many ventures don't work out. And as an entrepreneur, you have to be all in and have determination and staying power. And eventually things will go your way, but it could take a couple years or longer. Number 2, if you love what you do, you will be successful. And if all of you already have a desire to be entrepreneurs and creators, so everyone on this call has a pretty good idea of what you love. And if you stay with that passion, you will likely be successful. Third bullet, build product services in which you become famous. It is important as you branch out in your career that you may have a broad base of knowledge, but you have a couple things that you do better than anyone else that may be in that meeting room or boardroom. So develop that maybe through your schooling. You have certain things that you've majored in and things that you've followed and have experience with. So work those. Next bullet, work with people with common passions that you can learn from, but who also complement your talents. So as you start any of your ventures, you're going to have other partners that do things, kind of fill your gaps, and you do things to fill their gaps. No one business leader has all the superpowers. So make sure you get the right team that's complementary. And then at this point in your career, and you're already started your networking in school, but take these core relationships, and then you're going to build your network almost like concentric circles around that core. Next bullet, it will be an unpredictable journey, So your next endeavor will only be the first chapter of the rest of your career. What I have seen in our business and working with so many other entrepreneurs and business owners is however they started, it didn't finish that way or it didn't go as planned. So you can have a loose-based timeline and strategic plan, but you have to be ready to pivot and realize that whatever you did prior, even if it didn't work out, you've built skills and knowledge and networks to pursue the next chapter. Okay, there has never been a better time of accelerated change. You all know we're living in the tech data age, the info age, the AI age. So you're going to have unlimited opportunities. And another thing that's in our culture is, and hopefully yours, is make for a better world. So whatever you do, either have the venture make for a better world and make people's lives better, or as we did at Goodway, we set up Goodway Cares, which is a separate arm to actually help local not-for-profits with their marketing, and we assist with their media. So always think about a better world. And along the way, make sure you celebrate the wins. I've seen so many companies have some wins and losses and not really want to go all in and just celebrate what you achieved. And there are going to be some wins and losses along the way, but from a motivational standpoint and to raise morale for the team, if you hit some goals, celebrate. And in wrapping up here, be a lifetime learner. So you're in school now, and you may have some side hustles and projects, but and you might have a business, but you're in school now. But the minute you graduate and move on to your job, and you're going to need to learn, a new craft, you have to be a lifetime learner. So here I just listed literally a few bullets of things, once again, that you're probably already aware of, but I want to call out. And that is, the world of audiobooks. When I graduated Wharton in 78, there were some CDs around, but no audiobooks that you could render digitally. There are so many wonderful books. I listed a few here that have impacted me. The Challenger Sale, Ride of a Lifetime, Culture Code, $1 Billion Brand Club, The Founders, B 2.0, Power Failure, which is the GE story. Couple to check out. Podcasts. There are millions of podcasts that will meet whatever maybe your vertical or your expertise or your next venture is. So listen to all these at 1.5 speed if you can. But a couple I like: Masters of Scale, Decoder, Hard Fork, What's Next. These probably have a little bit more of a marketing and tech slant, but wanted to share. And Prof G. Yes, there's the Wharton has a great channel on Sirius. We have the Wall Street Journal and CNBC. I mean, they all have some great content. And you may not have time to listen to them all the time, but you can check their website and maybe zoom in on a guest that came on that will talk about an area you're interested in. Make sure you attend relevant conferences, summits. We're out of the COVID era, and it's time to make relationships, build relationships. One of the great accelerators is going to a conference or summit of interest. So get on a plane, make that investment, invest a few days. It will pay huge dividends. And lastly, know your history. We're into marketing and advertising here at Goodway Group. So Mad Men was just a wonderful series to see really how the whole industry of advertising started and the beginning of broadcast in the 60s. Thank you. If you have any questions or I can help you, email me at david@goodwaygroup.com. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Christina Williams and I'm a student at the University of Pennsylvania in the entrepreneurial track. Our panel today will be solely focused on what our panelists have learned from developing their business or in the entrepreneurial field. Our first panelist is Nandini Nag. She's multifaceted career from an accountant, auditor, management consultant, and now as a strategist, who has worked 15 years in the tech industry and currently leads corporate strategy and go-to-market in Hitachi, and has earned an MBA in finance from the Wharton School of Business. Our second panelist is Professor Scott Manty, who teaches marketing management at Harvard University School and Plymouth University. He is a certified consultant for Accreditation Council for Business Schools and Programs, and is the recipient of Harvard Extension School's Dean's Letter of Commendation for Distinguished Teaching, and is the creator of the first visitor behavior analyst software. Our final panelist is David Wook, who will be with us shortly. He is the executive chairman of Goodway Group and is the client relationships manager for Goodway and provides digital marketing for Fortune 500 companies. He is also an alum at the Wharton School of Pennsylvania. My first question to you guys is, what inspired you to enter the entrepreneurial world and what were your initial goals and aspirations? Nandini, would you like to start?
Sure. Firstly, thank you for having me. Greatly honored to be here with Scott and David. I would say that firstly, I'm not an entrepreneur. I work in corporate strategy. And my route to corporate strategy probably has more twists and turns than your average series on Netflix. So I started pretty, staid, as you can imagine, as an accountant. It was our family profession. I got bored after a while because I realized that's not something I really enjoy doing. Repetitive work is not my cup of tea. So then at that time, fortunately for me, I'm talking about, early 2000, ERP implementations were taking off in India, which is where I'm from originally. And I got an opportunity to do implementation for Kellogg's in UK, and I jumped at it. So for the next 10 years or so, during my 20s, I practically lived out of a suitcase, working across different countries in Europe, in Canada, in Singapore, which ultimately led me to do my first MBA in Manchester Business School, UK. At that time, I wanted to move into strategy because I realized that when you do these kind of transformational projects, there's a lot of thought that goes behind it. There's a lot of investments. So I wanted to influence the investment, the positioning, the business case that goes into it, rather than just doing the work downstream. So that was my first foray into strategy, which brought me to California in 2005 when I joined Ernst & Young. I spent about 5 years there working with different tech firms, and eventually wanted to move into industry, which is why I did my second MBA, this time from Wharton. Graduated in 2013. In fact, we celebrated our 10-year reunion last week. And since then, I've worked in the corporate strategy function of different tech companies like Hewlett-Packard, Cisco, Nokia, landing in Hitachi Vantara a couple of years back. So I would say that, if you want to get into strategy, it probably makes sense to understand different parts of the business first, because it gives you a more well-rounded view. In my case, I feel that the fact that I've lived in 6 countries, I've worked cross-functionally, gives me a more holistic view of what strategy should be than if I had jumped into it on day one.
Thank you so much. Scott, would you like to share why you kind of entered the business space and taught academically within these fields?
Sure. Thank you for inviting me to participate. This is such a marvelous activity, and I'm honored to be with my co-presenters here. I'm not sure that I ever intended to be in this space. I think it was a matter of being open to whatever experiences presented themselves to me. And I learned to, rather than prejudging those circumstances and those situations, to just try them out and try to get a sense as to, was this something that fit with me, rather than my having made some sort of a decision ahead of time without actually having experienced it. It allowed me to try a lot of different things. It allowed me to make some choices and see how well those fit with me personally. And then as time continued, I realized that the assimilation of these experiences was something that could quite reasonably be shared with students or shared with others. Uh, I started several consulting companies and enjoyed that immensely. And I realized that an extension of that was to spend time with students and to try to, in essence, rather than teaching them, I try to make every class situation more of a mentoring situation where that's being communicated to them as to how they might translate some of my experiences into something that they can use rather than just necessarily the rote presentation. And so I ended up here sort of in a circuitous route, but I have to tell you, out of the myriad of jobs that I've had, it is by far the finest job I've ever had. And so I think I'm very lucky to be in this space.
Thank you so much. And David, what inspired you to enter the entrepreneurial world? What were your initial goals and aspirations?
Well, once again, great to be on this panel with this esteemed and eclectic group. And we all definitely have different stories, and mine is more of joining a family business. And I'm actually third generation. And my father, who also went to Wharton, was a serial entrepreneur and always building new things and coming up with new products within the marketing realm. And our story as a company, we were started in 1929. We're going to be 100 years old in 2029, which is very exciting. Is we started as a commercial printer. And the key is, how do you stay relevant for over 90 years? So I came aboard when we were transitioning kind of out of commercial printing into marketing, direct response marketing, direct mail, database marketing. This was in the after I graduated Wharton around 1979. So my adventure was learning from my father, getting out on the road early, like a lot of folks on this call were starting their entrepreneurial journeys early, and got to pitch brands and ad agencies and come up with big creative ideas and sell programs to build sales that were measurable so that we could get repeat business. So yes, I learned from my dad, and in our story, we always, as a marketer or marketing company, follow the eyeballs. So it was kind of print, everyone was reading. We had a whole decade and a half with cable, really at the outset of it being rolled out and people subscribing and getting their services. And then our latest leap is into digital marketing, and much more expansive, and so much opportunity and so much complexity. So this is, in our history, probably the most exciting time to be in advertising and marketing.
Thank you so much. You mentioned staying relevant within the space, as this business has been running third generations. How have you navigated staying relevant within the marketplace? How have you dealt with competition, the market changes, and the strategies that you've employed? And that extends to kind of both of you as well. How have you stayed relevant within the tech industries, the strategies you employed?
Wow. You want me to go first, Christina, or?
Feel free.
All right. Wow, that was really loaded, and a great question. And my takeaway, and I think all the panelists would agree, is you have to stay very, very curious, and you have to stay on top of not only your industry, but what's happening in the marketplace, what's happening globally. I know in the marketing world, it's a lot about privacy and use of data. Europe has taken kind of a lead on that. The US has probably 30, 40 states with their own laws. So our navigation now is we want to do the best targeting possible, but third-party information, cookie data, as you all probably know it, that could go away in a year or two. So we are now looking at contextual and other ways that we can accurately target audiences and show clients a lift in sales, a return on investment. So this is an exciting time, but it demands a lot of analytical chops, a lot of data chops. We are hiring all kinds of different talent that we didn't need 5 or 10 years ago with our previous business. And the last thing, just to address competition, it seems like wherever the eyeballs go, there are a lot of ad tech companies and martech companies that enter the space. And some make it, some don't, some are acquired. So we do have a lot of competition out there, and that I respect. I learn from competition. It makes us a better company. If we lose a bid on an opportunity, I want to find out what they had that we didn't, because I always think we should win almost every pitch. So yeah, competition is a good thing. It does come and go. It just seems like whoever was a competitor 2 or 3 or 4 years ago is irrelevant, and we have newer, smaller companies starting with great ideas and that we're trying to learn from. And then if they really have something unique, then maybe sometimes you want to buy your competition. So there are 2 companies that we acquired recently to kind of round out our arsenal.
Thank you for sharing that. Nandini, would you like to tackle that question next within the tech industry?
Sure. So just to build on a little bit of what David was saying, competition comes in all shapes and sizes, right? Especially if you're working for a company like Hitachi Vantara, which has about 900 units. Wow. And even though we don't have a presence, we are not listed here in US, it's one of the biggest companies in Japan. And it's not just Hitachi. You think about any tech company, it's all about figuring out what is the signal and what is the noise. Like right now, everybody is talking about Gen AI. I mean, if people could engrave it or tattoo it on themselves, they would do that. Doesn't mean you're really doing anything, right? So, and yes, it is there's a hype cycle. This is what happened with cloud, and the companies that did not wake up to the challenge of the cloud and the opportunity of the cloud lost out. Case in point, Hewlett Packard. And you saw new companies emerging out of it, like AWS, Google Cloud, et cetera, et cetera. So I think, firstly, don't underestimate the competition. Just because they're small doesn't mean they're not going to take over. And Silicon Valley is replete with instances like this, companies that started small and then became big and today is worth more than entire industries. Case in point, Tesla. At some point in time, Tesla was valued at more than the entire, the other 3 automakers combined. Sure, they are catching up, but there was this lag. The other thing to keep in mind is figure out how the hype works for you. For example, Gen AI. Yes, we have to do something about it, but doesn't mean we have to be the next OpenAI or we have to be the next NVIDIA. What is your relevance? Where is your position in this whole ecosystem of new tech that is emerging? I think it's very important to think about that rather than just throwing money at the latest hip trend that comes along. So researching, as David mentioned, keeping an open mind, understanding that the threat or the competition can come from anywhere, and being aware of where your company lands in this whole ecosystem. I think those things are very important to stay relevant.
Thank you so much for sharing that view. Scott, would you like to add anything academically based or as your time as a consultant?
So many times I've been brought into situations where the question to me would be, along the lines of from what you've just heard from my two colleague panelists, how do we take into account all of the dynamics going on in the industry in the various markets? I tend to start off with, well, let's begin with a relative framework. One in particular that I like has been popularized in some of the forms of literature, and that's the 5 C's, the idea of the company, the collaborator, the customer, the context, and the competition. And to start with that perspective, that keeps, in essence, individuals and an organization at the 40,000 foot level, and then helps them flesh out some of the details as time goes on. But the idea is that how do we remain responsive to those changes that go on? For example, many times we've talked about how to have anticipated, if at all, the influences of the context of some sort of situation like COVID. How could we possibly have taken that into account? And so let's look at those organizations that are out there that have flourished in those circumstances versus those that have done less well. And so in essence, by being able to take that framework and realizing that we needed to go back and revisit this, and as what I think David was talking about, this segmentation and targeting, you can take those 5 C's of that framework and begin to, or whatever framework where that works for you, revisit that, pull information together so you're reducing the trial and error, and try to come up with ways of thinking in terms of what kind of value is being exchanged between our customers and us in such a fashion that our customers are choosing to buy from us or use from us versus our competitor. And if we can keep that question always to the front of our minds and keep examining that and not making assumptions about it, it many times can help us move along in a fashion that at least is somewhat expeditious and hopefully reduces some of the trial and error, but at least gives us a pathway to follow.
Thank you for that insight. Leading on from competition, I'd like to ask you guys, what strategies have you used to market and promote your businesses or the work that you do within your businesses? And how has your marketing approach changed over time?
You want me to start, Christina?
You can start if you want to start.
Yeah, it's interesting being a marketing company, you have to take your own medicine and all the plans and playbooks we put together for GM and Staples and Dollar General and a bunch of just great brands. Sometimes we have to say, wow, let's apply it here. When I look back to our early days, it was a sales force. They were called salesmen. Now they're called business development specialists and strategists. But we had an army of folks that went around the country visiting corporations. We did a lot of government work. So we spent a lot of time in DC, or you're attending a conference. And this is a wonderful conference that you all put together, Global Gamechangers. And whether it's virtual or even better when it's in person, these sales folks, business development folks have to get out, make introductions, lunches, coffee, attend sessions, and start that networking process. Fast forward to today, tech brings lots of opportunities and some efficiencies. And we're talking a little bit earlier about Gen AI and all. It's at the point now that if you don't do it, you're going to be behind. And everyone's going to wind up doing it just to kind of be on par. So when I look at technology and Salesforce, Pardot, all these tools to automate, blast out emails, and give you reminders on who to follow up with. And the last part of, I'll call it technology helping with your own marketing, because yes, we want to be on LinkedIn, yes, we want to be delivering content, free content, to show the world our expertise, and to kind of engage potential customers. And there is a whole practice we have now called account based marketing, ABM. And it's a whole different, it's 6sense and demand base and all these different software tools that will help you look at your addressable market, help you kind of target in on what is best for you, get that content out in some kind of automated way, and then have business development specialists. Now you don't need an army of salespeople per se, but once you have a warm lead or someone that got 5 pieces of your content, you can now have a specialist get on the phone and try to arrange some type of appointment. So lots of content, get it out there, and then use some of these ABM type tools to more efficiently, zero in on what's going to give you the best return on your time.
Thank you for that insight. Nandini, would you like to expand upon the marketing and promotion strategies that are used within the tech companies and how they've evolved over time?
Sure. I would say data has been the key all through. Even before Gen AI, if you want to do micro-targeting, you use data. Facebook does it, Instagram does it, everybody does it. The challenge, I think, is, and I'm talking from the enterprise point of view, if you're an Apple, you know which of your consumers are going to line up on the first day and maybe, camp out to get your next iPhone. But if you're a company like HB and you're trying to come up with a new product and you sell to enterprises, which can be big and small, you don't necessarily know who's going to buy it. And we actually face this challenge. I'm not going to give a lot of details because a lot of it is proprietary, but just to give you an overview, we are a storage company. We do data storage, what we call on-prem storage. We were coming out with a new product and a solution which would be, quote unquote, a game changer. Now, the challenge is, even though we have hundreds and thousands of customers all over the world, we haven't sold this to a single one of them before. So how do you know who's going to be your early adopter? And how do you know that who's not gonna touch it like, 5 years, for the next 5 years or so? Now, sure, we could, chug a few beers and throw a dart on the wall, but we are more refined than that. So we are not going to go and tell our salespeople to find that needle in the haystack. So we went to data. Fortunately for me, when I was given this task, I had access to this wonderful team of data wizards within our company. These are data scientists beyond excellence, and they crush problems like this for like lunch, breakfast, whatever. We actually went old school. We used this method called wideband Delphi method, and this was developed in the 1950s in the Rand Corp. So old is gold, people. Just because it's old, do not throw it away. Now, that method is specifically used for situations like these where you don't have a lot of customer history. So in our case, even though we have hundreds and thousands of customers, nobody has bought this type of product from us before. So how do we predict that if tomorrow we come up with these are the maybe 500 people out of the 100,000 who are going to be camping out for this? Who are the ones who are, probably will look at it, try it, but not actually buy it? And who are the ones who are not going to look at it for the next 5 years? So we worked on it. We gathered 40 plus data points. Now, just because you have 40 data points doesn't mean all of them are relevant. Remember what I said, signal from the noise. Now, there are data points like vertical, which industry the customer is, which geography they are located in, which are about as relevant as floppy disk to a Gen Z. Now, things like IT spend, where are they spending on public cloud? That's where the gold is. So we spoke with experts within our, Hitachi Vantara group of companies. We have these fantastic salespeople who have their ears to the ground, who have been talking to the customers, and who know, anecdotally that there's this thirst for this kind of new product that we were launching. So we got their inputs and we separated the signal from the noise. And that's how we came up with a subset of about 500 customers who we called early adopters, who we started to pitch this new product. Now, this tool that we developed, we lovingly call it propensity to buy. That now has become the gold standard, not only for this new product, but anytime we are trying to, sell a new solution or any kind of new version of an old solution, we use this tool to target more effectively. So data is key. Don't be afraid to go back to the old methods because they still work, and collaboration. Because if you just look at the data and do not get the context around it, it's not just the quantity, but the quality that is important. So if you can bring those three things together, then you have a good targeting mechanism that can work.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that. Scott, would you like to build upon and tackle this question from an academic point of view? As you're a professor in marketing, are there any specific strategies that you would encourage up and coming entrepreneurs to implement into their business strategies and journey?
That's a non-trivial question, Beck. I think that the question ultimately is how do we stay relevant and applied, and how do we stay as valuable entities throughout our career? And as we continue to work and the context changes, as the industry changes, what does it mean for us as an organization or as a business, and how do we address those needs? Are we perceiving how the values are changing with there, and what kind of mechanisms do we have in place in order to have that occur? I think there's a valuable exercise, and sometimes it happens overtly, or sometimes it happens by planning or other kinds of ways. But the idea of identifying what the value drivers are, that is, what do we value as an organization, as a company, as individuals, that our customers may deem to be important to them? Is there a series of things that we can do, we can look at? And I think this self-assessment, this organizational assessment that we can go through can help examine and keep us relevant. Now, my colleagues here have very, very particular environments, and their environments have very specific requirements as to that, and specifically what those values are that are behind them. And I think and clearly both of them understand exactly what is valued, or what is the perceived value, and what it is that the value that they can also share with others or transmit to others. And to me, that's one of the ways of at least being able to establish the right kind of information. And I think it was just shared that there are really three kinds of information, right? There's the kind of information that is relevant. We need it for decision making. We need it now for decision making. Then there's the second tier of information, which is, well, it's probably going to be important at some point. But right now, let's put a pin in that and let's keep that. But we need to realize that most information is in the third category. Well, it's interesting, but isn't necessarily something that's actionable or useful or something we can integrate. And most of the information is there. And I think it goes back to what you were just saying, is that separating the figure from the ground, or that which is relevant versus not relevant, gets down to sorting out that information, because clearly there is a plethora of information out there. As a matter of fact, there's more information that we can probably ever assess or process or deal with. It's a matter of knowing the right information. And I think both my colleagues have done a great job at expressing how they have endeavored to make that happen.
Thank you so much. Can I now ask you guys to share a pivotal moment or experience that significantly impacted your business development journey or your career path that you're currently in? David, would you like to start?
Yes, we overuse the word pivot around here. And, earlier in my career, there was a pivot every 5 years, and something would change, technology, consumer habits, and we would have to, like the faxes came as a great marketing tool and left as quickly. We used to do a lot of promotions in shopping malls, and they don't get the traffic they used to get. So I see us, Jim Collins called it kind of firing bullets. We're always trying on a small scale new things that would catch the market. And I mentioned cable earlier, but we met with a couple early cable pioneers who are actually putting up the wiring, and they were talking about going from 12 to 500 channels, and that was a big change. And 24-hour news and sports. So we actually came up with a cable guide to service consumers to figure out what to watch. We probably need one more than ever now for streaming. And we also did some of the early 30-minute infomercials, because if there's 500 channels, that means there's a lot of open air time, and we could do long forms to sell various products. So we went into that production. And so that was a pivotal moment. And certainly for us, it was around 2006 that we were still doing direct mail and direct response marketing. And clients were telling us about landing pages. Like, hey, could you build some traffic? We have some new products, and we want to get eyeballs to a landing page. And routers and internet availability and high speed was just starting to happen. So the pivotal moment for me is we used to put out CDs and send things in the mail that were really expensive. And then we realized we could take that content and put it on a website or landing page. So that was the light bulb pivotal moment for us, that we bet it's faster, cheaper, more efficient. We better learn about that. And which from that moment taught us to get into programmatic, the ability to really use dashboards and algorithms to target audiences. And it got us into video, pre-roll, social, now streaming. So all these things, as they emerge and are starting to get market share, we have to become that expert, and one of the smartest folks in the room on that new medium. So that's the pivotal moment we're going through now. And kind of looking ahead a little bit is I mentioned third-party cookie deprecation. I'm sure some people are applauding that. But that was a big source of we talked a lot about a overdose of data and signal from noise. We relied on that, and marketers relied on that, and that's going to eventually dissipate. So what's next? You're going to hear a lot about retail media networks. Amazon's the biggest, Walmart's number 2, and big retailer brands are learning that they can make a lot of money by selling ads on their website and selling a lot of their first-party data information and applying it to campaigns, and even being able to do full circle attribution, saying we promoted this brand and we could show you the sales that happen in the store. So retail media networks is one part of the new frontier for us. And we do have a couple clients working with us, and that enables us to learn and then hopefully become somewhat of a industry expert and grow that part of the business.
Nandini, would you like to share a pivotal moment or experience that impacted your journey within the tech industry?
Sure. I mean, it hasn't impacted me so much personally as I think it has impacted the segment of the industry that I work in, which is enterprise. And I think the most pivotal change has been the emergence of public cloud that has caught all the incumbents sleeping, literally at the wheel. So if you remember when AWS first started, they started this whole cloud thing by putting their own workloads onto the cloud. Then everybody followed suit, right? And what happened at that time was the enterprise tech companies like Hewlett Packard, like the Cisco's, which used to dominate, they were in this position where, they were still selling gear to their customers. There was this assumption, I think, somewhere at the back of the mind of the execs of these companies that, okay, there's so much sunken cost in the customer data centers. They're not going to go away overnight. They did not go away overnight, but we have seen where the market has gone. Like, it's literally on-prem has gone like this while AWS has eaten their lunch. I'm just referring to AWS as a proxy for all the other public cloud providers like Azure, Google Cloud, etc. In fact, Azure is making more gains now than AWS because they have such a huge enterprise footprint. The point is, there might be it's not just a new tech that emerged, it's a new business model that caught all the incumbents unaware. If I were to explain it to a non-technical person, I would say that think about it this way. There was a time when every day you would go out and get the flour, the meat, the sauce, and make a pizza for yourself. That was your on-prem business. But now you find that, okay, it's cheaper for me if I just order a slice of the pizza or 2 slices when I need it and pay for it by the slice. That's literally how cloud works, right? You pay for what you use. You don't have to make these huge investments. That's what gave us companies like Uber, Airbnb, etc., because it allowed them to prosper without having to make that a lot of a capital investment in IT. If that is not your core competency, you don't have to worry about it. Let AWS worry about it. Now I think there's another trend coming, which we are trying to hopefully latch onto, which is hybrid cloud. So what has happened is if you're again, going back to the pizza example, if you're on your own, you're a single lady or a single dude, you order 2 slices of pizza, makes sense. You have a family now. You have to order 10 slices. You have to pay for each of those individually. Guess what does that to your pizza bill? It becomes huge, which is what is happening today. And there's a lot of interesting resistance from the AWSs of the world saying that, okay, it's not like that. And if you see in the VC side, there's this huge controversy which happened a couple of years back because Anderson Horowitz, which is one of the leading firms, VCs in Silicon Valley, they came up with this article saying the $1 trillion paradox of cloud. Which what it says is when you look at companies, when you're small, it makes sense for you to keep all your workloads in public cloud because it's cheaper, it allows you to flourish, etc. But as you grow bigger, your public cloud bill becomes bigger. So what do? It doesn't mean you are going to go and make pizza every day, but what it does mean is you look at your entire IT expenditure more holistically and say that, okay, because it makes more sense. But if I'm not doing that, then it makes more sense for me to invest in my on-prem or maybe give it to. That's how I think the whole repatriation game is happening now, where at this point it's the public cloud providers who are on a bit of a defensive. I mean, it's not a huge trend yet, it's still happening. But over time, I think we will see more and more workloads being brought back from the cloud to a hybrid cloud positioning, so that your overall cloud bill gets smaller and more reduced. So we can call this, cloud repatriation, smart balancing of workloads, whatever we want. But I think it's one pivotal moment, which was the emergence of, let's put everything on the cloud. And the second pivotal moment is let's rethink what we put in the cloud and have a better idea of what should stay in the cloud versus go on-prem. And how you navigate this is, again, not being caught sleeping in the wheel. So hopefully we have learned from the last time, and this time we would be more adaptable to it. And I'm proud to say that Hitachi Vantara is really doing a great job. Hybrid cloud is one of the core pillars of our strategy, and we are investing in it. And hopefully we want to become the number 1 hybrid cloud player 5 to 10 years down the line.
Thank you so much for sharing that insight. Scott, I have a very question, very specific to what your talk was about during this summit, but obviously the other panelists are very free to jump in. What role has your passion and commitment played in the development of a business journey, and how do these 2 key skills and factors continue to fuel your entrepreneurial journey and the teaching that you mentor and teach upon your students?
Well, I think probably one of the most important lessons is the one that I continue to transmit to my students, or at least hopefully I transmit it. And that is when one is out there in the industry, selling, marketing, doing whatever. And I think David spoke a little bit about this, is that whenever they say no, don't take it personally. And so my experience with this is I had a grant from when I was working on my PhDs, I had a grant from the Kellogg Foundation to develop the first visitor behavior evaluation software. So that a zoo or an art museum or some sort of organization like that could collect data on what was going on with their customers, were they valuing the experience that went on. So I designed that, I then programmed it, I wrote it, and then I subsequently marketed it. Well, I realized at that point, when I had sold after a period of time, and there had been several articles written about it, about how great it was, and I sold 4 copies, I realized that I was a much better computer programmer designer than I was a marketer. So I took it on myself to say this is obviously an area I needed to augment. So I then started to say, oh, I'm going to be able to investigate and look at and examine that and maybe make that now one of my strengths. And I think one of the components here, if I could pass something on, is perhaps students or anybody needs to try some things as much as possible before they make a judgment about it, and see to what degree trying out that new experience, that new activity, perhaps engaging in some learning, fits with them. Is it something that they can embrace or love? The idea here is have enough experiences so that one might be able to judge and say, this is my passion. And that's probably one of the clarification things for all of us, either professionally or personally, is to say, here are the things I value in life so much that I can embrace them and that they're part of they're my passion. And if it's my passion, all of a sudden it doesn't become onerous to convey that to others. It becomes a pretty straightforward way of, let me share this with you. Let me show you how cool this is. Or by you participating with us or buying our product or our service or something along those lines, here are some of the benefits you're going to get. That kind of a communication is just wonderful when it happens. And I think it becomes consistent with who we are and what we are. There isn't necessarily that separation.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all 3 of you for joining here today at this panel. It's been great to talk to all 3 of you. If you could just really quickly rapid fire the biggest tip that you would give to a potential student or a potential entrepreneur that's going to enter the entrepreneurial space, what is the quick fire tip that you would give them?
I'll kick it off. First tip is don't do it. No, I'm kidding. Look, the fact that you are all on this call and learning about this organization and this conference you put on every year, and we have high school and college students on the call, you're off to a fast start. You have a head start. So kudos to you all. This is the land of unlimited opportunity right now. We talked about the pace of pivots. Well, if that is at a frenetic level, that means more opportunities are going to come up, and ideas can be implemented globally, and there's lots of growing markets to take advantage of. So great time to be an entrepreneur. I would just, trying to be realistic, only a small percent of entrepreneurial ventures, startups, succeed. So I think you have to go into this that if you start as an entrepreneur, it's great because you're going to have to learn all aspects of business, getting funding, learning your customers, going to market, and whatever you wind up doing later in life, the education will pay dividends forever. So keep that in mind. When you kind of get into the entrepreneurial business, startup business, and you're the owner and you're running it, I like to say you don't work 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, but you work it 7 days, 24 hours a day. And that means learning, absorbing, traveling. And there is, it takes a toll. I got a notice from American Airlines that I've flown 1 million miles. It was not fun flying and being away in time zones, but that's what you have to do. Even though we're in a virtual work world, you have to be out there. So my last 2 bits of advice is take care of yourself mentally and physically. I was reading about Ray Dalio, who runs a very successful hedge fund, and he's a big transcendental meditation advocate. And so the successful business, resilient business folks are doing things to take care of themselves. And the last bit of advice is, it's never too early to give back. We have a group within Goodway called Goodway Cares, where we kind of reach out and share our expertise and funding for local charities. So even if you're not quite successful yet, you don't have to donate money, you can donate time. But I think for your generation, it's going to be very important to sustain yourself and start. There's a lot of groups, charities, GMOs that really need help. And so, find a little time for that as well, and certainly enjoy the ride.
Thank you so much to all of 3 of you for joining us today. It has been great to speak to all 3 of you. And we've come to the end. Thank you.
Thank you, folks.
Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, have a good conference.
Hello and welcome everyone to our panel session on building high-performing diverse teams. First of all, welcome to all our panelists. I'll give you guys a quick introduction, but before I do, how are you feeling? Welcome to our 48-hour conference. Everyone good?
Great.
Skylines, Ramon, I see, and libraries, living rooms, tuning in from all around. And to our audience, as always, thank you for joining in. Thank you for all of you who are tuning in from across the globe. Some of you, I think, have been trying to stay awake for the majority of the 48 hours. Well, don't worry. You'll have no problem staying awake for this panel. We have 3 phenomenal speakers for you today. And just as a quick introduction, with us today, we have Katrina Dudley, Senior Vice President of Investment Strategies and a Portfolio Manager at Franklin Templeton, who is also the co-author of an absolutely wonderful book that I'm in the middle of called Undiversified, The Big Gender Short in Investment Management. So if you haven't already gotten a copy of that and studied it like a textbook in preparation for today's panel, this is your additional call to do so. We also have with us Matthias, who is someone who I have seen speak before at a panel last year, and I'm still recovering from. Matthias has an absolutely amazing journey, but currently he's Chief Development Officer at Hightower Advisors. And we also have with us Ramon Jones, who is an amazing human being that I have had, the pleasure of meeting in person earlier this year, and has been completely touched by his kindness and his generosity with his time and his experiences. He serves as the executive director at the Recording Academy Philadelphia's chapter. And at the same time, they are the organization that puts together, little award ceremonies such as the Grammys. You may have heard of them. But without further ado, let's welcome this wonderful panel and let's dive in our topic. But first of all, as I said, thank you all so much for joining us here today. This topic is so important, high performing, diverse teams. And I think it's especially important to me as, one of the organizers of this conference, just because Ascendance, we're a social startup. We work with over 50,000 students globally. And when we have conferences like this, we really want, this global audience to see themselves reflected and see themselves empowered through people who have similar experiences, but also learn from people who have completely different experiences for them that they would never otherwise get to meet. And, successful people like you are on that list. You all have extremely relatable journeys. You all have extremely, exciting stories. But at the same time, everyday students, from Southeast Asia to Europe to, other parts of the world may not always get to hear these journeys. So I wanted to start off by giving our, audience some peace and ask you the $1 million question. I think all of you have had a finance background. All of you had, somehow had a music background as well, a little bit, Katrina. So I guess, my first question is, how did you come to the industry that you are currently at? Whether that's finance or music, how did you discover this industry? And, in a few words, in a sense, what inspired you to get into it? Shall we start with Matthias? You have had an extremely exciting journey with through music, through several other industries. So how did you end up seeing yourself in the finance industry?
Yeah, thank you, Harsha, first of all, for your kind introduction and having us. What a wonderful opportunity to participate in. To your question, I didn't have a path or plan to be in finance or end up in finance, and I'm still not sure that it is the path that will sort of ultimately play out.
30 Wharton students have fainted in the background.
Right. It was curiosity, coincidence, fear, but I continued to speak to people that I thought of admired, and I was thinking, well, if I emulate and ask and build a network, it may actually bring me on a path that could ultimately become mine. And let me sort of reflect on one thing, Harsha, we had talked about in the prep session. You asked a very thoughtful question. How do you actually find a career that you're passionate about, right? Because essentially that's what we're talking about. And it gave me a lot of thought because I also reflected on my journey. I don't think passionate careers is something you plan. They will sort of grow and they come to us. And that's sort of what I'm describing. It is not this one directional aspect or outcome, meaning that we determine what we are passionate about and then start pursuing a particular career. And what I really mean by that is I started doing things. And I think if we start doing things that we not even thought about or had planned for as the passionate career, but then we see that we make a difference, that we create value, in particular for others, that we feel flow, I think it will become our passion. And all of a sudden, you stand there reflective of your contribution and say, well, I guess that's what my journey should have been. So it's a bit of a circular reference and curiosity, and to be quite open, a lot of fear that always made me sort of look left and right and change again are at least my secret, not everyone's secret.
No, I love that, and I spotted the positive psychology reference, Matthias. You should know I'm majoring in positive psychology and organizational culture. So you can.
I'm in trouble then. I didn't know. Thank you for pointing it out.
I knew that. I heard the reference, and I was like, this is too good of a reference to use. That it's
okay.
But no, I appreciate that, and I really agree with that. That you have to do what gives you that flow in the moment, and if you keep hopefully that will eventually lead to a passionate career and a continuous kind of cycle of evolving and finding what continuously gives you that joy. But I really love that in a sense, and I wanted to move to Katrina in a sense. I'm very curious how you first got into the finance industry. It was just in your keynote that you shared, there are only, 10% of women in this particular industry. And I know lots of women who are absolute rock stars. So I can't imagine why, that isn't higher. But then I look at people like you and I'm like, oh my goodness, this is so inspiring. She is completely changing the world. She is out there, making waves, doing a brilliant job. I saw you on the news the other day, some snippets on social media. And I can't imagine, a world where people are not inspired to pursue this industry. But that is still a real problem. There is still, a huge gender gap in this industry. So I'm very curious, what inspired you to first, even take a look at the finance world itself?
Yeah, so when I started in the the finance area, I basically had started in a consulting accounting type role and had transferred various offices. And I do recommend when you're young, if you have the opportunity to work in other countries, it sometimes is easier to make those transitions. And I did. So I moved from Sydney to Los Angeles to New York. When I landed in New York, I started studying actually part-time. So I did my master's part-time. And at the end of that degree, I really took a hard look at the intersection of what I liked about what I was doing in my old career and what I wanted to do going forward. So I kind of was very deliberate. I spent a lot of time going back to what Matthias said, just speaking to people. People are your best resource. And when you are open and honest about the fact that you're considering a transition, a lot of people will actually spend 15 minutes with you having a coffee chat going through, well, this is what I do and this what makes you successful. So I went through that analysis, and it was through that I ended up in portfolio management. The starting career in portfolio management is to go from an analyst, where most people are hired, so you're analyzing stocks. So if you're practicing that skill set in college, you're doing spreadsheets, you're talking, we talk to the management teams, you're reading a lot of documents. But then there is this progression to portfolio manager, and that's where we see, that we see a dropout of people going into finance. So we see that women are not recruited into our industry, and a lot of that is just that lack of access to seeing a successful female doing the job that they want. So that you can't be what you can't see. So we don't see the intake of women, and then we don't see the retention once you get them in there, and then the promotion, and then obviously that kind of is that full flywheel of not getting them in. The other aspect of being a portfolio manager, which is somewhat unique, is it's a job that you self-promote into. And so that's something as a skill set you need to learn how to put your hand up and say, hey, I'm interested. And I think that we can go through some of the research. And if you're studying psychology, I'm sure everyone's read the confidence code. But women structurally have a lower level of confidence than their male counterparts. And so in our profession, that makes it a much more difficult transition. And that's part of why we think we also are seeing that lack of female representation.
No, I love that little quote, you can't be what you can't see. And I'll definitely want to circle back to that. And I personally want to circle back to that confidence question, because I need a little bit of that. And I know so many, absolutely talented people who also need a little bit of that. So I'll circle back to that in a second. But I really like, your journey and how you were very deliberate and how you really were intentional about it. And I think, that's something we can all do a little of as we strive to kind of, craft our careers or think about where we want to be next. Ramon, you have an interesting intersection of, finance and business with music, which, absolutely amazing. And I know you have a fascinating story yourself. So you are currently, leading, at least, in Philadelphia, which is a huge, beautiful state, the chapter of, a huge international music organizations, the envy of all my peers, if not yours. So tell me a little bit about, how did you even imagine one day that you'd be in this huge, exciting role, championing so many industry experts in music? And how did you first, get access and think about, life in the music industry itself?
Well, I have to say, to answer your first question, yes. My mother tells the story all the time that when I was very young, probably 3 years old, I would go around telling people that I was going to be in the entertainment industry, in the music industry. So more so, I was believed to be on the performance side, which is what led me to music. I displayed at a very early age the gift of song. So my parents, recognizing that, began to put me into programs and camps and schools to cultivate that talent and that skill. So I went through oh gosh, to the second year of college, believing that it was my destiny to be a performer. I wanted to be an opera singer, or so I thought. And it was probably the first semester of my second year, and I realized, this isn't really what I want to do for a career. But I know that I always wanted to be connected to the arts, particularly the performing arts. But I will say that my path, my journey has had various detours, some of which you've just mentioned. Like my very first job out of college, I was working for the Vanguard Group as a retirement advisor. I've also worked in the social services sector for the housing industry. Most recently, before joining the Recording Academy, I was the program manager for one of the academic departments at Wharton. So I have academia in my background. So one thing I can say is that you have to be open to the ride, because I can say that in this role right now, having returned back to the music industry, and I should also mention that I've had opportunities in my early 20s and even in college performing professionally, both on the classical and other genres such as R&B and jazz. But I still was open to other experiences as they came to me, talking to people. Because, I also like to think that if you don't try things, you don't really know what you might like. So I know that kind of might seem cliche, but I've always had the problem of, if I start something, I'm pretty good at it, which sometimes make it difficult to like really hone down on like, so what is my purpose? What is my passion? Because if I start attempting this thing here, I'm going to be good at it. So does that mean this is my new thing until the next thing comes along? But fortunately for me, I can say that everything that I've done up until this point has given me a great diverse set of skills to allow me to use in this role with the Recording Academy, even though I've done things, on the business side, like management business, not related to like music business. So it's been a really interesting journey, but I'm grateful that I'm here.
I love that. And, for all the talented people in the crowd, we need that representation. Yeah, I think all three of you cover it. I don't. So, appreciate, okay, how do we answer these questions? Moving into, the panel itself and the topic of, high performing diverse teams. My biggest question has always been, how do you even attract the right people? Or how do people even know that these are industries that are accessible and open to them? And I'll ask a slightly different variation of this question for each of you. But specifically, even if you look at the music industry, I grew up in, a beautiful country, a beautiful set of people. But even in, my own immediate, family, music isn't always, the thing that people think of when it comes to career. And oftentimes there's resistance to that. If we look at, the finance and investment management side, I've always thought that, as a person, if you can see individuals who are, successful in that organization, then that's a lot more, I would say, incentive for people to get into that organization, or at least get into, that industry. But there's also other factors that play, environment, personal, programming at times of what you've seen historically. So I wanted to ask, slight variation on the topic of how do we essentially make sure that the potential candidates, the people who are going to be pipelined into these industries, are aware of the opportunities and see themselves in them. And Katrina, we can start with you. I like, one of the things that I see a lot of people now at the University of Pennsylvania who are amazing in finance, who want to get a role in the industry. But in my just tiny little space of the world, I'm vice president of the Wharton Undergraduate Entrepreneurship Club, and me and my co-VP, both women, both excited about bringing more women in. But then we saw our applicants at the beginning of the semester, and they were 80% not women. So we were like, okay, we're obviously doing something wrong here in a sense. And we want to be able to get more, diversity into this application pool. So for you, in a sense, you do a lot of outreach, and I think, we can attribute, a huge percentage of women in finance to you alone, being so welcoming with your book and making sure that, people feel seen. What can organizations do if they're in this situation where, they are not currently as diverse as they'd like to be, but would like to start attracting a higher, applicant pool of diverse applicants? What's your advice and thoughts there?
I think there's a whole lot of different things that any organization can deploy. The first thing is we talked about, this idea of visible female senior leadership. The balance there within any organization needs to be between that, the balance between having promotable work and non-promotable work. So having your female leaders, spending all of their time in front of the new graduates is them not doing their day job. I mean, I manage a portfolio. I am, tasked with managing that portfolio as part of that team. And so you need to make sure that I'm executing on my day job. I'm spending that time, and that those non-promotable tasks are falling squarely on everyone's shoulders, not just on female shoulders. And that also applies to just not falling, squarely only on minority shoulders, because that is a mistake that a lot of companies do make. And that has ramifications in that it leads to what we call a promotion delay. And that is a longer period of time for a promotion. That delay starts at the first level. McKinsey proved that broken rung, the first level. So we need to make sure that we've got fair allocation of that. But you also do need to have your senior female leaders visible, because that doubles the rate of women applying for jobs in finance. In terms of diverse teams, one of the surprising factors that came from the research that we did is that when you add diversity to a non-diverse team, the performance of the team initially declines. And that was something we were not expecting, because everyone's talked about you add diversity to a team and that's supposed to result in better decision making. What happens is that you need that diversity to go from what we call a salient minority to what we term an acknowledged or heard voice. And that happens, it's not a precise science, but around 30%. And so we need to get our teams diverse at that 30% level. Now, we addressed it through the gender lens, given that there were so few females in the industry that we were covering. But I think a lot of the commentary is, and a lot of our positioning is, that we want diverse teams. We want diversity as it relates to education. I don't want an entire team that's filled with Ivy League educated people. I want to have people who've gone to city colleges. I want people who've been have international experience. So I want that type of diversity. I want experiential diversity in my team. I want, ethnic diversity. I want, a whole just a whole set of diverse views. That's the first aspect of it. But I can field you a diverse team. We have a diverse panel here just by looking at the screen, but that diverse team will not work unless you have inclusion. So your diversity is being invited, as we say to the party, inclusion is being invited to dance. And so you need to make sure that that message comes from what we call the hippo in the room, so the highest paid person, and that they're inclusive. Because if you just field a diverse team but you don't have an inclusive environment, you won't get the benefits or the returns from that.
No, I love everything that you just said. And just to pick a few things out, I love how you mentioned, the performance decline. I think there's also kind of an element of, storming and forming in the beginning, at the very least, where, in the beginning, if people are not used to, working with people who are not even, in terms of the thought process, they're not, thinking in the same way as them. I think that initially, at the very least, there is a period of time where people are just trying to figure it out, and people, have a moment of kind of communication breakdown, which when recovered and, when people start figuring out their groove with each other, also increases, performance overall. Like recently, one of the programs we ran, it was actually, the finale was happening yesterday, but it was pairing top university students, your Ivy Leagues, your MITs, your NYUs of the world, with, high school students from Southeast Asia. So these were kids who, some of them came from literal villages. Some of them came from, areas that, don't often get the opportunity to participate in any program, let alone, meet someone from another part of the world. And, in that beginning phase, one of the things that we noticed with a lot of these students and, their mentors was that there was a communication breakdown. And at least, for the first couple of weeks, people were trying to say, why aren't they responding the way I thought they would respond? And, we actually had to come in and do a lot of education on both sides, which are just saying both of you have the same, perception, or both of you, want to have the same goal, but you're just expressing it in different ways. And after we started doing those interventions, we saw performance on both sides increase, and overall team outputs, were phenomenal. But I think that component of, understanding is so important. And Matthias, I wanted to, bring this up to you. You manage teams, you manage a lot of people in your organization. How do you ensure that, that storming and forming is happening correctly? How do you ensure that, that process of people understanding people, and understanding others who have experiential diversity, have, ethnic diversity, have all of these different types of diversity. How do you make sure that it's, beyond just things that are happening on paper, and people really get to connect and understand and have respect for each other?
Yeah, Harsha, thank you. And I want to build actually a bit on Katrina's points. So many good points that you took out of my head or out of my mouth, however the saying is. Let me sort of peel back one thing, Harsha, as I think about what you are doing here. You're doing a Game Changers Summit, but it is global, right? And I think we can think about diversity or high-performing teams, as we call the panel, as a strategic advantage, right, for organizations in striving to innovate and succeed. But I think one important aspect that we really need to consider, it is a moral imperative, right? It cannot just be sort of left to the KPIs. And I do think there are different ways of doing or going about it. Ultimately, my point of view is that we need to foster an inclusive workplace or work environment, because diversity will never happen if we're not inclusive first. And Katrina said it so well. Inclusive actually comes first to attract diverse team members, candidates in a hiring process, and to actually run and maintain diverse teams. So it's not just about policies and programs and KPIs. It is creating a culture that values and celebrates. I think that's also important, the unique perspectives and backgrounds of every team member. And that takes time, the forming, norming, and storming, as you call it. But let me sort of sum it up. What I'm describing are safe cultures. Safety is the word that I want to focus on. And if I sort of double click on this aspect, how do you create a safe environment? Trust is the most important foundation of high-performing teams. Whenever people feel that they can express trust, have trust, there is trust all present and together. This is when you get safe environments. This is when you become inclusive. It's when you become diverse. I always like to sort of in logical steps. And with that, I think we all need to be part of creating safe and productive environments for all of us to be heard, especially around our differences, right? When sharing ideas. And there are certain ways and tools I've developed. In fact, I had the privilege to be on another panel here and speak sort of about the things I've developed. Happy to come back to that. But safety, trust, and inclusiveness first.
I do want to hear that framework, but I absolutely love the way you've kind of arranged that. I think the process is sometimes important to pin down, because oftentimes, if we don't understand how things are formed, especially something like culture, we don't know how to replicate it. We don't know how to, intentionally create that culture. So I really appreciate, how you laid that out. I think, I should be taking notes. And again, I'll hold you to that framework shortly. Ramon, you, from the few people I've met at the Recording Academy in Philadelphia while I was there, I was blown away by their diversity of experience, of ethnicities, of types of music even. And I think that's a reflection of your leadership at the highest levels. Tell me a little bit about how you've gone to, as someone with some position who's relatively new, what can people, like you and me be doing when we have, the authority to make some changes or at least try things out? What can we be doing to create these safe communities? What can we be doing to ensure that, the people that we are serving are represented and, feel included in the conversations?
Sure. Thank you for that, Harsha. I'd say, kind of it's almost like grassroots, seek them out in many ways. It's a bit different for this industry, being the recording industry, music in general. So much of the industry already represents diversity because you have various genres, you have various styles. So that's usually somewhere we'll start, just to give, like an analogy here. So I know that Philadelphia is very R&B and jazz heavy, but there also are great folk artists or EDM artists. So it's the intentionality for me, like to recognize where we could further enhance our diverse population, and then find ways to seek those out. Like we look for ways to find where they are. You have to go where the people are. Like you can't sit in your chair or behind your desk and say, hey, this is what we need. You have to find out where the audience is that you're targeting. So that's one of the things that I've been actively pursuing in this role, albeit short, to find ways to identify these populations. And what I love is that we're finding that not only is it diverse in, like the style of music, but it's diverse like culturally too. Like sometimes people are surprised, like there are quite a few like Black country artists in Philly. You know what I mean? Like, and it's just common. It's common sometimes that people assume certain, ethnicities or races or cultures are tied to certain styles of music, but no, it'll blow your mind away. And if you don't seek it out, you won't really know. So that's one way. Like, I think that you have to actually find where your target audience is. If you can identify how you want to diversify, that's one way you have to actually target those individuals and find out where they are and say, hey, let's have a conversation.
Yeah, music was the best place to start with that question, and because you can see the diversity in genre, if not anything else. And I think that's a good, case study for every other, organization and industry that we talk about. I wanted to move a little bit into, once you get this talented pool of diverse talent, how do you make sure they stay? How do you make sure they're, being promoted? How do you make sure that essentially they are, part of the process that shapes things within their organizations, their industries? One of the things that recently, as I said, positive psychology and culture student, that I have been learning about and seeing in my own organizations, that people only, feel valued and they feel, like they are part of this industry and they have, autonomy when their personal goals and their personal growth aligns with, the organization and what they can see happening. And I think a lot of it boils down to mentorship and sponsorship. And I think the last time we spoke, Katrina broke it down very nicely, which is mentorship is, what people tell you when you are in the room with them, and sponsorship is, what people tell others when you're not in the room with them. And, mentorship is essentially, people who are giving you advice, who are walking you through things, who are helping you develop. But sponsorship are people who are putting your name forward. They're the ones, advocating for you. They're the ones going out there and, steering, people to help, provide opportunities and, ways that you can showcase your talents within the organization and, larger careers in general. So my question is, how important has sponsorship and mentorship been in your journeys? And what can all of us who, are in the position where we are looking for these sponsors and mentors and, we are starting out these organizations, what can we do to be intentional about the way we approach people for either sponsorship and mentorship? I mean, you can't go up to someone and say, hey, we've worked together a long time. Maybe we can, but like, can you please advocate for me? So, it's a little bit of something that we have to build that relationship. So what's your experience and advice for people building those relationships?
I think
Sure.
Asha wants to be a panelist, but this is actually
Sorry.
being a moderator here, because you're stealing all of the things that we talked about. So maybe we can jump in here. I think that you've already identified the difference between someone who mentors you and someone who sponsors you, and I think that that's very important. And you need to be very deliberate in your career about developing your mentorship and your sponsorship networks. And I think that when we talk about those, you need to have diversity in both of those. And I'm going to actually kick it over to Ramon, because you have a really great story of how sponsorship helped you in your career.
Absolutely. Thank you, Katrina. So yes, to what you both have said, sponsorship is, I would say, equally as important as mentorship, because you can speak to someone to, encourage you and give you the tools and perhaps some of the resources, but you're not going to always be in the room. There are quite a few rooms where higher level decisions are made and you won't be at that table. You won't have a seat there yet. So I like to always tell people, especially young people who ask me, like, what's my advice? If I say there's one thing that's important in your entire life, as personally and professionally, and I say it's relationship management, because you just never know. And you have to do it in a very genuine way. Because people can tell when you're being disingenuous, when you're just trying to butter up to them because you're going to need them eventually. So I think that you should navigate life and every interaction with other humans, because you never know. Like, even though I was coming from academia at Wharton, before I came to the academy, I did not realize that relationships I had over 15 years ago would actually be the sponsorship that led to me getting this job. I won't go into detail, but it really was that simple. Like, wow, someone remembered me and just my integrity. So I mean, you also have to have the skill set. They have to believe in you first, obviously, but you also need to manage it from your personality perspective, as well as managing that relationship, nurturing that relationship. Don't just reach out when you have something coming up and you're going to need them. As you would talk to friends over the years. Like, and I'm not saying that everyone needs to be like a best friend type of level of a relationship, but you should care about people in general. I think that's the biggest thing that I can say about my life, is that relationship management and caring for people in general has benefited me exponentially, and that's why I'm in this role. And you just have to greet every person and interact with them based on where they are and who they are, not what you think you can get out of them or what they can get out of you.
Lovely. I love that authenticity element. Matthias, I see you've unmuted, so please share with us, in your thoughts and your experiences, how sponsorship and mentorship has played a role, and how do you see others can foster those relationships?
I was forming a different answer before Katrina and Ramon spoke, and now Harsha, also building on sort of your initial question. I want to sort of take it slightly in a different direction, but I'll come back to it. If we think about the opportunity of leveraging diverse perspectives, right? High-performing diverse teams, we have to also address the core challenge. And the core challenge in the whole topic, from my point of view, is us overcoming unconscious bias. Because if I think about unconscious bias, it can affect all of the workplace dynamics. And Harsha, you said, well, once I have a diverse team, how does it stay there? How is it successful, a lasting, successful team? And these workplace dynamics need to actually be addressed, stay positive. If not, we basically lead into disparities and representation. And here we're coming back to sponsorship and mentorship, right? I need to actually successfully be working, training, be aware of these biases to come to a place, because we're speaking diverse teams, where I want to make and can make the right representation. And if and when organizations effectively address unconscious bias and create inclusive environments, they truly unlock this potential for enhanced creativity. I mean, Ramon, I'm always thinking about your background, innovation, problem solving, and overall team performance. So just to sum it up, sponsorship, mentorship is an important tool and ingredient, but the challenge of unconscious bias is also something we need to address and become aware of, and address then.
No, I like that pivot. I think it's very important. And Katrina, you mentioned something, in your presentation earlier along the lines of, why there's a relatively high attrition rate of women, in the industry, of how, they don't necessarily get it promoted as much as the months. Could you elaborate a little bit about, why diverse teams don't necessarily stay diverse, towards as the career progresses and, as positions go higher? And what can we be doing differently, both from the point of view of someone, coming into the industry and also someone in the industry, to make it easier for the next generation to be able to transition into higher performing or higher roles in a way?
Yeah, and Matthias knows this. I always like the surprising statistic. It's something that always sticks with you. People who go through unconscious bias training actually exit the training becoming more biased, or they exacerbate their bias. So we have already a problem there.
Yeah.
I know. It's like, I don't want you to tell me what to do, or I've been given permission. We're not quite sure as to the rationale. And maybe Matthias, you can add into that conversation. But in terms of what can we do, because I think everyone wants tools that they can do to make things more transparent. First of all, we talk about just using data. I mean, finance is a data-driven industry. Ramon, when you were in retirement, you were using data to tell us how much you needed to save every single week to retire with X amount. In your evaluation roles, everyone uses data in finance. So why not turn that lens inward and use our data ourselves? So we need to address 3 areas, and I've probably touched on a couple of them. The first is we need to address the pay gap. The pay gap that exists and is well documented outside of finance actually exists within role in finance. So, I'm paid less than my male counterpart, and so that needs to converge. I think PepsiCo is a great example. They looked at their own data. Women were paid 94% within their company, and Indra Nooyi just said, fix it. And I mean, that's the languaging we need there. We've talked about the promotion delay, so women take longer to get to the next level than their male counterpart. And then finally, for the same objective level of performance, women receive lower performance ratings. So we need to go into our data and somehow adjust that. I'm in a very much a bonus-driven industry, so a lower performance rating for me means lower earnings. If you combine the fact that I'm promoted slower, that means I don't get to that next level of earnings as fast as my male counterpart, and I'm paid less as well. That means the net present value of a female career, so if I sum up the sum of the cash flows, is lower than their male counterparts, and that's the inequity.
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, I'm still reeling from that first statistics. You mean people who go for bias trainings end up more biased? Okay. I've got a ton of questions on that one. But Matthias, do you have something to add? I see you've unmuted.
Look, Katrina, it is so important. I've given this a lot of thought, and we talked about it in our prep. Often we are approached with questions of what can we do, like to become better, to become someone, to become something, right? It's sort of this urge of starting out. And one thing that is closely connected, well, there are 2 or 3 things. I will not talk about all of them. Ego is the enemy. Ego is the enemy in the way we sort of approach many things, including our careers, advice, bias, and so on, because we are led by our desires. And Katrina, I'm building on your point. We are in this harsh bonus world. And that in mind, many of us are driven by the question, what is in for me, rather than what has to be done. And I think this is an old Peter Drucker concept. I may sort of mix it up, with the books in the background. At one point, I realized for my own career to become better, softer, more empathetic, and empower teams. Harsha, you said, well, how do you lead teams? The work has to start with me, and I actually have to take my desires into the background and continuously show up as someone that is a servant leader and has to ask what has to be done. And that becomes sort of a lifelong practice in the way we approach almost every topic, including in a world that is numerically driven, where we actually think, well, by getting the biggest bonus, whatever that means, I'm therefore the best. And we already know from concepts like the prisoner's dilemma that optimal outcomes are often not that obvious.
I really like how you brought into the conversation this, this internal part of, driving diverse, high-performing teams. Like as you said, it starts with you. And I've always been a big fan of the idea that, high-performing people who, have, in a way, recognized some or rather their internal biases, reflect that in their teams, which gets reflected in the organization. And that's just a ripple effect of what happens. Ramon, you also mentioned something earlier about, authentic connections and authentic, in a way, having these meaningful connections without necessarily having an end goal always in mind 100% of the time, not looking, the ROI of helping someone else, of working with someone, of being genuine with someone else. Tell us, in your experiences, how has, this portion of authentic connection, authentic leadership affected your career and has helped you as an individual be a high performer and foster that same, energy and same results in the team around you?
Sure. Thanks, Harsha. Um, if I might be so bold as to use maybe a street saying, real recognizes real, and that how you approach people can tell where you're coming from. They really can. Like, it's such a level of discernment that, and I think a lot of times it is. I'm a particularly spiritual person, so I think that it is aligned with, that energy. But people can tell, like you kind of find your tribe, you kind of find those who you gravitate towards, and you realize that you have this commonality and you can work towards that. Not particularly because, again, you're trying to help one another or looking to gain something specifically, but I think that that's where it kind of starts, is having that discernment, but still just showing up as your 100% authentic self in every moment, in every situation, in every encounter. So I think that's the only way I would like to expound upon it. Like, I think it's helped me, as I mentioned earlier, like, because there have been so many. I would have you here. The summit would have to be another 2 days at least, and that's with me talking nonstop, just to give, even whether they're big moments or smaller, seemingly insignificant things that you experience, but people when people see that you are coming from a good place and that you want to do good, they want to help you. They want to find ways that they can connect you. Again, and that ties back into the sponsorship element of it. So many people have been like started as mentors and then become sponsors unofficially, and you just never know who's going to be in the room, is going to have the opportunity to speak on your behalf. And so that's again why it's important to just be open in that capacity and experience everyone authentically.
No, I absolutely love that. Katrina, moving into, some of the things that you mentioned earlier, in your book, actually, I remember reading, sometimes you see people who are extremely high performing that look like you, and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm so far away from that. How do I even catch up? And, just circling back to this whole conversation of authenticity, sometimes authenticity can be a little scary. Like, it's a little scary to put yourself out there. It's a little scary to be yourself and be judged for it, especially in an industry that's very fast paced, that's, as you said, driven by performance at times. In those situations, how do we respond? How do we react? Go ahead.
Look, I think one of our biggest surprises is, I mean, when I entered this industry over 20 years ago, and that's dating myself for most people, probably before you were even born, there were no women in the room. So I was the only. And fast forward 20 plus years, and I still walk into the room and I am still the only. So we did, kind of write this book out of this frustration of no change. As I look at that statistic that we said of seeing someone in the role that has been successful, I want to be clear that you don't need to have the amount of connection or the amount of time and contact doesn't need to be extensive. So it could be as simple as a Latina woman who's successful in finance speaking to your finance class, and you say, well, she can do it, I can too. But going back to what Ramon said, and Matthias as well, this idea of you want to model people who are authentic and people who are what you want to be in life. And that's how I think you want to create your kind of mentorship network and your sponsorship network. And, I always look at a lot of the women, and I had a question the other day about someone who said, well, this woman gave me all this advice and it just didn't feel right for me. And I said, you know what? It's okay to fire someone out of your mentorship network if they don't work. It's a privilege. I mean, I mentor a number of young women, and I consider it as a privilege for me to be able to do that and to be in that role. So I think that it comes back to, with so many other things, just being so deliberate in what you do. And the intersection, as we talked about, luck will intersect with deliberate preparation, and that's how things move forward. And so if you've got that deliberate personality, you're modeling the behaviors of people you admire, the people who are showing up as their full self. I think that you're going to be successful in any career that you choose.
Matthias, I see you've unmuted, so I'll let you go. But yes. Katrina, amazing point, and I'll make a sticky note. I'll write that down in a sense. Go ahead.
Yes, Harsha, I always like to do things in a formulaic fashion because I find it important that we bring something that is actionable. And it doesn't mean it is the truth, but you can sort of take it as a blueprint. You keep what works for you, the rest you throw out and add. It's how children work, right? They're additive. They sort of put things together. And I find this a very fresh and good mindset to have. And the aspect of authentic leadership is something we often say. And then we also don't really spend time of thinking about it. What does it mean? So Harsha, when we go back, I think we met exactly a year ago when I spoke. I was looking at the calendar. I was thinking it maybe to the day. And you met me also in a capacity. I teach at Columbia. And one of the topics there is disruptive trends around leadership. And what do you say about disruptive trends in leadership? Speaking about finance, we know that as an industry, we need to become more diverse, softer, more empathetic, and so on. Well, these are all big words. How do you do it? And one thing I have done is to sort of break it down. How do you become an authentic leader? And the surprising findings are, when you go back to research, there's only one thing you need to do, and that is practicing gratitude. You practice gratitude, it has the ability to biochemically retrain, reprogram our brains. Very soon after 30 days, we sort of will scan the world, if that makes sense, for everything positive. We will actually become genuinely, truly happy. Gratitude leads to empathy. Empathy is not a trained response, right? Not what we learn in coaching. It's actually our ability to walk in other people's shoes. Empathetic leader become more authentic because we can relate. And authentic leaders, I'm bringing it all back to my first answer, are more trustworthy. And here we are. So it becomes sort of a simple function. And whatever you call gratitude, some call it prayer. Ramon, I agree with you. I have led a spiritual life. And some look at it as meditation. There are many forms of getting to that state. And I think this is sort of the important thing. Also underlining one thing I said earlier, the work has to start with us. At one point in our leadership journey, we are no longer asked for our skills. They're just assumed. We bring them along. We are actually asked for what we can bring as leaders. And that is no longer sort of the skill I can list in a CV.
Wow. I love that take on gratitude, and I love, sometimes I think I take taking gratitude or taking a moment to be grateful for granted, in a sense that I don't consciously do it as much as I should. So I appreciate that. And we've covered a lot of ground in this panel. We went all the way from exposure to in organizations to leadership in organizations. So you have been phenomenal panelists. Thank you so much. Like, I need to go down and contemplate my life after this. But one of the things that I really like that I think we should end on is, as you said, programming the mind. If you do something consistently, like 30 days changes the biochemical makeup. Someone once told me 3 to 6 months, and you start to reprogram, most of the way that you think and act and your habits. So if there's one thing each of us can go home, imagine college students wanting to be the leaders that they want to see. If there's one thing we can do differently over the next 30 days, what is one habit? What is one, practice that we can be doing to change the world as we see it right now, to create, a much more high-performing, diverse world around us? And Matthias, you cannot say gratitude because we have just, you just broke my mind with that. I cannot take more of that. So maybe do you want to start us off, and then we can go, the other way around?
Well, as I cannot say it, I sort of slide it in. I give you 4 things in one, sort of as the final thought. And these are sort of my findings and what I live by. It may be entirely different for others. Empower and elevate others by serving them. We talked about servant leadership. One other thing we touched on, to be in healthy relationships with ourselves and others. That's also important. Serving them and elevating them. We must keep our egos in check. Then we need to set up our brains for success. Our brains are already wired for tragedy. That's truth, right? Negative experience stick like Velcro. Breaking through that barrier by practicing gratitude gives us the biochemical switch. And one thing, and this is the one thing, do not waste your time in fear. I feared for most of my life, and I worried about abstractions of myself that never became a real life scenario. And if I can start it over, I'm very happy. There's no need to start over, but it is removing the fear and taking risk and just focused on sort of what drives you passionately. That's probably one of the most important things I want to leave here.
Wow, beautifully said. It's not fair. You've given me enough material to go and have another panel with the three of you. But we'll stop here. We'll invite you again for next summit. But that was really good points in a sense. You should do a class on rewiring biochemically the way we think about things. But okay, different topic. Ramon, tell us 30 days. How do I become Ramon in 30 days? What's the one practice that I should be doing?
Well, Matthias took one of my things. I was going to say he articulated everything so wonderfully. But I was going to say I always say take risks, but don't be reckless. I don't even like to use the term calculated risk because kind of leading to what the story he just said, like if you think about it too hard, most times you'll talk yourself out of it. So, I mean, you should, and there's a fine line there, and it's different for every person to find your balance on what's appropriate and what's not. But I think sometimes we do think too hard on some things and we talk ourselves out of it, and because of fear, because of anxiety, and then we miss out. And you want to hope that one day you can get to the point where you don't have any regrets. You don't look back on your life and say, dang, I wish I really had tried that. So that's one of the things I would say. And the other thing is I have to circle back, and we've all echoed it, the authenticity, like live every day fully as you. I think now more than ever, in so many arenas of life in the world, politics and all those other aspects considered, society, it's a lot freer now for people to be themselves. There are challenges and there are, difficulties and issues surrounding that. But I think in some ways now more than ever, there are so many networks and support systems to empower people to be themselves. So please do that, because you never know who's watching you. And you never know who might need to see you, because there's tying back into that visibility, seeing what you need to be, seeing examples of yourself so that other people, you are then the example that other people say this. You're that representation for them, so they can see themselves, ascending to where you are or even beyond that. So those are two things I just really wanted to say. And be nice to everyone. Relationship management. That's at the foundation of everything in life. To me, it's at the foundation of everything. Thank you.
Take risks, but not reckless. Okay, love that. And then Katrina, wrap us up. Take us away.
So I think you've got a ton of great advice. Let me add a couple of things that I just think about. First of all, speak up. No one can hear what you're thinking. And I think that goes to safe environment. People always think about it, particularly when you have low representation of your group in a room that we're all competing for that one chair at the table. I just say, pull another chair up. It's that simple. So if you see someone sitting around the sideline, make room for them at the table, and that will bring them into the conversation and encourage that inclusion and diversity. In terms of networking, be deliberate in your networking. I think a lot of women network. We had this quote in the book that women network with people they'd like to have bridesmaids at their wedding, and men network with people who can get them their next job. So just be deliberate to make sure when you develop your network, particularly your professional network, that you have people there who can help you. And then finally, I think we all have said this, the importance of sponsorship and mentorship in each of our careers. So just go out and get yourself another sponsor and get yourself another mentor. I think that's all I could say.
Lovely. And I'm really blessed to have the greatest panelists ever. Like, you make my job very easy because you have very deep insights for every question. So I just have to say thank you so much for taking your time, to speak with me and our audience. you have no idea how grateful we are to have each and every single one of you, and for you to be your authentic selves, because it does make a difference to me, and I'm sure to our audience as well, to hear all of these stories and to hear all of these very, very practical advice, and coming from people like you who are from different industries, from different journeys. I think it gives us a little hope that we can hopefully one day get a step closer to where you are today. So thank you for being with us, and I hope you had as much fun as I did listening to your responses and asking the questions and sharing your experiences.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Harsa.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you so much, Matthias, Katrina, Ramon, and Harsha for that panel session. And thank you everyone for tuning into this whole segment. I hope you all learned something new about entrepreneurship. In closing, I want to emphasize the power of innovation, determination, and the relentless pursuit of your goals. So whether you're just beginning your entrepreneurial journey or you're a seasoned business owner, never underestimate the impact you can make on the world through your ventures. Stay inspired, keep learning, and don't be afraid to embrace failure as a stepping stone to success. Once again, my name is Matthew Chua, and I hope you all had as much fun as I did. We will now be playing a highlight video of this year's Teenage Entrepreneurs Challenge, organized by Ascendance and ASL X Pen Club. Thank you.
All right. I hope you enjoyed my panel that just went on earlier. It was amazing to moderate Katrina, Ramon, and Matthias on building high-performing, diverse teams. Now I have the pleasure to introduce to you our next speaker in this, amazing 48-hour Global Game Changer Summit, who is a dear friend of mine, a mentor who has been extremely helpful in his advice and his thoughts as in my own journey, and someone whose presentation next is going to truly blow your minds. So we have with us Levan Yar, who is the former strategic director at Wharton Interactive. I first met Levan in his previous role when he was, at the same organization at Wharton Executive Education, also overlooking strategic partnerships. Levan has since been someone who has pioneered AI, artificial reality, and so much more within Wharton itself, and has had a long, extensive career blending business and technology together. Today, his keynote or his presentation later will be on AI and is AI a necessary evil? To learn more, stay tuned, and let's welcome Levan to our virtual stage.
AI can automate tasks, enhance decision-making processes, and contribute to scientific discoveries and advancements. AI raises ethical concerns that need to be addressed. AI's automation capabilities can lead to job displacement in certain industries. AI algorithms can inadvertently perpetuate biases in the data they are trained on. AI can be misused for malicious purposes, such as deepfakes, cyber attacks, and autonomous weapons. If so, why AI? Virtual personal assistants like Siri, Google Assistant, and Alexa use AI to understand and respond to voice commands, helping with tasks such as setting reminders, answering questions, playing music, and providing weather updates. AI powers smart home devices, allowing users to control lighting, temperature, security systems, and appliances through voice commands or smartphone apps. AI-powered recommendation systems are prevalent in e-commerce platforms, streaming services, and social media for analyzing user preferences, behavior, and historical data to provide personalized recommendations. AI is used in content creation tools, such as automated writing assistants, video editing software, and graphic design tools. AI is transforming healthcare by aiding in diagnostics, treatment planning, and personalized medicine by analyzing medical images, detecting patterns, and assisting in the early detection of diseases. AI is revolutionizing transportation with applications in autonomous vehicles, traffic management, and route optimization. AI enables natural language processing, making interactions with technology more seamless. Voice recognition systems, language translation tools, and chatbots utilize AI to understand and respond to human language, improving communication and accessibility. AI is used in fraud detection, risk assessment, and algorithmic trading in the financial industry. AI is increasingly used in education to create personalized learning experiences. AI contributes to building smart cities by optimizing energy consumption, improving traffic flow, managing waste, and enhancing public safety through surveillance systems and predictive analytics.
Hi everyone, I hope you enjoyed that video. Just for the record, I've created that video and I used AI. So the session topic I have today is AI a necessary evil? Well, that's a good question, right? I mean, we're seeing, as you can see, in the AI is everywhere. We are seeing it in our lives already without realizing it. So I don't know if you have just heard, yesterday Apple came out and said they are starting Apple Chat GPT. So this is going to continue growing. The question is how us as users are going to be able to use this technology. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to give you an example of how we can use this. And I want you to understand that I'm doing it randomly. I haven't predetermined anything. And I wish we could do this interactively. You could be part of it. But by the end of this session, I want you to be able to try this on your own. AI is not something we should be worried about, but we should be also careful. I mean, AI is not the solution. It's AI is only a tool that will improve how we do things. We know that by using AI, the efficiency, effectiveness of business decisions, making sure that we save money, better effectively make A/B testing, for example, all these things are now happening as we speak. So, how do we use AI? What I'm going to do is I'm going to take you through this journey that I use two different AI tools to create a video. And I'm going to now share my screen with you, and we will do this together. All right, bear with me, and let's go to ChatGPT. So I'm going to turn my head because I have to type here. As you might be seeing here, I typed already, what is entrepreneurship? This is ChatGPT, free to use. You can go in and easily use the same thing as you're doing. So what is entrepreneurship? Simply asked, it's going to prompt in a very quick manner, what is entrepreneurship in with respect to what we think is in the AI realm. In other words, these are already, the machine learning has already had these in their systems. So as you can see, it's taking all these different things and telling you exactly what entrepreneurship could be. All right, let's type something else. Let's start a new chat. Let's say, give me a, okay, let's do this. Give me a recipe of hamburger. All right. So AI is going to give you the recipe of the hamburger. Now think about this. I know everybody is using Google and everything, but this is more than Google search or anything. It's going to gather, and it can continue answering your questions, like it's telling you what the ingredients are and instructions. Okay, where are the best hamburgers in the hamburgers in the world? So now it's going to give you, it's going to say, I don't have a preference because I'm an AI model, but it's going to give you all different hamburgers that is throughout the world. So as you can see, this is very interactive, and it's going to be giving you information as you go along. So what do we do with this? As I said, you don't have to really go to different Google sites, etc. By the way, as ChatGPT came, what happened is Google, Microsoft, Apple, they all started ChatGPT. So this was kind of the beginning of the innovation, and it's going to only grow from here. So let's assume we've done this, and we now have what entrepreneurship means. Okay, what do we use? I want to create a video, like I created one for you about AI uses and harms. And I want to show this, create this video, and be able to use this video for you. And maybe you'll create your own video. And again, these are all free at the moment. Let's stop sharing. Let me go to my next app, which is Okay, share screen, share screen. Now we're going to do what we're going to now share. I'm sharing is a design AI. So I have here, as you can see, there's a lot of things you can create here: an AI writer, logo maker, video maker, design maker, speech maker, graphic maker, so on and so forth. So for our purposes, we're going to create a video and time it yourself, how long it will take. So we're going to say that it's going to be a new video, and I've already copied my notes. So as you can see, what we created from ChatGPT, I now inserted it into my design for video. All right, let's copy this, and sorry about that. So we always, as it is live, I'm going to make mistakes. So it's part of the learning. What is PACE entrepreneurship? So let's make this our title, and it's saying, let's pick as end screen message. Thank you for watching. That sounds great. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to push this. And it's going to give you all these different options. So because the video AI going to, regenerative AI going to create is going to be related to something. So I think, as you can see, there's education, energy, oil, and it's also suggesting you based on the content we have given to the AI. So I would say, let's pick business and marketing, which suggested would make sense because we're talking about entrepreneurship. So another thing this AI can help you with is languages. You can use the same thing. It can create you in English, French, German, Hindi, Icelandic, Indonesian, Italian, Japanese, Korean, Malay, Norwegian, Polish, Portuguese, Romanian, Russian, Spanish, Swedish, Tamil, Thai, Vietnamese, Turkish. As you can see, AI is going to give you all this. So you don't have to worry about it. Not only that, you can pick different voices. Let's, for simplicity, we'll stick to English, and it's going to be Jake. So we are going to say it's going to be in English, and Jake will be doing the talking. So the next step is, voila. Now it's trying to create the video for us. Now, it's been what, 3-4 minutes, and guess what? In about 2 seconds, we will have our video ready. And here's our video, and it's about 2 minutes. So I'm going to play for you because you created this with me, and let's see how this looks.
Innovation. Entrepreneurs often introduce new products, services, or processes, challenging traditional methods and bringing fresh ideas to the market. Risk-taking. Starting a new venture involves uncertainty and risk. Entrepreneurs must be willing to take calculated risks and face potential failures to achieve their goals. Vision and leadership. Successful entrepreneurs have a clear vision of what they want to achieve and can inspire and lead their team toward that vision. Resourcefulness. Entrepreneurs find creative solutions to challenges, often with limited resources, to make their venture successful. Adaptability. The business environment is constantly changing, and entrepreneurs must be adaptable and responsive to stay ahead in the market. Independence and autonomy. Entrepreneurs enjoy independence and control over their business decisions, unlike traditional employees who work for someone else. Persistence. Building a successful business is rarely an easy journey. Entrepreneurs must persevere through obstacles and setbacks to achieve their objectives. Entrepreneurship is crucial in driving economic growth and job creation as new businesses bring innovative ideas, products, and services to the market. It fosters competition and promotes the efficient allocation of resources, leading to overall economic development.
So, as you saw, we created a video in about, 4 minutes, including ChatGPT response. So a total of 5 to 10 minutes, you can create this video. But not only that, you can change the video segments if you don't like something. You can also add, delete, and put your own voice in it. So there's this new real world, and I'm going to stop sharing this now, that we are part of it. And I would say this to you. If someone like me, who's a non-digital native, you see my face, I'm quite old, can do this, why can't you not? I know you can. So what I would suggest to you is go out there. Never stop learning, experience, experiment, and try to use the new technologies, whether it's AI, whether it's generative AI, everything else. So that, because you have to get ready for the future, and the future is going to look better if we can adapt to these new technologies. On that note, thank you very much for listening. I hope I gave you a little bit of tool to be able to do this. I'm happy to answer questions. Just send me an email. Thank you.
Wow, that was truly amazing. Thank you so much for that, Levan. Here's a quick reminder to watch the session live version by clicking the live button at the bottom of the screen. Once it turns red, it indicates that you're watching live. Also, follow us on LinkedIn and post about your favorite segment in our LinkedIn group by scanning the QR code on the screen right now. Next on our agenda is an individual whose work resides at the exciting intersection of human behavior and artificial intelligence. Join me in welcoming Stefano Punon, co-director of the Wharton Human-Centered Technology Initiative, a renowned behavioral scientist and a respected voice in consumer research. Stefano's thought-provoking research offers profound implications for the future of technology and marketing.
Hi, everybody. It's great to be here. And my name is Stefano Puntoni. I'm a professor of marketing at the Wharton School, University of Pennsylvania. And I'm here to tell you about an idea that I think is really important today. How do we integrate human and artificial intelligence in our work and in our society more generally? And I have hopefully a few ideas about that you'll find interesting. I'm also the co-director of the new Wharton Impact of Technology initiative. We're very excited about pushing the boundaries of behavioral science into the new domain of artificial intelligence. Okay, let me start by revealing a secret as a college professor. The arrival of ChatGPT a few months ago threw a lot of people off the chairs and thinking about what does this mean. And a colleague of mine, Christian, pushed very quickly out a working paper showing that ChatGPT would pass his operation management course at Wharton. Get a B, not a great score, but not bad for an algorithm. It's not just business. You've seen papers where the algorithm performs pretty well on the United States medical licensing exam or in the bar exam. So AI is able to do stuff that now reaches the level of the highest standards of professional competence that we have, which is quite incredible if you think about it. At the same time, it's also a little scary. And a lot of the discussions around generative AI and AI more generally has been about the replacement of human labor by machines. So in terms of like logical operators, I think right now we are very much in the context of, in the mindset of a human or machines. And if you look at the discussions around AI, oftentimes they are about how can we re-engineer a particular task such that the machine can take it over. And so, for example, in the context of self-driving cars, for example, how do they work? These algorithms have been storing millions of hours of data from human drivers and recording everything that is happening around the car and observing the behavior of the driver. And then the algorithm will ask the question, given the inputs that our sensors are providing right now, what would a human driver do? And so the idea would be very much as human or machine. We are learning how the human behaves so we can take the human out. And however, I think that is an important but still limited view of the potential of AI. And I like to invite you to think about another logical operator, not the or operator, but the and operator. How can we work with AI, so human and machine, or human and AI? And if you do that, then you have three things that you should worry about or think about. One is a human, one is a machine, the AI system, and the third one is the integration process. How do we work together with AI? How do we design processes such that we leverage the intelligence of humans and the intelligence of machines? And so just to make one example from the context of chess, chess is interesting because, of course, algorithms have been deployed in the domain of chess already since the 90s. And I read an article by Garry Kasparov, the famous chess champion, who argued that a weak chess player supported by an AI and with a good way of integrating AI and human judgment will beat a stronger human chess player using the same AI, but with a weaker integration process. So in a way, the key to human and AI is going to be figuring out that integration process is going to be really important. And we've seen a number of emerging archetypes about this collaboration between human and machines. And probably the most famous one, or the most common one, is what I call the AI for screening approach. This approach would be valuable in every situation where you have a funneled-like information stream, where there's a lot of pieces of information to be processed quickly, but only a relatively small percentage of that information set will really require deep attention. So in these kind of situations, you can deploy AI to take care of a lot of the initial data processing when that data processing is fairly easy, and then save this way the scarce attention of human experts for the cases that really deserve it. And so a classic example would be in the domain of radiology, for example. And it's an article from MIT Technology Review talking about an academic paper where they tried to do that. And they observed that the human doctor with an AI was able to detect better breast cancer from mammograms, either better than the doctor or also better than the AI. And the way that in this paper they deployed AI was a little bit like I was just mentioning, to have AI come first and process a lot of information. So in other words, the mammogram would be analyzed by the AI. The AI would make one of three judgments. It could say, I'm confident it is normal. When it did that, then the process stopped, and the mammogram never landed on the desk of the doctor. But the AI could make two other judgments. It could say, I'm not confident. I don't know. I cannot make a prediction. Or it could say, I am confident, and unfortunately, it is cancer. Either of those two situations, the mammogram would be forwarded to a radiologist. The radiologist wouldn't know why the mammogram was sent to the radiologist. They don't know what judgment the AI made, but made his own judgment. And that led to an improvement in breast cancer detection of about 2.6%. That might not sound massive, but I think it's actually quite a significant improvement. And it came together with a massive decrease in the workload of doctors. That they call it here in the little text that I copied from the article, intense streamlining. Basically, the AI would have a confident normal judgment for over 60% of all cases, which would then never land on the desk of the radiologist. Okay, this is a nice example of this emerging archetypes. And there are a bunch of others. We don't have now time to go into great detail, but many people are experimenting, of course, with the AI in the business processes, learning how to use it. And just to think a little bit about that integration process more broadly, you can think about, okay, what can AI do for us, and what can we do that is different from what AI can do for us? And so, if you go back to the history of economic development since the Industrial Revolution, we've seen big productivity increases following the invention of what people call general purpose technologies that can be deployed in basically every sector of the economy. Take, for example, a steam engine. It is estimated by economists that it led to in the 19th century, it led to a 25% increase in the productivity of U.S. manufacturing, which is a very large increase. Now, the question then becomes, what is generative AI doing now? What kind of productivity increases it is associated with? And we have only the very first early data coming in. I expect in the coming months and years we'll see a lot more. But the early evidence is very impressive. So, for example, in the context of software development, this study found an increase in productivity of 55%, where software developers were able to complete a task in much shorter amount of time using GitHub Copilot than doing it alone. And this other paper, the new working paper, the researchers looked at professional writing. This included press releases, short reports, analysis plans, also delicate emails. And in this context, basically, it's a lot of office work, right? In this context, the researchers found a productivity increase of almost 40%, and so also massive. And what's interesting here, I highlighted one sentence where ChatGPT allowed the worker to focus on slightly different things. The arrival of ChatGPT meant restructuring the task towards idea generation and editing, and away from rough drafting. In a way, you can get some feeling for what the complementarity between humans and AI is. And there are limits to AI, like there are also limits in human intelligence, of course. And one useful way to start developing those archetypes about the human-AI integration is to start thinking about what are the limits of AI. And so I'm going to highlight just one for the sake of time as an illustration. And basically, it is the idea that generative AI or any AI system has no conscious awareness, of course, and has no mental models of the subject matter, and basically has no clue what it's doing. Generative AI algorithms like ChatGPT are predicting the next word in the sentence based on enormous trove of data, basically writing by human writers that was fed to the algorithm, and they're incredibly good at it. But that doesn't mean that they have mental schemas, mental models of how things are related to each other, why certain things happen. They cannot take perspective. Basically, they're predicting the next word in the sentence, and that can be an issue. So, for instance, if you ask a question to ChatGPT, generally the engine will give you a reply, and when it does so, the reply will sound confident, like impressive. Stylistically, and also the tone would be a confident tone. But if the question doesn't make a lot of sense, often the answer also doesn't make a lot of sense. So, for example, here, as an example, I tried to think about two disciplines that have their own jargon, and that are not really, there are not a lot of points of connection between the two. So in this case, I asked ChatGPT to explain the benefits of financial engineering for cell development in bacteria. And ChatGPT doesn't say, well, actually, there isn't much of a benefit of financial engineering for self-developing in bacteria. It's a crazy question to ask. Instead, it does provide an answer. And the answer sounds impressive, and it is also complete nonsense. So I would say financial engineering can be used to optimize the development of cell factories in bacteria, for example, and goes on and with, to optimize genetic circuits, metabolic pathways. Sounds very sophisticated, but it just doesn't mean anything. And of course, this will get better over time as the algorithms get fine-tuned and with human feedback will improve. But nevertheless, the basic architecture remains the same, which is that it doesn't know what it's doing. And that may be an issue in domains such as, for example, moral domains, where we may always need a human worker also involved in decision making. Just an example. So the limit of AI, in a way, can be detected here by this famous book by Harry Frankfurt, a philosopher, who wrote a book on bullshit. And academically speaking, he defined bullshit as speech intended to persuade without regard for the truth. And this is exactly, in a way, what ChatGPT is doing. So you could argue that, ChatGPT's output is, academically speaking, pure BS. And so again, this idea of human and AI, you see potential there for the integration, where machines have incredible abilities, but also they are a good complement to our abilities, or the ones that we have and they don't have. I want to highlight two more things and we wrap up. The first one is that it's great to think about what can we do in our daily life with the help of machines. So what kind of jobs are we already trying to do right now? Can we outsource to machine or do better by integrating human intelligence and machine intelligence? But maybe there is even a more exciting way to think about it and say, what are the jobs that we cannot even begin to consider doing because of our limitations? But maybe with the power of machines, we can even begin thinking about that. And just to make one example from this project SETI, which is a collaboration between marine biologists, statisticians, computer scientists, and roboticists. And what they're trying to do is to basically learn to speak Whalish. What if we could, bridge to the consciousness of another species and communicate with them in their own language by using machine learning to understand the language of whales, and then use robots and techniques to be able to speak back to them in the sea. That would be wonderful, I think. So I'm going to end with a story, and the story is about planets, and it's really, if you think about this idea of human or machine, oftentimes the context in which it is deployed is that to say, data are everywhere, data are powerful. We don't need to basically think very much, just throw more data at the problem and you'll have your solution. To the point where some people have even argued the end of theory, that data makes scientific method obsolete. And I don't believe that to be the case in the slightest. And it just goes to show that I think there's a lot of potential for human and AI. So if you look at this, title might sound like the beginning of a very bad joke, but actually it's about a real thing. So there was a problem with the orbit of the planet Uranus. It was wonky. It wasn't where it was supposed to be. And astronomers thought in the 1850s or 60s that it was because there was another planet that we didn't know about that was making that orbit wonky. And people started looking for that planet, and they found it. And that planet was a planet that we now call Neptune. Soon after that, wonkiness was also observed in the orbit of Mercury, planet, of course, also in the solar system, lying much closer to the sun. People started looking, and they thought there would be another planet. We need better data. They called the planet Vulcan. And they started looking, but they couldn't find it. And the mystery was solved only about 15 years later, when Einstein published the theory of relativity, and people understood that the wonkiness was not due to a lack of data, but a wrong theory. Far out in the solar system, Newton's law of gravity is basically making the same prediction as Einstein's theory does. But when you're very close to the sun, the space-time continuum get bent, and that's no longer the case. So we have two types of problems. We have Uranus problems that you can solve with more data, but we also have Mercury problems, and those you can only solve with better theory. So human and AI, and that's a combination of human intelligence and machine intelligence that can help us solve problems. Thank you for the attention. I hope you have a great conference.
That was amazing coming from Stefano. He sure has done some incredible works that are truly insightful. Thank you, Stefano, for joining us. If you're having fun so far and would like to meet more awesome speakers, feel free to visit our website, acelxpen.com/summit, to check out our agenda. You can click on which segment you would like to join, and it will automatically send you a Google Calendar invite in your own time zone. Up next is a leader whose strategic vision has propelled companies into new heights of success. Please put your hands together for Victor Cho, the former CEO of Evite and Kodak Gallery, a recipient of numerous accolades, including being named Internet Person of the Year and receiving a knighthood for his philanthropy. Victor's innovative fourth stakeholder framework is shaping the future of corporate social responsibility.
Hi, I'm Victor. It's a pleasure to be here at this incredible conference. I'm here to talk about a topic you might not have heard of. No, I'm just kidding. You've all heard of AI, the change that's coming, and this is near and deep to my heart. So my content today is around the business implications of AI. There is a lot of discussion in the society around, are we all going to get killed by a Terminator? And I'm really not. No, I might go there a little bit, but really, what I'm more here to talk about is, as you're running businesses, as you think about businesses, and as a executive, which I am, right? How do I think about this crazy time in the world? And it literally is a crazy time in the world, in an exciting way, in the best possible way. So, quick introduction: I am a tech exec. I have run the gamut from the smallest company, startup, all the way up to Microsoft. 3-time CEO. So I'm currently the CEO of Amovid, which is a stealth AI video company. Before that, ran Evite, the world's largest invitation platform, and a number of different roles. I sit on boards, advisory boards, and have enough background in computer science statistics to have a passion around data. So that's always been something that has driven me, which is why I'm really excited about this time. So let me first start and give you, I'm a huge framework person as well. So you're going to get a lot of frameworks today, and hopefully at least one of them will stick with you, and you'll say, wow, this was valuable. But the first framework I want to share is, why does every company on the planet need to pay attention to what's happening? And you guys, everybody might be there already, but if not, there's a simple way that you think about strategy as an executive. So this is a methodology I've used forever, which is, look, when you're running a business, you have to think about all of these macro changes that are happening, right? The social changes, the technological changes, the economic, political, market changes, right? These are big meta macro dynamics happening in the world, and you really have to think about them over multi-years. You can't plan a business strategy until you do that. And these purple boxes represent all of the places where AI and the coming change that's going to result from the technological wave, where things are changing, right? AI is going to change our social behaviors, of course, the technology basics, political landscape around how we think about the use of this technology, etc. Market dynamics are going to change, which I'll talk about. So literally everything that you have to think about as you're running a business is going to be impacted by this technology. And what is this tech? So I'm going to start with some what I call VCHO definitions and making sense of the acronym craziness. If you go search on AI, literally there is no single unified framework for how to think about it. You'll actually see many competing I'm not going to go into these because you can't even see them, but you get the idea. There's a complex web of AI, machine learning, data science, and in some ways, I'm going to tell you, hey, you can forget about all of that, kind of, because this is, in my opinion, a better way to think about what's happening with AI. And this frame, I call it a useful taxonomy. It's not how we're building stuff. If you think of all the existing frameworks around AI, it's all around the underlying technology, but it's really about the what. Like, what are we doing with this? And if you create a simple 2x2, I'm a big fan of the 2x2, around what is the task complexity of what you're trying to solve with this technology, and what are the outcomes, you get this interesting 4-quadrant. And on the bottom left, right, you have simple unidimensional tasks, right? Basic machine learning, Grammarly, if you guys have used that, the programs that solve chess. Right, these are one-dimensional problems with predicted outcomes, meaning you kind of know what the outcome is. Right, you're going to create an algorithm. or a neural net, and it's going to learn how to play a game better. You can kind of anticipate what's going to happen with that system. Yes, it'll get better and better. Eventually, it'll be a human. It doesn't surprise you, right? And if you move over to the right, you can have complex multidimensional systems. Self-driving is a great example of that. For those of you that have been in a self-driving car, right? You have visual dynamics that it's tracking. You have road rules, right? It's more than just playing chess, right? It's actually a much more complex multidimensional problem, but it's still very much a predicted outcome, right? You're still just having the car drive. The big aha for AI is that we are moving our technology for the first time in history into emergent outcomes. And what's an emergent outcome, right? Emergent outcomes are where you don't anticipate what is going to come out of the system, right? It actually has functionality that transcends the design. And that's literally what we're seeing with the wave of AI. So, hopefully that's useful, right? This is a unique moment in the history of humanity, right? To create systems that can create emergent behaviors. And what does that mean? It means, and I'll show you some slides, these systems are doing things they were never programmed to do, right? They actually have emergent capability. So some other quick definitions: general AI, or artificial general intelligence. This is the, hey, Jarvis, it's the C3PO, it's human beings. Are we anywhere close to that? I'm in the camp, and everyone's in a different camp. I'm in the camp of like, hey, we don't really need to worry about this, right? Because if you think of that matrix that I just showed you, like, think of all the tasks that a human being can accomplish. They're like all over this quadrant, right, that I showed you in terms of outcomes and emergent behavior. A general intelligence could literally do everything, right? And we today have not built a system that can do that. Now, the fact that we've built a system that can do a piece of this means conceptually, right, that's the first step towards now building a system that can do it all. So we, at least in my mind, we absolutely are on the path towards a general intelligence, but it's not going to happen spontaneously, and it's going to take a lot of design. What we are, though, at the cusp of is the impact of having emergent technology, right? Emergent, complex, multidimensional technology, which is really the realm of generative AI, which sounds like general AI or general intelligence, so it may confuse you. So I'll use the acronym GAI for generative AI. But this is a huge deal. This is, I would argue, one of the biggest societal changes that we're going to experience, the fact that we've cracked this line of emergent capability. And why is that? I believe we are about to experience one of the largest, fastest, most impactful system shocks to human behavior ever. And I know people equate AI to the wheel, electricity, other things. I think it will be maybe the biggest thing that we bring into the society in terms of changing behavior. And I'll tell you why. So what's different? Why is this place and time different? There's 5 big reasons, and I'll go real quickly into each of these. So at first, right, we've crossed this emergence threshold. As a result, we've created systems that are actually better than humans. They can create, reason, and think. They can work on any kind of data. And we can expose that as a service to the entire world, which is run on software and data. So what does this mean? GAI crosses the magic threshold, right? This idea of emergent capabilities in a system is profound. And here's just one example. Many of you guys have probably seen some of these slides, but this is a graph of, it's called the theory of mind. It's a great psychological test that tries to measure whether an individual is aware of his own self, right? If you ask children at a young age some fairly complex questions around like, who are you? And like, what do you see? And what do you see versus what that person sees? Like, these are actually, they seem simple to us, but a child gets confused. The AI systems are answering these theory of mind questions. Like, they have an awareness of self. Now, I would argue it's not a true awareness, right? It's coming out of the language model, which I'll describe in a second. But the end result is an emergent capability to understand self. That's never happened before. And you can see the progression and how fast this has happened over the last 3 years. So these things are becoming maybe not self-aware in the way that we're aware, but they will seem as if they're self-aware, because if you ask them the question, right? And you ask them the question of, hey, what happens if you walked into a room and then somebody shifted these boxes around and moved this item, and then Sally came in and looked at it, and like, what did she see versus what you saw? It would literally be able to answer that question in a way that a 7-year-old could not. These generative AI systems are, I'm sorry about this, I think in the import this got cut off. They're responding with capabilities that are now better than pretty much most humans. So you can see all of these tests that are now effectively beatable, for lack of a better term, by the latest iteration, GPT-4, OpenAI is probably one of the best. There's not a person on the planet, oh, maybe there are probably people on the planet that could score this well on all these tests. But the fact that, one, it's scoring across such a wide range, and two, you can see the progression between 3.5 and 4. You can see how fast this technology is moving. We are very quickly going to get to the point where these systems have more capability in terms of these base level knowledge sets than 99% of human beings on the planet, which is crazy. GAI can create, reason, and think. It's the third issue. So, there's this whole question of, well, what is intelligence? Like, what is creativity? What is reasoning? What is sentience? And if you look at a kid, clearly it's sentient. He, she, sentient, making a huge mess. You're like, well, what the hey is going on? Why is this kid making a huge mess? We're at that early. We're in day one of thousands of days of progress. Is the way I think about this in terms of this technology. So, this is now an old image, right? It's probably like 4 months old, but a computer basically answered this prompt: draw a robot that is scary, giving an audience a speech. Now, is this creative? If you asked a human being to put this together, you would absolutely say yes. That was a super creative picture. So this line of what is creativity is really an interesting one, right? What is reasoning when you think of that theory of the mind example that I gave? These systems are going to break into those spaces. They already have broken into those spaces. And the big one that people talk about is, are these things sentient? Like, can they think? And there's a huge group of people that say, no, this is not a sentient system. But I would push back on those folks and say, like, do we really understand what sentience is, right? If you think of our AI models today are these large language models that are taking a ton of text as an input and then spitting out a ton of text as a response, and they're working basically on a data set of a whole bunch of information, images, increasingly pictures. So that's going to be inherently limited by design, right? Given what we're putting into it. Imagine a world which is, and this is going to come sooner than you guys think. Imagine where that input stream is not just a proactive text request, but it's perpetual visual stream of data and a perpetual audio stream of data, and maybe tactile or olfactory data. Environmental data, right? Imagine that's perpetually streaming into this same engine, which we know now can effectively reason and create. And then the big thing, which hasn't been built in, but I am fascinated to see this finally get applied, is our minds have a recursive loop, right? It's feeding back into ourselves. We have an inner dialogue. You can build an inner dialogue into a large language model, right? So imagine the difference between what we have today, which can solve 90% of the world's best tests, and something like this. Right? Is this system going to be thinking? I will argue when we actually do this, which we haven't done yet, but when we do this, and we absolutely will as a society, and we peek into the hood at what is going on in the language model, we're going to start to say, oh my God, this thing looks like it is becoming sentient. Fourth reason this is a huge deal, right? Generative AI works on any data. Anything that can be digitized is applicable. And last one, GAI as a service. So software as a service, infrastructure as a service. Right? The world of software runs on a service metaphor. So as you're building new technologies, you can literally now consume intelligence as a service, which is a crazy idea. Right? It is like the sci-fi, right? We're going to put a brain that knows more than most of humanity and make it available for pennies per call or maybe dollars per call, which is crazy. So people talk about this is a future world where you can think of every person on the planet has 1,000 grad students in their pocket. And I think that's a understatement, right? That's the world today, right? Yeah, you've got 1,000 grad students at your pocket at your beck and call. But in a future world, because everyone's got a supercomputer smartphone, right? You're going to have 1,000 of the world's best X. Define whatever X is. And it's not the grad student level, right? It's going to be world-class level. Like, that's a crazy world to think about operating in, right? That nothing like that has ever been available to mankind. Not even search, right? Search was a very reactive set of data coming back. You had to do the interpretation. So what are the implications of all of this, right? Why is this so important for business? The three big ones are, there is a tsunami of innovation coming, and it's already coming. If you track this space, there are literally hundreds, if not thousands, of companies around the AI space that respond in the last year. And it's very early stage. For those of you that lived through the first .com bubble, very similar, right? You're going to get this massive wave of innovation coming in, and you're going to see businesses that are better, faster, cheaper, and doing what seemed to be impossible, resulting in massive business model disruption over time. So I think these are my last couple of slides. What does this mean? Better, faster, cheaper. So you think of taking 1,000 of the world's best whatever and sticking them in the pocket of every person trying to build a business, right? You can do things 10 times better. Now, I'm not going to say 100 times better, because our businesses generally have done a good job at perfecting their business models. Where we are going to get 100x multipliers are faster, right? You're going to be able to do things in minutes that used to take weeks. This is a great example of an AI company that is allowing you to do a digital photo shoot of your product in whatever environment you want within minutes, right? That used to take maybe weeks and was very pricey. That's just one tactical example, right? You don't need a studio, right? You can literally say, put my product on a couch on the beach, and you'll get the answer. You'll be able to do things 100 times cheaper, or 1/100th of the cost. But for me, the biggest one is there are literally things that are impossible to do that are now going to be possible in this new world, and that's what's exciting. The business that I work on, Movid, is doing that. We are going to bring basically an impossible solve into the world of video in a way that's super exciting. And the result of that, just a ton of disruption, right? A ton of disruption. So entrenched businesses will, of course, absorb this, but I predict you're going to see a wave of really radical new companies scale up over the next 5-10 years. So thank you. With Hey guys.
Hi.
Welcome to the panel of AI and machine learning. Okay, let's see. First off, you guys can just introduce yourself a little bit.
Okay, Victor, you want to start? I see you.
Sure. Hello, everybody. I'm Victor Cho. I am a tech entrepreneur. I will deny that I am a tech bro, even though my friends called me the other week asking me that. They're like, Victor, are you a tech bro? I'm like, no, no, that's not a good thing. But I am a serial technologist. I've worked at Microsoft, Intuit. I'm in my third CEO role. So I ran a company called Ophoto, photo sharing. I ran Evite for about 8 years, and most recently have taken over an AI imaging company called Amovid. So excited to be here, guys. Oh, and class of 93, Wharton alum, and love the school. Will always be a fan, and stay involved. I actually sit on the advisory board of the Wharton Data Analytics Advisory Board, which has been awesome.
You want to pass it to someone else, Victor?
Yeah, Julia, just because you're to my right.
To whatever side that is, right? So I'm Julia Bartmesser. I'm a recovering CDO, Chief Data Officer of Voya Financial, and before that, a bunch of other financial services companies. Spent over way too many years, definitely over 25, building technology, data, analytics capabilities for large financial companies. Since leaving Voya, for the first time of my life, I'm not part of any company. I started my own. So the entrepreneurial part of it is new to me. I'm still figuring out how to do that part. I know how to advise and how to do things, but how to sell my services, that's something I'm learning every day. And I'm excited to be here and talk about AI and data and entrepreneurships and what do we need to do with this. And that's the word actually I've never been able to pronounce well. So you will all figure out what I mean when I say that, right? So Stefano, I may not be pronouncing that right either. So
Hi, everybody. Thank you, Julia. Thank you for having me. And my name is Stefano Puntoni, and I'm a professor of marketing at the Wharton School. I've been here for about a year. Prior to this role, I was a professor in Europe at a business school called the Rotterdam School of Management at Erasmus University. That's in Rotterdam in the Netherlands. And it's been a pleasure being here. Here at Wharton, I teach about AI, about consumer psychological reactions to technology, about decision-making, and about branding. And I am also the co-director of a new center called AI at Wharton, where we are trying to foster and coordinate all work done on AI across education and research and across all the departments of the Wharton School. Actually, tomorrow we're launching the website. So if you're interested in seeing what Wharton is doing in this space, and we're doing a lot, then check it out.
I guess I'll continue. I'm the last one here. So first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to be with wonderful panelists like yourselves. Victor, I don't know if you know, but I used to work at Wharton Interactive and machine learning for business decisions, where we use Evite data, and your video was so cool. So I'm very grateful that I was able to see you in person, kind of. I mean, this is real world, right? This is the real person in person now. So my name is Levan Yar, originally from Turkey. I've been working at Wharton as executive for 4 years, and the last year and a half, nearly a little bit more than that, at Wharton Interactive. Unfortunately, a week ago, I parted ways in very amiable and good ways, no worries. And my passion is democratization of education, and I've been once seeing ChatGPT, using Wharton interactive simulations, which we call them alternate reality courseware. All these things kind of put me in this new world where I'm a serial ChatGPT user. I'm learning more and more. For a non-native digital, I'm trying to adapt as much as I can using AI. And it's been a great journey. So I'm very happy to be here and share what we've done at Fortune Interactive and what's being done and what I believe will be happening in the future. Thank you. All yours, Kyle.
Awesome. It was amazing and very honored to share the panel with these four. I will be your moderator, and I myself am a student at UPenn. Victor, Stefano, and Levan teach or have also been here. So that's always great to be. All right, let's jump right in. First question. Really quickly, in each of your respective fields and experiences, how have you witnessed AI and machine learning transforming your traditional practices, and what do you believe are the most promising areas for future advancements?
Do you want to pick someone or anyone jump in?
Let's start with Stefano.
Well, I mean, as an educator, I think, there's hardly anything I think happened in the last many years, which I think is going to be more transformative than what we are seeing now. We already heard it from the introductions, what Levan was saying about the power of generative AI to support, facilitate, and in some ways change and complicate life for teachers too, because, if you ever were a teacher and fed your tests or exams or assignments to ChatGPT, you'll probably find that it does a very good job with it. My position on that is exciting, is amazing. And if the students can do a test very well using ChatGPT, then it's not on the students, it's on me, because I should probably, do something else. And but as a researcher, my interest in understanding how algorithms are impacting and changing consumption in society. So I have a background in statistics, but basically for many years I've been working in decision science. So I'm essentially a behavioral scientist. And what I'm interested in is not so much how do you design the algorithms, but rather once you have designed the algorithms, what do they do to people? What do they think about them? How do they affect the way they think about themselves, the way they think about others? And what are the barriers to adoption from a business sense? So there's so many exciting questions. I think it's changing everything. And I don't think there is any business function that is essentially going not to be transformed by large language models in some way, I'd say.
It's coming from the industry, basically all of the work that I have done in my career is around how you get business value, how do you enable companies' growth based on data technology, architecture, analytics. And I've been working with analytics way before it was very, very cool. And, they were called quants. And now we have data scientists. And of course, as Stefano mentioned, LLMs, it looks a little bit like magic. So my usual line is there is no magic, and now we have a bit of magic in AI and LLMs, and they do bring capabilities that we haven't seen before. So on the plus side, it's given businesses opportunities to use to bring new insights, and a lot of it based on the data that previously has been unusable. So things locked in the documents that humans can read and make decisions on, but machines have historically had problems parsing enough to be able to make decisions on. And now LLMs basically can make everything usable, both structured data that's generated by the machines and unstructured data, written data or information that's generated by human. That's a huge promise and accelerator for businesses. It's also a threat to some degree. And there is a whole governance and risk awareness that happens around this, because, making everything available for the decision making could be a good thing, or often is a good thing, but sometimes is not.
Yeah, I'd say on my end, in the computer internet space, which is arguably where I operate, I'll start with just a statement, which is we're just at day one of like 100,000 days, right? And so if you think about the change that's already happened with some of these, I'll call them very early large language models. It's just the very tiniest tip of the iceberg. So the way I think about the world is pretty simple, which is all the signals say we have cracked the magic nut on what creates higher level reasoning and ultimately what will become sentience, right? And thinking machines. They're not there today, but I think we've cracked the formula. Now it's just a question of time. For my field, that means there's something super interesting that's about to happen, and it's already starting to happen, which is, the computing infrastructure went through a wave of service changes, right? There was software as a service, there was infrastructure as a service, right? Everything is a service, and now we will move into a world, it's already starting to happen, where you will have what I call intelligence as a service, which is an insane thought, right? That you will be able to plug into an entity that will give you the highest level of capability in almost any knowledge function for a fraction of the cost. And what's exciting for me is that's going to allow the first wave of stuff is going to be more straightforward. It's going to be saving time, making things faster, etc. But we are on the cusp of creating new businesses that are going to solve impossible problems that they were not possible before, right? So that to me is exciting.
Yeah. Let me add to all of you. I mean, I agree with all of you. And of course, we can talk about the challenges later on. I think from what I've been seeing in my field is, especially as EdTech is concerned, there's a huge possibility. I mean, there's opportunities using AI to better the content, to better the experiences, to better the even as simple as asking questions and learning from these. Because now, when I first started at Wharton Interactive, I was captivated with the concept of alternate reality courseware because this is simulations, but in a different level. Now, add the AI component to that, where you're going to be having different answers for different scenarios. I mean, that's basically replicating the real life. That when I have an MBA, and we always talked about think in terms of real life. Okay, try to make decisions in real life, but it was always in a case format. So the cases are, once you write the case, it's already yesterday. So here, we're going to be able to open avenues where things can immediately change and be able to have that machine learning capability transferred into asking questions, getting responses, and constantly renewing this experience. So what we used to say at Wharton Interactive is, you play the game more than once, you get different results. And that was based on a decision tree. Now with AI being implemented in these kind of experiences, it's infinitely many variations. And that's very exciting from a learning perspective. So I'll stop here and we'll continue the conversation.
Awesome. That the intelligence as a SaaS and all of the topics really remind me of this really interesting topic that was brought up in Neuroscience Summit with Stefano, where we're trying to see where that AI, the paradigm that AI will embody so that we can interact with it easily and trustworthily, I guess, for for the PC, right? The possibilities when the PC was first out, back in the 2000s, the possibilities were thought to be unlimited, right? And until it was a desktop, it was put on the desk, and we realized what a desk was great for. Papers, documents, doing work, creating art. So we're trying to find that paradigm where AI, we're trying to see, where can we interact with AI more easily? And through all that discussion, that just made me
I mean, linking back to what Victor was saying about this technology being day one, my colleague Ethan Molek is fond of saying that this is the worst AI you'll ever interact with. Right? So it's getting better every day. And to me, I mean, the way I present this to students is by showing a timeline for cars. And I show them basically the very first car, the Benz motor, whatever, German name in 18 whatever. And then I show them a car, the cutting edge car, just 12 years later or so. And that was some kind of the first Ford prototype, and it still doesn't look like a car. It still looks like a carriage without a horse. Okay, and then I show them a Tesla, and then I basically say, well, if AI, let's say the revolution of AI, imagine that you dated to the first deep learning algorithms that really got going, say around 2012, and then you say, okay, look at 12 years later where you are. Basically, today's ChatGPT is like a Ford's quadricycle runabout, was called, this kind of like carriage without a horse. And so you should think of it in those terms. You don't know what a Tesla in AI terms looks like. We have no idea even to imagine what that might be. Presumably some sort of singularity. But essentially, we are just starting out, and this is already doing incredible things. This is not a metaverse kind of thing, a technology that is around the corner. I mean, this is in front of us. It doesn't have to get any better, but we'll get better.
Yeah, I fundamentally believe, I don't like to speak in hyperbole, but I think this will be the largest shock to human behavior and everything, like ever. People say, oh, it's like electricity, or I think it's bigger than that. There's nothing that has taken the equivalent knowledge of whatever 40% of the population, made it instantly available, and then put itself on a path to transcend human capability. Like it's a crazy exciting time to be working on it.
Awesome. This perfectly goes into, I guess, our next question. Kind of what skills and mindsets do you believe are essential for the next generation of professionals, academics, and entrepreneurs to thrive in this AI-driven world?
I'll do one just because I had a bunch of, I was actually giving another presentation around responsible AI just up in New York for Princeton over the weekend. And there was a bunch of students there. They had a very similar question. And this is just personal point of view, but for me, the ability to meta synthesize at a higher level is going to take a while before the machines get there. Like they're gonna get very, very good and proficient in point domains, right? But the ability to really sit broadly across multiple areas is it's going to take a long, long time, I think, for that to become obsolete. So just really good systemic critical thinking, in weird ways, like a liberal arts education may become more valuable, right? As it's just giving us the tools to think critically across a broader and broader range. And deep knowledge will be less and less valuable because we're going to have machines to do it, right, for us. We're not going to need to have those raw skills.
It's thinking about, so a story, I became a manager because I got tired of, so I was a developer. I started as a developer and enjoyed development, and I enjoyed business logic and solving the problems. The pieces I didn't enjoy and eventually really got tired of is having to keep to learn new syntax for the languages. So new languages come along. To be marketable, you have to learn new language or learn new API, and those details are not interesting. But you have to learn them to have a job and to be able to be productive. You can't really do search, on every single syntax. When you work, you have to produce. So what's interesting about this, that it basically, for example, AI application in code generation, it can't solve the business problem yet. But if you say solve this problem this way, it will figure out all the boring bits. So, which makes jobs much more interesting. But you also need to think much deeper of how to solve the problems outside of the box, critical thinking. I always felt like liberal arts education, and to me, mathematics is actually part of liberal arts education because it teaches you how to solve the problems, sometimes in non-obvious ways, becomes incredibly valuable. And I know I'm like, this is with the students more so than computer science, that teaches you specifics of a specific syntax of a specific language, of a specific way of building the computers or operational systems.
I want to add something I'm a little bit critical on this skill thing, because there was a recent study made by Harvard, and they did it at the BCG, Boston Consulting Group, and they asked 750, I'm reading this, so bear with me a little bit, 750 BCG consultants were asked to integrate GPT-4 into their roles. So far, so good. And their enhanced performance was 40%, the performance increased, but there was a drop in 23% drop in business problem solving capabilities. So herein lies the problem. As it is, we are having problems, critical decision-making problems from our current education system. Now, putting AI in the forefront and saying AI is going to support you is now creating some sort of a reverse feedback where we're improving our work, whatever. I don't know how they decide that 40%, but in the meantime, as a consultant, they are losing 23% of their problem solving capability. So I would say, as a skill, what I would say is critical decision making. It should be not too much reliance on something, because we're in day one for sure. Maybe in day 100, 1,000, we're going to have more dependable models, algorithms, less bias. So I would say that critical decision making, and when I say that, again, this is very important, that we can't just self-reliant on GPT, but we have to also use our common sense to some of these answers we're getting. And the research, early research at this, is showing that we're not there yet. So we need to make sure that those decision-making skills and problem-solving skills are really part of the AI revolution. And a lot of soft skills are also included in that, which we can talk about later.
For me, linking it to the question about education, I think it is, so you can think about the evolution of skills. So the way that you don't give a child in primary school a calculator because they have to learn arithmetic, but you give it to them in high school when they do calculus. You can think of ChatGPT like that too. If you never learn to think, you never learn to develop arguments, writing, those skills that are, can perform at surprisingly good level by GPT-4 already in many situations, you'll never learn to do that. So I think it is important that you students really learn to think. And GPT can help you think. And it will help you think. It will be a great sparring partner, maybe even a coach in many situations. And certainly it will make you more productive, faster, and it will feed you potentially ideas, make you think better. I mean, I'm using it all the time. It's really helping me. But you need to have that experience first. If you never write an essay, if you never develop an argument, think about what a debating club is about or whatever, then you'll never get those skills and you'll never be a productive user of the technology. You'll be the one who gets replaced by the technology. So you don't want to be that.
Oh, amazing. Great answers. Next question for Victor and Julia. Entrepreneurship is often a roller coaster of successes and failures, of course. So could you share an instance where failure provided a significant learning curve and influenced your subsequent entrepreneurial decisions?
Well, mine is very, very short. So I'm actually, it's not just being having your own business. I'm going to use different words. It's also in any type of work. There is always failure. And you learn, and hopefully you learn from it and you do it better. So, and what happens very often sometimes as we get, as people get more senior, they have ways to communicate their failure that it almost seems like success. What's really important is to be very honest with yourself and learn from this. So after every job, when I move from job to job, I think about those are things I've done well. And this is not very interesting because, okay, I've done well. I know how to do it, moving on. But I always think about things that I have not done well and I could have done better or should have done better if I thought of something sooner. And so I do this all the time. And the same after I left Voya, and there've been a lot, I can talk a lot about all the successes and, it's nice to talk about and everybody feels good. But I thought about what are the things that I should have done better? And how would have been, aligning better, bringing more value, all of this. And out of this actually came something that I'm doing this week because I built the whole course on how do you align, how do you create business AI and data strategy that gets to business growth. And I wouldn't have gotten there and would have created this course that's also informing my consulting practice and I'm teaching it to other people if I haven't been reflecting, okay, I haven't really done this very well. I've done a lot of how to make the data better, but not how making that data better makes the business grow. So again, something you kind of have to do all the time and being brutally honest with yourself helps a great deal.
Yeah, that's great. I'd say mine is, so I did a startup after 7 years at Microsoft. This was right in the middle of the first .com implosion. So we started the company literally, I think, December of 1999, and then the .com bubble burst like 4 months after that. Throughout that period, I worked more than I'd ever worked. Like Microsoft was an intense environment, but in startup land, I worked 100-hour weeks. And my key learning, and eventually we had to shut that business down, right? We weren't able to get funding in the middle of the implosion that was the market. I will never work that hard again. That was a great learning, that it wasn't productive, right? It took me probably a good year to have my body recuperate. I don't know, looking back in retrospect, right, my incremental performance in those hours 70 through 100 were probably negative if I think about what was truly getting done. And so that has led me to a great learning, which is like, you have to have life balance, you have to stay healthy, you have to sleep, all the things that we talk about, that everyone talks about. Those are very close to home now.
That's amazing. That's amazing. All right, moving on. With the global race in AI innovation, how do you see the competitive landscape shaping, and how can collaborations across borders be fostered to drive collective advancements in AI?
I'll let me tackle that, because my previous function was a strategic partnership, and I valued that a lot. I think one thing we need to make sure that, and I'm going to quote one of my good colleague, Sarah Toms, who is now doing magic at IMD as Chief Learning Officer. She said, while the promise of immersed learning is enticing, it must not inadvertently widen existing disparities, but rather work toward narrowing them. What I'm trying to say here is, again, in the context of democratizing of education, these technologies that we're creating should be scalable, and the technologies should be shareable and affordable, and also used in like, one of the problems with, as we all know, metaverse is, one, requires a high band, but creating technologies that are low band, and creating these technologies in such a way that it is easier to be applied in places that we've never imagined before. And I'm talking the Africas, I'm talking the subcontinent, Asia. So therein lies the biggest problem. These innovative solutions must somehow create these strategic partnerships and be able to allow those the need the most these kind of learning journeys in such a way that we don't create disparities, but reduce the disparities and make sure that everybody have equal access to high quality knowledge, high quality education. And I think AI will play a good role in that, as long as we can really create those. We don't create barriers. We want to make sure that these barriers are not created, and there are opportunities for everyone.
Anyone else's thoughts?
Maybe I can share a thought. We recently ran a large survey of American executives. These were large corporates, 50 million plus revenue a year. We have about 700 people, so representative of American industry. And we asked them a lot of questions about generative AI. And a couple of things were interesting that maybe, you guys like to potentially explore. There's also a report that you can download. But basically what we found is that over 50% of the respondents already say they're using generative AI today. And we have collected a large number of use cases that we are trying to probe. And we just ask them, how many are you using currently, you're working on currently, or planning to in short order? And almost all of them were endorsed by almost all respondents to a very high rate. So basically, very wide range of application, really goes to this point of general purpose technology. You hear often GPT being described as such. And to me, one interesting thing was first, how do companies are going to go about learning about this? many of them are setting up internal teams, but many of them are also going to plan to use external consultants. So I think this is going to be a huge business line for consultancies, and you can really see that starting up. But one question we had was also to ask which companies are perceived to be ahead on the generative AI race. And guess which company was named number one? You guys can take a pick. What do you think?
Microsoft?
The obvious one, I think it was Microsoft. That would be mine. But in fact, the highest rate was for Google.
Wow.
Which surprised me a bit. So and then number three was, or number two or number three, I don't remember the order, but Microsoft and OpenAI were, close. A little bit, just tiny bit below Google. And of course, if you think of them as something that is going to work together, then perhaps the addition of the two is a more, maybe, accurate benchmark. But I think the point I want to make is that there's going to be a small number of companies that can develop these models. Amazon, with the with a partnership with Anthropic, is going to be in the game too. We'll see what Meta with Llama is able to do. They took a different kind of pathway. But essentially, it's going to be 4 or 5, I don't know, maybe Hugging Face, a few more, but not many. It's going to be a limited number of companies competing in this space. And from the point of view of the user, it's basically a commodity, meaning the GPT-4 that I use is the same that you, Kyle, are using. Maybe companies will fine-tune networks, will find ways to differentiate around that. But essentially, the engine is the same for everybody. So it's really interesting to think about it. We have this incredibly cutting-edge technology, and going to Levan's point, it's going to be accessible. The person in Kenya who gets access to GPT will have the same GPT that I have. And there are issues of access, but I've seen studies where you can run GPT off WhatsApp, and in sub-Saharan Africa they do have WhatsApp. And as long as there is some funding from either corporates or some NGOs or governments to enable that access, everybody gets to use it.
Any other thoughts? Cool. All right. So next, moving on. The thing with like AI ventures, right, is that it is constantly evolving, and the AI keeps getting smarter and faster. And I hear about so many application startups who get outcompeted because it is so easy to replicate or make a better AI than your competitor. So what are you guys' ideas that you embody to ensure that your ventures stay ahead of the curve in such a fast-moving market, especially to the entrepreneurs here?
Yeah. Well, so it's been something I've been talking about for a while, and not just about AI. So just having the better technology never gets you more market presence. It's maybe, I'm not even sure it's necessary, but it's definitely not sufficient. It's user experience. Is this easy to use? Is it pleasant to use? What's overall customer experience across using of the product? So just having a better AI engine, and we just had that, a lot of it is going to be commodity. A lot of it is going to be how good is customer experience across end-to-end customer journey. It's not just, the app or the web or whatever, what have you. By the way, ChatGPT doesn't have a great customer interface. It's kind of clean, but it's not all that great. So there is a lot of room to improve on this. So as I said, I think the product success in any product, success in sustainability is in how well it meets customer expectations or exceeds them or introduces something new, but also what's the experience of the customer throughout the life cycle of interaction with the product. So I think that focusing on that, not only on the having and developing the best AI technology, but not forgetting that the actual humans, more often than not, that have to interact and making it, that's the differentiator, to my mind.
Yeah, I think Kyle, my thought would be, if you're building a business from scratch, so I'm running a startup now, right? And I've run much larger businesses. And I tell the founders, like, wow, we are in such a fascinating and blessed time because we can build a company from scratch with AI, with an AI cost structure that's just crazy, right? Every day we run into something where my natural inclination would be, oh, we should go hire someone to do that. And invariably, we degrade to a conversation of, oh, well, can we ask ChatGPT for an answer, or one of the other many, right, third-party services? And half the time, it's of course, no, we need to go do it. But half the time, I'm blown away by day one capability. So my message for any company is that you have to deeply embrace it and work it into your workflow. Otherwise, you're going to have your lunch eaten by companies that are running 10 or 100 times faster, or a tenth or 100th the cost. And the issues that Levan described, like with was it BCG or Bain, or who was the consulting company that did the test? So great, they saw a 40% improvement, and yeah, some reduction. They can go fix that critical thinking reduction, but now they've got a 40% improvement in throughput, right? And so again, the productivity impact of this across all functions is just going to be massive. So you got to jump in now and embrace it.
Totally agree, Victor. I mean, that's something we can easily fix. I mean, because the core of the BCG consultant is solve problems. Once their commissions or bonuses
right
didn't work, we'll fix that problem.
Yes. But if you told them a month ago, hey, make your consultants 40% more efficient, like impossible, right? Impossible.
I'm with you.
Well, but on the other hand, doing 40% more, but not of the right things, is not necessarily great. Just saying, if somebody who has managed large teams, I don't necessarily want my team doing 40% of more of something. I want them to do the right 40% of the right things. Actually, I'll settle for 10% of the right things versus 40% of the wrong things.
We're in full agreement with you, Julia. We're 100% in agreement with you.
You know, one thing that I find frustrating about it, there are a few things I find frustrating about the current discussion on generative AI that you read in the media and in the newspapers. But I think one issue that I hear a lot, it's the focus is almost exclusively on how do we make things more efficient. And I think the productivity transformation is going to be crucial. But the point is, productivity for what? Now, okay, you can use it as a cost-cutting tool, and I think we should reduce inefficiencies when we can avoid them, even if that may also, generate quite a lot of displacement in the workplace. Hopefully we have systems in society that help us manage that. But I think even more exciting, this is a little bit going in the direction that Victor was pointing at the beginning. I think it's more exciting to think about how we can do things better. I would like the conversation to shift from a focus on human replacement to a focus on human flourishing. What do we do with these machines that makes us happier, having more meaning at work, having more success, being more creative, more innovative, solving problems we didn't even know we could solve, And that I think is what is inspiring about it. It's not about, we can, have a team of 10, can get rid of 4, and then the other ones are just trudging through, hoping that they have a job tomorrow. I mean, that's not what I hope we end up with. Although, I mean, there will be some of that for sure. But hopefully it's going to be, we can use this productivity for creating better customer experiences. Like Julia was saying, it's really about understanding what you do with it. How do we use this technology to improve the service that you're doing, rather than just like churning out meaningless content just at scale. That's not. We'll see a lot of clutter, but a lot of junk being produced, and I don't think that's going to make the world a better place. But hopefully, we, through all that junk, we also manage to get some diamonds.
That was actually really interesting to hear everyone's perspective on that, especially Julia's user experience perspective, and then the whole discussion around the question. That was really great. Anyways, so now moving more into academia, Stefano and Levan. In your experience at UPenn, how do you see the collaboration between different disciplines such as business, computer science, and psychology, fostering innovation in AI and machine learning? And how can us students and young people and faculty further catalyze interdisciplinary projects?
Stefano, do you want to take that?
I can start if you want.
Please.
We had a conference on generative AI that we organized in San Francisco in September, and it was a mix of different types of talks. There were some people from economics, from psychology, from computer science, from operations, marketing, information systems. It was really a wide range of people. And to me, what was really exciting about it was almost like being there when a new discipline is being born, where you see this cross-cultural, cross-country, cross-disciplinary, anything almost, collaboration emerging. And I think I'm really excited about it because this is a topic that everybody realizes they don't know. This is so new. There's so many upside potential to so many things, and also so many risks to manage, that everybody is quite readily acknowledging that they don't know. And when you acknowledge you don't know, you're more ready to talk to people who might know something you don't know. And so there is this opening right now for conversation, for collaboration, for learning from each other. You see it in academia, I see it in businesses, I see it in a lot of forums, including this one. And I think that makes me very excited, because I think this is how we learn, not by having our little silos where we feel comfortable, where we feel competent, but actually stepping out of that and feeling uncomfortable and maybe incompetent, but with the goal of becoming more comfortable and competent with time. And so I would tell students, go out there and talk to people and take courses and learn things that you think are challenging and maybe they'll be different, but somehow they speak to how the world is changing and the role you can play in it moving forward. So just, get out of the comfort zone, and you'll have to get out. You'll be put in the uncomfortable zone at some point anyway, so you might as well be the one who's in control.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Stefano. I think there are so many opportunities. And I know one of you said that we don't know what we can solve with AI. And therefore, we can have, and I heard that you're now having the AI Center, Wharton AI Center, which is a wonderful. I think that could be a whole connector where even Penn Medicine, Penn Engineering, Penn Architecture, Wharton Business, anybody can come to the center and create collaborations. Because one of the things we're going to face, and I'm facing this right now too, as a single user, is how do I make this work? What's the benefit to me as an individual user? How do I create things that are more effective and efficient for me in my work or even in my personal life? So having a center like AI Center at Wharton or any other place for that matter, it would be a great way to have cross collaboration and figure out things how we can use this, because the use cases are going to be immense. It's a matter of where do we use it, what problems are we going to solve, because as we all know, I mean, everything starts with a problem. And if we can define the problems, how AI can be used to be able to solve those problems. But I think the most important thing I see, especially at this level, is expertise. I think we should have, for lack of any other word, AI consultants who can really support companies, schools, and be able to provide that connection between my problem and how I can use the technologies that's out there. I mean, that is, ChatGPT is only the beginning, as we all be discussing it. But there's other opportunities where only strategic partnership can solve and bring it to the whole marketplace, all those as use cases.
That's amazing. All right. That perfectly stems to the next question. This could be addressed to all of you guys, but who did you consider as your mentors throughout your journey, especially for the entrepreneurs? I'm sure mentors, people who you look up to. Who did you consider as your mentors throughout your journey, even both professionally and personally? And how has mentorship contributed to your entrepreneurial journey? Or academic journey, and how do you envision giving back to the communities that helped you, especially in the realm of tech? And then relating it kind of to AI, do you see AI being a mentor?
It's like a multi-part question.
I know.
Yeah.
Look,
I'll take a. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Victor. No, please.
No,
please.
I was just going to say. So, I think my short answer is I've had definitely different individuals over my career. I don't want to call them mentors as much because they weren't like elongated relationships, sadly. For whatever reason, I moved around a lot, went to a lot of different companies, but there were like brief bursts of intensity where I just came away with some really critical new skill. So I'll give you an example. Scott Cook, who was the founder of Intuit, really brought to Silicon Valley as a whole. He was probably one of the preeminent execs that brought the power of customer centricity, net promoter, right? A customer-centric business, customer-centric engine. I didn't have any of that coming in because I grew up at Microsoft, which was all about systemic monopoly manipulation and optimization. And so spending time with him was amazing, right? Because I got to get that learning firsthand. So I definitely am a proponent of giving back. Just one tactical example of that, I took a sabbatical year fairly recently and published out a whole course. Actually, a lot of the learnings I got from Scott, but also from Intuit, and I just kind of published that out as a, hey, I got help when I was young, so maybe I can give some of that back for free to the world. So I am a big proponent of taking your gifts and giving them back. And yeah, I learn a ton from AI every day. I don't know that they're coaches as much, but I definitely my learning ramp is going up because of AI for sure. Like I think on an incremental basis, every day I'm learning more than I was a year ago.
How do you know what it's teaching you is actually true? I mean, I have completely, I was preparing the course and I did something, ask like, what's the difference between apple and peach? And it gave me mostly correct answer, but then there was one piece that was incorrect. Like, where did you get that? So that's one of things. Like, I think I use ChatGPT quite a bit for summarization. So I say, well, how do I summarize? This is 5 thoughts. Can you summarize in like 3 paragraphs? And it does a great job. But when it's a new one, I kind of have to I feel like I have to go and check whether that's actually true. Anyway, but yeah.
Let me jump in here. I mean, it's so timely because I'm going to see my mentor that I had since I was age 20 tomorrow at Boston. So that he meant a lot. And what I learned from him is basically critical thinking, defining the problem correctly before you try to provide solutions, etc. What I loved, and I've been using ChatGPT, of course, but I also started using other tools, and I'm paying for these, by the way. It's not free, so I'm not trying to promote them. But one that I've been using extensively, which is a video maker, because of my job, it's important to put visual assets out there. Amazingly easy. Takes me now 20 minutes to make my own videos using this tool. I mean, it's just mind-blowing for me. It became my coach, okay? I mean, and I can manipulate, use it different visual. Everything is in one space. I go in there, put 20 lines, 25 minutes later, I have this video, and I'm impressing everyone. Everybody thinks I'm a genius now. Well, I'm not. AI is helping me. Similarly,
what's the tool? Hold on a second. What's the tool?
I'll send it to you after the conversation.
Please send
no
it
problem.
to me.
Yeah.
I'm not curious.
I am. I mean, there's a cost to it, but I am so happy now that I can express myself using AI video, and it's helping me to learn, as Victor's point, what I can improve. The other thing which I hated using Microsoft Power. I mean, I don't even want to talk about it. This PowerPoint. Yeah, I never get creativity from Microsoft PowerPoint. Now I'm using a new AI tool, and my presentations are beautiful. It's not boring. It's simple to the point. So what I'm saying is, I'm using AI tools as coaches right now, not mentors. And I'm very happy. And it's constantly giving me additional time to do other things, which is very critical. I used to spend hours to create videos, good, PowerPoints presentations. None of that is no longer necessary. And I'll send you what.
Give me a challenge, because so Movid, we're AI-driven video creation company, not for the long form video, but for actually short asynchronous communication. So now I'm gonna send you some stuff. You got to tell me if our stuff.
Okay, I would love to use it. Yeah, and I will definitely put it out there, because this is what I am passionate about, so that we can all increase our speed of thinking by using these mundane works on a platform that we don't have to worry about. Okay, I'll stop here.
Is the slideshow maker beautiful.ai?
Yes.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing.
Share the tools, please. I
We
do a
will.
lot. I have
I'll
to do a
send
lot
you.
of,
Yeah.
yeah, I have
Beautiful
to do
AI.
a lot of PowerPoint, and
Yeah,
you
I'll
know.
send you an email, and I'm also a part of a newsletter now, AI newsletter that gives me everyday new tools, and you can pick from any of those. I mean, it's just a wonderful world. At least I know I'm sounding like a crazy techie, but I love it.
Yes, send it over.
You know what? The flip side of what you were just saying, this newsletter, new tools, it can be overwhelming. I mean, this is my job. I basically spend all day reading and interacting with people around AI. I had already 5 meetings today, and this call, I'm learning every time, and it's hard to keep track. So I could imagine that for a lot of people in companies who are busy with their, with their actual tasks, and they have to learn about to scaffold the knowledge over this, basically on top of everything else. I think it's the reaction that I hear from most managers interacting this is almost like a mix of fear and FOMO kind of thing. It's like, I could be doing all of this, I'm not doing. Plus, I have no idea what tomorrow is going to hold. So I think it's important also to find the human dimension, something that works with you, feel comfortable in what you're doing, grasping the fundamentals of what is happening, so you can use this stuff. You will not be on top of everything. I mean, there's just too much. Every day there's a million startups and a million different releases or whatever. You cannot know everything. So make peace with that. And
True.
Cool. We need to wrap it up. So any final message or advice that you want to impart on the next wave of innovators, researchers, and entrepreneurs that want to contribute in AI and machine learning?
Yeah, I'll throw one out, which is, so I have this terminology that I use. You're either a business mercenary or a business citizen. A business mercenary is someone who grew up in the model I was trained at Wharton, which was 30 years ago. And I remember the textbook, it said, right, your job as a CEO is to maximize shareholder return, period. That's what I call business mercenaries, right? We've elevated capitalism in a good way, thank God, into more stakeholder balance and responsibility. And that's going to be nowhere as important as in this wave of companies, because given the disruption capability of it, right, the downstream, what I call second order effects of this tech can be horrible if not controlled. I mean, they can be wonderful if we control it in the right way. So just treat your AI responsibly. be a responsible practitioner of bringing this into the world would be my big message.
Yeah. Well, I think on mine, so AI gets trained on things humans do. So if we want AI to not be biased, we need to think about what we do and what we produce as actions, and like everything that we produce, that's training the baby, right? It's all nurture. There is no nature. It's a baby right now, and we're nurturing it with knowledge and actions that we as a world produce. So let's think about it when we think about own action. What is the example? Like, this is a lot more than our own children, right? Because we can all say, well, that was their nature. That was not me as a parent. That was their nature. Well, we're the parents, and there is a baby, and it's all about nurture.
True.
I like that. I like that metaphor, actually. I'm going to steal it, Julia.
Yeah.
Please do.
And in that vein, I'm sure it's crossed your guys' mind. I'm like, wait, what have we fed into all of our AIs? The script for Terminator and the Matrix. And so we've actually planted the seeds of some crazy future world. It's already in there. It's too late.
Yes. Yeah. Well, but it's a balance. It depends how much, right? So we can try to overwhelm it with goodness.
Yes.
Let's go for that.
Yes.
I'm with you. Stefano, do you want to add something?
I would just say embrace change. There's this quote by Pericles, the leader of Golden Age ancient Greece, who said about politics, this famous quote, which is, even if you don't take an interest in politics, politics will take an interest in you. Yeah. And I think you can say the same about AI. AI is going to affect your life. It's going to actually transform your life in many ways. And, can't hide under the sand. You have to embrace it, and so just pay attention.
Yeah, I'm 100% in agreement with all of you. Plus, I'm a non-digital native, and if I can use AI, anybody else can use it too. So I agree with Stefano, Victor, and Julia. Just embrace it. Use it for good terms. Don't use it for wars, weapons. Use it for education, Medicare, or help, medicine. I mean, solving world problems. Let's do it.
Amazing. As our panel discussion comes to an end, I would love to extend my deepest gratitude to our esteemed panelists here for their invaluable insights and thought-provoking conversation. I would also like to thank our audience for their active participation, and it is clear that our passion for innovation and ethical implementation of AI and machine learning in both academia and entrepreneurship are shared priority for all of us here today. So, of course, thank you guys once again to our panelists and to all of you for joining us. And let's carry forward our insights and inspiration from today as we each contribute to the advancement of AI and machine learning in our respective fields. And we look forward to seeing the impact of everyone's work and to reconvening at future discussions. So yeah, wishing you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Such a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you,
It
Kyle.
was a pleasure to be on the
Bye.
panel with you guys. Bye.
Hi everybody, that was off to a rocky start there. I think we're live now, and I think everybody can hear me. And judging by the smiles of Jeff and Zoya, everybody can hear me. So welcome everybody to this session. So we're joined here by Jeff and Zoya. And starting off with Jeff, so Jeff is currently the Chief Operating Officer at Victor Cho, and he's also a Wharton alum. And he started his career doing a variety of things. So starting as a strategy consultant, and then spending some time at Microsoft for about, I think it was about 10 years. Is that right, Jeff?
Correct.
And then after that, moving a lot into decarbonisation, which is where he has spent the rest of his career up to this point being COO at VTDOR. And then a quick introduction to Zoya. So Zoya has worked at QS Impact, which is a global charity for offering youth scholarships and awards for the best part of her career. And at the moment, she focuses on sustainability and experimental learning, which focuses on the challenges people face when, for example, trying to find their first job if they have came to study in the US, for example, from abroad, to helping them try and get into the labour market in the respective country that they are studying in. So I hope that's a fair introduction for the both of you. And again, welcome to everybody who's listening. So the structure for today's call is just to remind everybody of our topic, first of all. So our topic is the ESG question: what do we need to do for a brighter future? And the way that we're going to structure this call, everybody listening, is we're going to try and decompose that question into the past, the present, and the future. So first off, we're going to start with what did ESG mean in the past, and Zoya and Jeff are going to tell us how they've seen it change, that question change over their career, which I'm sure has been a massive change since they started. And then we're going to look at what are the biggest things that they each think are holding us back today from having a brighter future. And finally, and most importantly, we're going to try and discuss and come up with some tangible things for you listeners to take away that you guys can do, impacts that you guys can have on your own communities and things that you can do now, rather than just talking about these abstract ideas. And also, not to forget, we are really going to try and have some time for questions at the end. So maybe try and leave 10 minutes for questions at the end. So I think we have until 8:05, would it be in the US? I think that's me converting the time right. Laura and I are in the UK at the moment, so we have to convert some of the time. So without further ado, Jeff, why don't we start off with you? I want you to take us back to 10 years ago, 15 years ago. What are some of the biggest changes you've seen in this ESG question over your career?
Well, I have to say, when I started my career, ESG wasn't even on my radar screen. Not a topic for conversation. Certainly not even when I left Wharton and was looking for my first position out of business school. It wasn't even on anybody's radar screen at that time. I would say that, for me, it didn't really become something I even thought about until I did a fellowship program where I had an opportunity to do a deep dive on global warming in the fall of 2016. And when I came out of that experience, I was really alarmed. I thought I was really plugged into environmental issues, but I had completely underestimated how urgent and severe the global warming crisis was. So that's when I first started really paying attention to this topic of ESG. And for me, it was all, since I first became aware of it, it's all been about decarbonization.
Yeah, super. I think the climate one in particular is crazy how much the conversation has changed over the last, over a broader time span. I mean, in the UK, I think we have a very famous person in the UK called David Attenborough who makes these nature documentaries. I think over his lifetime, just the amount of change in our species' consciousness of what we're doing to the planet. I mean, thinking back to when he started, and you look at some of his early films in the 1950s and early 60s, and it's kind of like there's more of an attitude of just, oh, well, it's just the natural world and it doesn't really matter, and it's for us to use, and it's just It's at our disposal. To now where very slowly we're starting to realize, hang on a minute, we can't just treat the planet however and just trash everything. It's actually like a massive responsibility for us. And if we want to continue living the way we do, there's a massive urgency to change and be way more conscious about the way we're treating everything from the grass, the sky, the fish in the sea. So I think it's that one to me has been really monumental. And turning to you, Zoya, what for you how have you seen that shift in the ESG question?
Thank you, Sam, and good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everyone, depending on where you connect. Hello from midnight London. Just a small correction on the introduction. Yes, indeed, I've been a part of the QS Impact charity in the last couple of years, but all the 20 plus years before that, I've been in higher education, predominantly with QS, company behind world university rankings, global data, students' insights, and a matchmaker in a way, connecting students, connecting universities, and advising governments and companies how to bridge this gap between mutual expectations, skill expectations, and to create a greater future together. So in a way, I can't say that we use the same terms like ESG, but we definitely used the logic behind them. So for us at QS, the motto hasn't changed for the last 30 years. It's all about supporting young people on the way to create impact on communities for education, career, and mobility. So if you look at the ESGs, the way companies and global organizations understand them now, you can kind of group. Probably I'm more comfortable talking about SDGs than ESGs, because also another hat I'm wearing is I'm a co-chair of the UN Prime Working Group on Climate Change and Environment, so professional deformation a little bit. So I would say that talking about environmental impact, social impact, and then identity and governance, these are the three major topics that I think were quite typical for pretty much any higher education institution. We just didn't use the same terms. But what became more apparent in the past decade, maybe like 15 years, is that the curiosity, and like I would say remote curiosity about environmental issues, about social issues, grew into the one of the decision making factors for young people when they choose a university, for young professionals when they choose the first employer. And at QS, as a data driven company, we conduct annual surveys of academics, employers, young professionals, collecting hundreds of thousands of data points from all the stakeholders. And I think that's the most visible change and dynamic we see, that say 15, 20 years ago, when probably Jeff has already finished his Wharton MBA and moved into something more exciting. But the generation that was entering business schools 15, 20 years ago was driven by career opportunities, by compensation, and by network. These were the top three answers when we would survey, again, hundreds of thousands of young professionals. When you ask them now, what's important for you when choosing a program, they won't mention compensation within top, not even top three, not even top five answers. They will all mention alignment of the values. So if the institution is aligned with how the young person feels about himself or herself, about the world, and they think, okay, this institution is I can share their values, I can relate to them. It was interesting data. They're prepared to sacrifice up to 15 or 18% of future earnings in order to go to the institution that is aligned with their values. So I think this alone is a very important data that shows you how the mind of young generation is changing. And corporate world, Yes, everybody is waving this wonderful ESG flag, and as a part of the working group on climate change, we deal with lots of organizations where greenwashing versus green-wishing is so apparent. But yeah,
There's
that's
a lot of green wishing right now.
which is good. It's just giving them, direction, and also tools to execute this green wishing
That's right.
before it converts into greenwashing. That's where I think we are struggling a little bit globally.
I think personally, that's really tremendous that younger people now, the whole alignment of your personal values to where you work is such a bigger thing. I think that's really fantastic, because it goes along with this idea that people are becoming a lot more conscious, a lot more aware of broader issues, rather than just like with the climate. Once upon a time, it was all just about how much money are we making, and people, maybe even younger people at the time, didn't really think about it. So it's really brilliant now that hopefully that attitude will continue, and hopefully as these younger people who are looking to have sort of more aligned values with the places they work will continue that attitude. And when they get more senior, it will mean that these big corporations hopefully will have a bit more sort of rigor about them, in terms of people won't sort of turn a blind eye when they see their organization doing something that they don't necessarily agree with. If they see their organization investing in another, like, coal-fired power plant, they might say, hang on a minute, I don't like this, and I'll do something about it. Or even if not the seniors doing something about it, there'll be enough juniors who want to do something about it, or at least enough competition for juniors that these companies won't want to do those kind of things, in case they put off talent from joining them. So
I
that's
think,
really,
Sam,
really
you can also take it a little bit further, and you can now say that what we observe at universities and business schools is this dualism of some of the university's roles, where on the one hand there is someone in the university administration who is responsible for student employability and employer relationship, and at the same time this person is I don't want to use the word environmentally conscious, I think, because I think it's more than environment, but let's say sustainability, SDG driven, right? And they are fighting within the university to minimize engagement with fossil fuel companies, for example. And they say, right, historically, this and that company have been recruiting at least 20% of our graduates. However, and that's where it starts actually changing from talking to doing, because their sustainability policies are just policies and not executed, or because they've done XYZ or they haven't done XYZ what they said they did. We would like to reduce engagement with them and explore relationships with different employers. And I personally would be very much interested to hear from Jeff how you in your role engage with, or maybe encourage, institutional engagement, green energy with academia, because I think that's maybe Sam jumping gun a little bit into the, what is it that's happening now? I think that's the big thing, changing the mindset of everyone, academia, students, and companies. And with students, with young people, I feel it's a little bit more dynamic because they are proactive. There are lots of grassroots initiatives. There are lots of projects where students themselves go and encourage their universities, or sometimes boycott
Yeah.
partners to encourage to go greener.
Well,
Jeff?
the thing we have to do now is to get all the young people to turn their anxiety about the global warming crisis into action. And I have to say, you're going to feel a lot better if you do that, because you can just sit back and worry about it and just try to continue doing whatever it is you're doing. But that's going to lead to trouble sleeping, depression, lack of engagement with the world. I think you're going to feel a lot better about things if you find a way to get involved. And the great thing about this problem we face right now is that it affects all of us. There isn't anyone who's going to be unaffected by this crisis going forward. And so the most important thing you can do right now as a young person to engage is simply to talk about it with others. It can be your family, it can be friends, it can be potential employers. Really talk about this challenge and try to force them to tell you what it is they're going to do about it. Because by talking with each other, we'll start to get this feeling about, yes, we can solve this problem, because we can. We have the solutions we need. We just have to put them to work more quickly.
And on that point, Jeff, I wanted to dig more into, again, this point about what is the most pressing issue today. When people are talking to their friends about the climate crisis, I want to get a sense from you which aspects of the climate crisis you feel is the one which holds us back most, in terms of when we're thinking about what can help us to have a brighter future. Which factor, maybe it's corporate interests, and maybe we need to be talking about the power of these big companies to influence politicians and therefore influence regulation, or maybe it's greenwashing. Maybe we don't need to be blind. Maybe we need to be talking about how it's dangerous, how blinded we're being when a company will say they've bought an acre of land to offset the carbon, and then that acre of land gets burnt down, and 10 years later there's a car park there, and yet they're still saying it's a forest. I really love to know, to give us a bit of an insight into what it is we need to be focusing on it within the climate crisis. What is we need to be reading up on and talking to our friends about?
Well, in some ways, it's incredibly simple what we have to do. We have to stop burning fossil fuels. And that just means every one of us has to examine our lives and identify, where is it we're burning fossil fuels? This house that I'm sitting in was entirely burning fossil fuels when we built it, because we weren't thinking about the global warming crisis at that point. We've since, in the past 5 years, we've cut 60% of our emissions as a household. And we've done it from the things you all know about. We have solar panels on the roof. We bought an electric vehicle, leased an electric vehicle, and then finally bought one after the batteries had improved a bunch. We've replaced a gas heating system with a heat pump. These are all tools that we presently have at our disposal. And, if you aren't owning your home, which many people may not, depending at what stage they're in their lifestyle. I certainly didn't own a home till I was, actually out of business school. So if you don't own a home, you should be looking for those features in a home and asking for them. You are a consumer. You have a lot of spending power. You can vote with your wallet in addition to voting with your ballot. And we need to be doing both, right? So there are ways for you to get involved right now that are in multiple dimensions.
May I jump in quickly? Because
Of course.
I think I absolutely agree with Jeff on the fossil fuel as one of the key solutions. And I would also like to encourage those of you who are listening either on air or watching the recording, go and explore Project Drawdown. This is a very complex in a way, but at the same time, very visible tool that you can play with, and you can see which factors in business, in economy, in production, across all the aspects of social life or human life, human community, impact the temperature around the world. And yes, it's wonderful we have sustainable development goals and we've set them up, and we're not gonna reach them. I think everybody is now in agreement that it's a great goal, but it's like, it's a participation rather than winning that counts. But at the same time, I'd like to also mention two other elements and that have huge potential impact on our not just climate but overall the survival of a planet, if you wish. That's access to family planning and girls' education. And it might sound very trivial and, and feministic and whatever, but when you start digging and when you look at Africa and Asia, for example, right, huge population where most of women are involved in the activities that don't provide them an opportunity to get education, to make any earnings, but the simple calculation shows you that if you provide access to the family planning and educate girls, each of these elements alone equals about 400 million cars taken off the road between the period of today and 2050. So this is just a scale of impact of access to education. It's pretty much like reducing carbon dioxide, an equivalent of, correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff, I think it's about 70 gigatons overall, the impact that the simple steps will have on our planet. And two actually things to mention. For young people, there are so many wonderful opportunities you can find now available for you, absolutely free out there, to first expand your knowledge. And I'm not talking about just climate science, but in general, what's happening in the world. Go to the UN Prime Working Group. We have open trainings on climate literacy and action at least 3-4 times per year. And for each training, I have at least 400 people registering, completing this 10 hours training, and then sharing with us 4-6 months down the road how they went and impacted their organizations, communities, families. And actually, the next training is starting on Wednesday. It will be tomorrow for me. I guess it's tomorrow. It's already almost today for some of our listeners. And then that's one of the dimensions. So work with global organizations, learn from them. And another thing, and that's more related to employability and to the impact that you can bring into your future careers. You don't have to work in, I don't know, green energy or sustainable finance to make impact. As long as you become SDG literate, you can create this impact in any dimension of your activities. At QS, we run Future 17 SDG Challenge. That's a global consortium of universities where we have like Arizona State University, Tec de Monterrey, University of Sao Paulo, going via Exeter and Stellenbosch, and all the way to Chinese University of Hong Kong and Auckland. So each university selects 100 of students driven and motivated to make change, to do good in this life. And they all go and work on real life projects that we collect with companies, governments, NGOs, charities, and we match students with projects based on individual interests and skills. And this is a part of your curriculum. So by the time you complete this 8 weeks course, you put it on your CV, you can go continue with internship with a partner, and it increases your chances for future employment, but also it educates you on what are the actual tangible activities that you can undertake as an individual, that you can encourage your future employer to undertake, and this all adds up. So I think the main thing is the mindset that you can change things. One person can make a small step, but that will contribute to a bigger road.
Wow, that's pretty inspirational, Les, or a pretty inspirational speech. And please remind us. I think people might have forgotten that 8-week program. Remind us, what is it called?
Future 17. So if you go to either hashtag on LinkedIn Future 17 or just Google Future 17, you'll see quite a few. Actually, LinkedIn will be better because you will also see lots of Future 17 alums from the previous years sharing where they are and what is it that they do now. Because as a part of this course, not only they work in this mixed interdisciplinary cross global teams on real companies, but also they have trainings on, last week we had training by UNESCO on intercultural competencies. In a couple of weeks, we have a training with Wharton Interactive on entrepreneurship as a skill. We have a training on using voice as a powerful presentation tool, so on and so forth. All these things that are not necessarily part of your university program, but are absolutely essential for your future career. So Future 17.
Future 17, everybody. That's something to remember. Type it in Google. I'm sure you'll be able to easily find it. And I think that kind of stuff is so important, the training, because one thing I mentioned when we were talking before was the quality of the leadership today. It's the leadership today that in part are why we're in this trouble in terms of the climate. And I think across the world, in these past 5 years, or 6 years. There we go. We've got the link in the chat there. We've seen such a crisis of leadership. I think in so many major nations, just leaders who are so slow to act on the climate and all these empty promises when it comes to investment into green tech, or one other big thing is wealth equality in a variety of countries. I mean, in particular in the UK, there's been a lot of talk about levelling up and making London not be the centre of the whole country, and sort of providing opportunity to all, and it's not happened. And then a lot of the climate conferences, you see similar things. Big pledges from supposed leaders of several corporations that end up not materialising. So I think if the message can go out to people my age and students now, to the fact that you can do something and you can achieve change, and to educate yourself, then in 10 years' time, if not 5 years, some of the people in these really senior positions will be able to make those changes. And then the other very positive thing as well is that these young people are voting with their wallets as well. And so, you don't even have to wait that long even for those changes, as we're seeing now with lots of companies not being able to get away with trashing the climate because consumers just won't choose them. And I think a big part of that is young people educating themselves about what they can do. So turning that towards the future. Zoya, if you want to add a bit more about what you think, what you think people can go away and do tomorrow. I mean, they've got this program. Is there anything else they can go and do? Is there any other sort of things that maybe you would tell yourself all those years ago? Any advice you'd give yourself to help create a better tomorrow and a brighter future?
Thank you, Sam. That's a very comprehensive question. I don't think it's possible to answer even within like half an hour. I think each one of us has it's like in the Covey theory. So there are things that are within your control, there are things that are within your influence, and there are things that are beyond your influence. So I think it's crucial for us to focus on what's within our control and what's within our influence. And Jeff mentioned the climate anxiety earlier. And this is, I believe, a very good approach. Yes, you can be stressed and you can be scared about big things happening, and you think, oh, the level of acidity of global ocean is increasing and there is nothing I can do about it. But at the same time, there are hundreds, thousands, if not millions of initiatives, big, middle, small, university-led, youth-led, international organizations-led, that do contribute to this change. And the main thing for young people is not to sit and wait when these initiatives reach out to them, but go out there, explore the ones that you can relate to as a person, and they can be very different. Like, again, a couple of examples of the projects that we work with Future 17, but also within the QS Impact charity. Child marriage in Niger, right? Talking about lack of leadership. Global North is the main source of all the crises we have at the moment. But who is paying for that? It's Global South that pays for that. So finding the right balance is one of the elements. And the fact that there are families in Africa and parts of Asia where they simply cannot afford to keep a girl within the family because they don't have means to provide food is pretty horrific. But I know we can't interact with the audience. I would normally ask, how much do you think it costs to keep an 8-year girl in the family for a year instead of giving her into this unnatural relationship? Sam, Jeff, what's your take?
A couple dollars a day, so $1,000 a year.
$270 a year.
Okay.
That's the cost of human life. And if you can find $200 more, the girl will be able to go to school, to be fed, and to have clothes for a year. So sometimes bringing these projects into the world of developed countries is enough to change the mindset and initiate people saying, you know what, yes, I can get an internship in XYZ companies in the London offices, or you can go and do something that will impact lives of a human being that is indirectly paying for your comfort of heat in a house, paying for your comfort of driving an SUV in the city. And I think it's all about finding what you can do, talking to the organizations. With all due respect, they're wonderful global organizations who are raising a huge amount of funds. I'm personally a believer. I'll give money to those who I know. I'll give money to maybe small organizations who are on the ground and who will be working with me on developing, I don't know, a sales, not a sales pitch, like a pack that I can then take to my university and say, hey, this is a crisis in Niger. There is a need for tarps, the plastic housing for displaced families in DRC, or there is a need for support and retraining for women who have been rescued from human trafficking in North India. These are all examples that we're working with. And I invite any student who is interested in any of the 17 SDGs just to come forward, go and explore what's happening within your university, because I'd like to be an optimist. I'd like to believe that every university has at least something remotely close to these impactful initiatives. If you can't find anything within the university already established, be the one to set this up. Come find me on LinkedIn and I'll give you a half a dozen of projects that you can support, you can bring to your university. You can unite the students and faculty and create this impact, and employers love it because it will help you stand out later on. It will get you extra brownie points because you created something impactful. And I know this for a fact because another hat I'm wearing is the QS Scholarship Fund, and that's how we allocate our merit-based scholarships. We're not asking, yes, well, there is one scholarship when we ask about academic success. All other scholarships that we grant, from as little as $2,500 to as much as $10,000, are based on merit. What have you done, however big and small, at your own initiative? Sorry, Sam, I'm diverting, but that's, again, as I said, I feel quite strongly about this topic, so you better stop me.
Honestly, no apologies. It's great for, I think a big danger for my generation is apathy, in this sense of it's all doom and gloom and there's nothing we can do. So the fact that you are able to talk at length about the number of things that young people can do and the hope and possibility of change is really good, because that's what people my age need to understand, is that it's not all lost. The climate doesn't have to be ruined, and global inequality doesn't have to continue. And like you said, those statistics, what was it, $280 a day, a year, just changed someone's life forever. I mean, it doesn't have to be, oh, these people across the world are suffering and that's nothing I can do about it, and that's always the way it's going to be. So I think it's a really powerful message, and one that's really important to get across. And turning to you, Jeff, as well, I'd love to know, you said that you were able to reduce your carbon footprint by, what was it, 60%? And so I'd love to know, on your front, in terms of the climate, what are some other tangible things that we can be getting up to?
Well, the first thing I would like everybody who's listening to understand is that we already have all the solutions we need as a planet to cut our emissions in half by 2030, which is what the scientists tell us we need to do to avoid the catastrophic changes from global warming. So that's the great news. We have the solutions. Now, the bad news is we're not putting them to work nearly fast enough. And that's on us. This is a choice right now. We are making a choice not to preserve a livable world for future generations. And it requires a mindset change. So you don't even have to go out and acquire new skills or new learning, there's a mindset change that you can bring to everything you do right now. And you can just ask yourself 3 simple questions. Is there some way for me to reduce the amount of consuming I'm doing? Do I really need this thing? Do I need more of this? Can I do with less of this? The second question is, can I reuse something? Can this be given to someone else to utilize when I no longer have interest in keeping it? The third thing is, can I recycle this? Can I take what it, the materials that were consumed to make it, can they go into making something else? Those 3 simple questions, if you just ask those when you're going about your life, you will find so many opportunities to change in ways that are going to make it more likely for us to have a livable world. And then, I repeated this, I said this earlier, but I do think that, you have a lot more power than you are giving yourself credit for in 2 forms. You have the power of your wallet and you have the power of your ballot. And I would say that we're not using either of those like we should be if we really want to have a livable world in the future. So it's partly just getting it done, making the change, taking the initiative, as Zoya was just mentioned. And you're going to find many different forms in which you can express that initiative, whether it's like my daughter, who is in medical school right now, she's chosen to work with homeless people. And, that's the way she's decided to express her desire to impact the world. It's very different than my focus on decarbonization. But we each have selected something that we're going to focus on that we know is an important problem to solve. And so, even if you are not inspired by the threat of global warming as something you want to specifically act on, there are many different ways for you to go out and have impact. You just have to decide to do it.
And Jeff, specifically, actually, I'm quite interested in terms of changing things with your ballot. Is there anywhere in particular that's most effective? Is it simply, on election day, choosing that candidate who puts the climate first, or can you write to anyone in particular? I'm not sure how it works in the US. In the UK.
So my experience here is very much shaped by my engagement with the Citizens Climate Lobby, which is just an outstanding organization that has done a great job of bringing people together to express political will. I mean, ultimately, politicians reflect what you want. You may just not be talking to them enough. It's actually quite straightforward to pick up the phone, send an email. I wouldn't recommend doing things that are as anonymous as like signing, petitions. That's not that important. It's the in-person relationship. I made a decision when I realized how much we were behind the 8 ball on global warming to change my voter registration to a different county where we happen to have some property as a family. And that worked for me. And it suddenly meant I was dealing with very different kinds of voters and representatives who were very unlike the ones that are around me right here in Seattle, Washington. And it gave me a new opportunity to go out and talk to them and start expressing my desire for them to vote in ways that would make it more likely for us to have a livable planet in the future. So there's no substitute for forming a personal relationship with your representative, stopping at their office, giving them a phone call, going more than once. It doesn't, they're not going to listen to you necessarily the first time, but if you come back and you bring friends, I guarantee you they will hear you.
Exactly. And I think that's, again, it goes back to that message for the younger generation of just belief in change. It's if you have the belief that you can make an impact and you can change things, and that letter that you send or that email you send to your local representative will have an impact, you'd be really surprised about how much you can achieve. And just by saying, "Oh, I'll send it," and what's the worst that can happen, or other things, if you have a great idea, you think your local community is wasting a lot of resources, maybe there's sort of a lot of food waste in your local cafe. just taking that initiative and being like, look, you know, hi, I come to the cafe a lot, and I think if you just did this, we could save a lot of food waste. You know, maybe all those sandwiches I see you throwing away at the end of at 5 p.m. when you go to the cafe, you give them to me, and I can drop them off at the local like homeless shelter on the way home. Just simple things, I think, and having that self-belief that, you know, you're not stupid for raising your voice and saying, hey, I think this could be done slightly differently, and it's not a bad thing to do that.
Let me give you just a simple example that happened to me as a result of having some repeat interactions with my congressional representative in the district where I now vote. I had a chance to suggest that she read a book, and she has a lot of plane flights between Washington State and Washington, D.C. And she read the book that I suggested about agricultural revolution. And the next thing I know, I was able to get a meeting with her and the head of horticultural sciences at a university to talk about biochar. And then the next thing I know, she's supporting a bill. She got herself on the agriculture committee and she sponsored legislation to add funding to research biochar and how it could help us store carbon in the soils. So, I mean, this simple little thing that came from me suggesting that she read a book. Zoya, you're going to say.
But Jeff, can I just comment on this one? Because yeah, no, it's wonderful you gave this example, because I think it strengthens the point that it all starts from literacy, from educating your community, your peers, your colleagues about the issues, A, that there are issues, B, what these issues are, and C, what each one of us can do to address them. And universities are becoming far more responsive these days. Sam, to your point, what is it that an individual young person can do? Universities are becoming far more responsive to the students who come forward and say, we would love to have a climate literacy and action training, or we run an assessment and we believe that if we reduce the size of the plates in our canteen, we will reduce our campus waste by 57,000 tons of food a year. That's actually, it's not a mythical figure. That's an actual figure from one of the universities we were working on. And that's the actual figure we've achieved. We've just changing the size of the plates in the canteen. And there are many other things. Now, if young people are curious about it, there are quite a few good platforms out there that you can go and search for, and you can, depending on the country, there might be different results, but you normally would search for social impact or environmental impact frameworks or projects, and you will end up on a platform that collects examples of initiatives that different either public, private, student-led, youth-led, global-led organizations are already executing regionally, on a national level, on a global level. And you can, A, check how they do this and pick up something that might be easily applicable in your environment, or you can join some of this project and say, I haven't done it before. Can I join, see how you roll? And then I'll go and implement the same. Or you can do also another thing. As you know, many students, well, most of the students have access to Scopus or Scival. You can simply go and look for the most cited researcher with the keyword, let's say, carbon sink or carbon offset or something else, but check not for the most productive one, not the one who writes or publishes the most. Check for the one who has been cited the most, because this shows you the real deal. This shows you the respect of the community for the impact that person had with his or her research.
Yeah, and exactly, and you know, and that summarizes a lot of really good suggestions we've had here today. And in the last 5 minutes, is there anything else, Jeff or Zoya, you'd like to add? Any final closing comments for perhaps even the conference? I'm not sure if there's a panel after this. So anything else you'd like to add for the young people today?
Yeah.
Find the cause you're passionate for, learn and go and drive it.
Yeah, and
Sorry,
you
Jeff.
know, Zoya has emphasized learning, and I've emphasized talking and personal relationships. Make sure you go build relationships with people that may not think like you necessarily, you know, but if they're the ones that are in a position where they can affect change, you need to be able to get them to listen to you, and that's going to require going and establishing a relationship. So emphasize, I would invest in relationships.
Exactly. So, you know,
Absolutely. And can I also make a suggestion for Harsha and the team of the whole event? Track who have attended today's session and get in touch with them 6 months down the road and ask what you've learned from the session. Did it have any impact on you? Did it had any impact on your activities or behavior? Did you read, maybe, you know, after you've listened to the session, you went and read the book, How Bad Are Bananas? Maybe you went and read the book, There Is No Planet B, and changed your patterns. I would love next year when we meet either in the same environment or in physical environment to hear also from the audience that what impact us talking about this had on them and on their behavior, because that's the snowball effect that we're all after.
Exactly. So yeah, if you are listening to this, please you know, let us know if you can follow up with any of the attendees 6 months down the line. I'd love to know about that. I mean, I'll even volunteer and let you guys know how I'm doing 6 months down the line, and what I've learned from it. So I think there's so much to be learned here, and that message is so powerful of just those little things you do, that little bit of education you can get, and you can spread it. It has such a real snowball effect, like you said, Zoya. You know, and like in Jeff's example, where he just mentioned reading a book, and then one thing leads to another, and you achieve change. And it's all about that sense of self-belief that you can make changes. That if you do educate yourself, if you do go out there and learn these things, you can achieve the change. So I think, unless we have any comments, any questions in the YouTube on the YouTube chat, I can't see any for now. So I think that's going to be it. I think the only other thing to add is Jeff and Zoya, is it okay if any of the people who have been listening here today, can they connect with you on LinkedIn? Would it be possible for them to follow up with you for any other questions, anything like that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Already shared in the chat.
Yeah, let me know that you saw me on this session. I'll be happy to talk to you.
Perfect. So yeah, feel free to guys to reach out to Jeff and Zoya. Like as they said, they're super friendly people, and they'll be more than happy to catch up with you. So yeah, that's it for this panel today. And thanks everybody for tuning in.
Thanks everybody.
Thank you, Jeff.
Guys.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, everyone. Let's go create impact.
Bye-bye. Good night, everybody.
Bye. Take care.
Hello, everyone. It's nice to see you again at the Global Gamechangers Summit. My name is Caroline. I'm a full-time artist and a professional MC. You might have seen me in few of the MC slots in earlier of the summit. We have been going on for 40 for the last 47 hours. Okay, I got too excited and saying we have gone live for 48 hours. So you see how much excitement I have for the final countdown. And hi, Trisha.
Hi, Carol. So, hi, everyone. You might have seen me earlier, but I'm Trisha, a 16-year-old high school student from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. And other than that, I'm also an Ascendance apprentice that works with the video and content team where we help plan and organize events like this one here today. I'm also an alumni of the Kennedy Youth Exchange and Study Program to the United States of America.
Thank you so much, Trisha, for being my co-MC here at the final countdown. It feels like that running a marathon and you're at the final 1 kilometer or final 100 meter. You're almost there. I can feel that adrenaline pump in me. Do you feel that way?
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure we're all we're so close to reaching the 48 hours and we're all just super excited.
Yes, and we have met 52 C-suite executives from top organizations from around the world for the past 47 hours. And they are leading academicians, they are professors, they're entrepreneurs, and they are sharing so many insightful experiences in 6 different tracks here with us at the Global Game Changers Summit. So I'm so grateful to be part of this experience. And to add on to that, I was just, jamming behind the scene together with those who are in the studio. There's many people who are handling the StreamYard, many people are handling in the comments, many people are also managing our LinkedIn group. We're so thankful to have everybody on board. And I found out this very lovely information. Do you want to know what is it?
Oh, definitely.
Okay, so revealing. Actually, as mentioned, this is an international summit and it has been going on for the past 47 hours. And we have delegates joining us from 36 countries. You hear me right? 36 countries. So good job to all the teams, the marketing team, to everyone who, join forces, put your effort in, put your time in, your expertise in. I can't hear you clapping, but I will clap for you. Trisha and I will clap for you on screen. So if you're there in the comment, put up with that fun fire emoji or clapping emoji so we know you're there. Join us in this closing of the Global Game Changers Summit. And people who has been joining us from 36 countries are from European countries, from Oceania countries. They are from Caribbean. So some of them I met. They are in Barbados. They're from Barbados. Yes. And some are from South America. Some are from Middle East. Some from people who are from Indonesia, from Asia, from Hong Kong. Wow, there's just so many people, and it's so interesting to get connected to everyone here at the Global Game Changers Summit. So far, how is your experience, Trisha?
I think it's been really fun because we have actually been live for 47 hours, I think. And it, like I said, the final countdown, the final 1 hour. And despite the technical issues that we had earlier, our amazing team behind the scenes managed to prevail and continue this 48-hour live stream. They quickly set up, fixed the issues so that everyone watching could still enjoy this live stream no matter what issues we had. So props to the team for an amazing job.
Yes, another virtual clap for everyone behind the scene. Yeah, what do you find most appealing? Let's recap back the 47 hours that we have been hearing from 52 different speakers from across the globe. So what is the most appealing segment for you?
My personal favorite would be segment 13, which is mostly related to people and the networking track. So hearing so many different successful individuals talk about their personal experiences and their own opinions through the panel sessions, I think was really educational for me because, how often you get to hear all these successful people talk about their own personal lessons that they learned and give you advice on how you can start your own journey. And of course, we had amazing Zoom networking sessions, which I think was really beneficial because you had time to have a one-on-one moment with these individuals and like kind of pitch yourselves to them. So I feel like that is definitely the most important first step into starting our journey as change makers or game changers.
Nice, nice. It felt like you have really, really thought things through before answering my question, and now I'm feeling a bit competitive. Okay, but no comparison, no judgment. I really love what you have shared earlier, and I do think that it's quite a challenging decision to decide which segment, which speakers, what are the lessons that you want to learn. So if those who are in our audience, please do let us know in the chat. It's like Kira is saying it's final countdown. It's the last hour. Yes, correct. So please do let us know in the chat what is the best segment for you. Who do you like to connect further? And I think for me, even though we have been live for the last 47 hours and going to the 48 hours, we are prevailing through. I still remember from Madura sharing and Harsha sharing from segment 1. Bringing people together and the longest project ever. It's beautiful sharing, talking about you got to make things personal. So discover who you are and say your true self, and you'll be very drawn to do things bigger than yourself. So that's what makes me remember the first segment, although it has been 47 hours.
Yeah, and you know what? Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was saying, if you're intrigued by what you've heard and have like a burning passion to discuss further with any of our speakers, you can connect with us on the LinkedIn and share your favorite segment in our LinkedIn group right now by scanning the QR code on your screen. So, we want to make sure that our efforts to stay connected and inspire others keep going on even after the summit has ended.
Yes, that's right. So with this, we like to say kudos to the organizer, Ascendant Social Enterprise Link Club. By now, I'm pretty sure you have heard this name, you know them, you have followed them on LinkedIn, you have followed them on social media, on their Instagram and all. So let me just recap. Ascendant Social Enterprise Link Club is a club at the University of Pennsylvania. It's a student organization that is focused on providing global resources, expertise, and networks to students who wish to create an impact in the world around them through developing self-sustaining social enterprises.
Yes, and also not to forget their partner, Ascendant and International Youth Movement, which is also Southeast Asia's largest growing global youth organization that has impacted over 50,000 students from across 26 countries. They enable students to discover their passion, gain real-world experiences through experiential learning, and also start building sustainable careers.
Yes, time does fly when we are having so much fun, right? And again and again, I will keep saying that we are at the final countdown, the last hour itself. And thank you so much, Hira, for welcoming Trisha and I back onto the screen. We look forward for your closing performance later on. Okay, coming up next after the speech from our president itself. So once again, a special thank you to everyone who is here, to those who are in our international audience, those from Malaysia, those from Indonesia, those who are from Hong Kong, those who are from America. There's so many people who have joined us for the past 47 hours. We are truly grateful for you to be here at the Global Game Changers Summit year 2023. Your effort and your support is the driving force behind the scene for us to keep doing what we do here at the summit.
Yes, and with this, I guess it is time for an impactful concluding speech from the president of the ASA Expand Club and also the CEO of StartMyName.com as well as Ascendant. So Harsha has been traveling around the globe since the start of the year, connecting with remarkable individuals and rallying people to unite under the common purpose of addressing global issues with the hashtag 1 Million Teams mission.
And to highlight a little bit more about Harsha's endeavor, she has been traveling to Pennsylvania, Boston, Washington, New York, Dubai, Delhi, Switzerland, Indonesia, and the most recent one, Harsha, have just arrived from Brunei actually after presenting Ascendant's mission at an international conference hosted by Dementia Brunei, the ADI Asia Pacific Regional Conference. Wow.
Yeah. And of course, Harsha is undeniably a force to be reckoned with, and it's a tremendous honor to welcome her back to the stage for the closing speech as we conclude our 48-hour Global Game Changer Summit. So without any further ado, let's invite Harsha onto the virtual stage.
Congratulations and welcome to the end of our 48-hour Global Game Changers Summit. Whew, I can't believe we're already here at the end. So how many of you ended up actually staying awake the whole 48 hours? Let me know in the comments. We'll make sure to give you guys a little treat. But if you're like me and took a couple of breaks, don't worry. This summit has been a long, exciting, and absolutely phenomenal journey that we are grateful that each and every one of you participated in. It is something so personal to me, as someone who's been very fortunate over the last few years to really meet people from different parts of the world. Part of the reason why we wanted to do this summit was because there's so much intrinsic value in being able to meet people with similar goals, dreams, willingness to learn from a different part of the globe, and to learn from their experiences and to see what are the similarities, what are the strengths, what are the things you need to know if you want to be a game changer. Ascendant started our journey 8 years ago. And when we started with this goal that we wanted every single student all across the world, no matter how old they were, where they were from, or who they were, to have the same opportunity to discover what they love doing, get global connections, and learn the things that they need to excel in the areas that they're passionate about. And this summit, I think, is the pinnacle of that representation. I've been fortunate in the course of running Ascendance, as I said earlier, to meet many amazing people. Every time I meet someone, whether it's from a different part of the globe or whether it's from my next door neighborhood, I learn so much invaluable experiences from them. And especially when it's a combination of people from other young change makers, fellow students, to C-suite executives, entrepreneurs, industry leaders. It is the variety of experiences and the diversity of thought that has made me who I am today and has changed the way I think, changed the way I react and respond, and changed the person I am as an entrepreneur as well. And if there's one gift I could give to every other student out there, it would be that opportunity to do the same, to have those conversations, to build a global environment so that you can have access to the resources you need to learn and succeed. That is what this conference aims to do for you. And I hope that after 48 hours, you leave this event having gained a little bit of this and begin your journey towards being a global citizen. Many of you I know are probably already doing amazing things. We've met some of you in the networking sessions. We've listened to your questions in the panels. And we have been blown away by your participation and your eagerness to learn. You are the kind of future or the kind of leaders that our future needs. And Ascendance is here as a platform to connect you, to support you, to give you what you need to be the best version of yourself. So first and foremost, even though this may be the closing of this event, please reach out to us. I urge you to get in touch with Ascendance, to speak to the representatives from your universities, schools that have put you in touch with us, to reach out to us on our contact forms, on our social media, or in our emails, so that we can connect with you and continue on our mission of making your dreams a reality. Together, as a globe, that's how we're going to go out there and make global change. That's how we're going to solve world problems. So more than ever, we need to come together over the consistent amounts of time to discuss ideas like the ones we've had over the last 2 days, to challenge each other, to ask questions, and most importantly, to learn from one another. To all of our speakers who have taken your time out to make this conference happen, thank you so much. You are building the future with us, with your words and experiences. There are so many stories over the last 2 days that I've heard that have absolutely blown me away. So many areas of research, so many experiences that I have been privileged to listen to. And I think I speak for our whole audience that we have enjoyed every single word, and we are excited to learn more from you. So thank you to our speakers for actually taking the time to be so thoughtful about the messages that you're putting out for us and to introduce us to this wide range of topics. And as well to our sponsors. Thank you for believing that, a group of students from all across the world could put together an event like this. As now we're at the end of it, you can see the impact of your contributions in bringing the world together. And because of you, we've been able to have this 48-hour event and bring to the world a platform they can share their ideas. So thank you for believing in us, and we hope that you continue working with us to make this world a more connected and a more inclusive platform so that everyone has the opportunity to shine and learn. If you may have noticed, there are so many people behind the scenes making this happen, letting you guys know the updates, getting in contact with your schools and organizations. So to our organizing team, we did it, guys! You can put down the cups of coffee. We're at the end of it. 48 hours. I have had so much fun with each and every single one of you over the last year planning this event out, and I've been grateful for your support. Every moment has been joy, and everything has been such a journey that I am excited to share with you again in our next projects moving forward. Your contributions, your blood, sweat, tears, and energy have literally fueled this conference and have impacted the thousands of people that these messages will go out to. And of course, finally, we can't thank enough the amazing, amazing audience, as well as every single one of you who came together to participate in this conference. As I said, let this be the beginning. It may be the end of the 48 hours, which, we'll all take a nap after this, but this should be the start of your journey with us. And I look forward to seeing how that pans out. So get in touch, get excited, and take a nap after this first, of course. But join us on our journey here at Ascendance to impact 1 million teens, to make sure that this platform is available to 1 million teenagers out there so that every single student has the opportunity to discover what they love, get the connections and resources and skills that they need, and start doing what they love today. Thank you guys so much. This has been Harsha. I hope you've enjoyed the Global Gamechangers Summit.
Wow, wow, wow. A sincere thank you to Harsha for delivering such an inspiring speech that deeply touched all our hearts, and I'm sure has left us with so much wisdom.
Definitely, definitely. As Harsha has emphasized, I really love to see Harsha on screen. Seriously. I've been seeing her on screen since the opening speech until now. And I just want to say I really admire Harsha and her team at Ascendance and Harsha and the team at ACEL Expand. You guys are a force to be reckoned, indeed. And with extensive experience, you have organized more than 10 conferences. I'm like, wow, this is super mind-blowing. And just a fun challenge out there. I've been seeing, like I mentioned earlier, I've been seeing Harsha on screen throughout this whole summit, and just a fun challenge. If you guys are there, just drop in the chat box. Can you tally how many times Harsha has appeared on screen during this whole summit? Just a funny test for everyone here to see whether you're paying attention to the whole summit. I mean, it's 48 hours, but it's nice if you can all join in just for this small fun challenge. Trisha, do you want to give a guess?
Let's see. I want to say 5.
5. To tell the truth, I do not have the answer unless I watch back the whole summit for the past 47 plus hours. But I'm going to say maybe around 7, 8. I don't know. So if you guys would like to just join us, a fun challenge, just a chit chat with us, do go ahead and drop in the chat box itself. So, Trisha, what's next on our agenda?
I think throughout the summit, we've learned so many lessons and received a lot of invaluable advice. So, moving forward, I'd like to take some time to reflect on all the lessons that we've learned throughout this entire summit and see that how can I apply them into my life as a student and impact those around me. I remember from one segment, I'm not sure where, but it's that no matter how old we are, all our voices have the power to make a difference, and that difference starts now.
And I guess what can we do now at this moment to be part of this future? One of it, I guess, is being part of a volunteer of our upcoming event. So just for everybody's information, Ascendance has a volunteer form, so you can connect with us. You can sign up that volunteer form. If you want to be part of the event, I guess we will put out the QR code on the screen right now. So if you're interested, go ahead and register and be part of our community. So I hope you guys really enjoy the whole event and it inspires you to be part of the community too. So for those who are ready to make a change in the world, we are actually very delighted to introduce to you the next person who's coming on screen. She was in the comment earlier saying hi to Trisha and I, and she need no further introduction, but we still wanted to introduce her amazing achievement. She's an award-winning international singer-songwriter and a voting member for the Grammy Awards. So let's welcome Hira.
Yes, and she has also been reshaping the world through her music during her US East Coast tour, covering cities like Boston, Philadelphia, New York, Atlanta, New Jersey, and many, many more. So let's all come together and warmly welcome Hira onto the stage.
Yeah.
Hey guys, it's Hira here, and I just gotta say, oh my god, I can't believe we actually made it till the end. This is like such a bittersweet moment for us. We're so happy, the team here at Ascendance and ASLX Pen from Malaysia and the US, we're so proud that we've made it this far. We actually finished streaming 48 hours live, and that means everyone has accomplished something big and monumental, but at the same time, it's so sad. Like, we just got to finish watching all our amazing keynote speakers, our panels, our Zoom networking sessions, and I'm sad this has come to an end because I've learned so much listening to all our speakers talk about tech, finance, global issues, entrepreneurship, media, entertainment, venture, and finance. So yeah, well, but we're all grateful that you stayed till the end. Whether you've been watching different parts of segments or you've been tuning in whenever you can, whether it's on a Saturday, Sunday, Monday for you, we hope that you had a wonderful time here at the Global Gamechangers Summit, and we're so proud to have you join us. One last time, I'll be singing the official theme song of the Global Gamechangers Summit, which is The Future Is Now, and I hope you guys enjoy it. Remember, there's only going to be more awesome, amazing things to come from this moment. Whether you're changing the world, whether you're finding your passion, you're following your heart, we're so happy to have you join us, and we hope you continue this journey as well. Remember to follow Ascendance on Instagram. That's Ascendance Pro, ASCENDANCEPRO. Follow ASLX Pen while you're at it. That's ASELXPENN. And while you're there, if you're enjoying the music that you've been listening to so far, I hope you guys follow my journey of changing the world music too. That's Hira. So it's HEERRAA official. Are you guys ready? I hope you're ready to enjoy the song and sing at the top of your lungs. Whatever continent or country that you're tuning in from, we hope you had a blast with us. Change is swift, takes you fast. The future is coming, are we unprepared? Learn the ropes in no way. Only when we're together will we pave the way. The future is now. Are you ready? The future is now. Are you ready? future is present, learn from the past. Near and far, gather round everyone, cause the future is now. Oh, oh, oh. Feel the rush in your soul. The future is coming, will you take control? Step by step, change is key. The game changers will lead you to victory. The future is now. Are you ready? The future is now. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, go! Near and far, gather round everyone, cause the future is now. No time to waste, pick up the pace, everyone, cause the future is now. The power's in your hands, make the moment last. The future is present, learn from the past. Near and far, gather round everyone, cause the future is now. Oh. Oh, oh. You ready? The future is now. Are you ready? Hey, global game changers, the future is now. Are you ready? Do you mind singing it with me? The future is now. Are you ready? One more time, you sing, future is now. Are you ready? Thank you so much for joining us here at the Global Gamechangers Summit. We hope to see you again next year and join us for all the amazing activities we have up until then. The future is now. Are you ready? See you guys again soon.
Thank you so much, Hira, for the lovely performance. I can see people are firing on the chat, fire emoji, and people are sending a lot of heart shape, love shape to Hira. It's such a lovely performance for the theme song, The Future Is Now. So if you love Hira, you love what Hira has wrote in her song, The Future Is Now, to follow her on Spotify, follow her on Patreon, or you can also follow her on her social media, Instagram and Facebook too.
Yes, thank you so much, Hira, for that amazing performance. And as we move along, we would also like to take this amazing opportunity to thank all our sponsors for the Global Game Changers Summit 2023. First up, we have Avery Dennison, which is a multinational manufacturer and distributor of pressure-sensitive adhesive materials, apparel branding, labels and tags, RFID inlays, and specialty medical products. They are a global company with locations in over 54 countries and employs approximately 36,000 people worldwide.
Next up, we would like to thank Excellence Unbounded. Excellence Unbounded is the coaching firm that offers a range of tailored solutions, including executive coaching, team coaching, facilitation in support of entrepreneurs seeking to solve social, cultural, economic, and also environmental problems.
We'd also like to thank the Broker Group Public Company Limited, which is a financial consultancy and capital management company. The company is primarily engaged in business and financial consulting services, investments, lending money, and investments in digital assets.
Next, we would like to thank M21 Capital. It's a global investment firm that focuses on crypto asset, cryptocurrency, and blockchain technology. They are designed to invest in distributed DeFi and also Web3 protocols.
We'd also like to give a huge shout out to Anison Capital, which is an alternative investment management firm investing in small to medium-sized renewable energy assets, mainly solar power, wind, and hydro projects in a select group of emerging markets.
Yes, thank you so much to all of our sponsors. Thank you. And last but not least, on our sponsor list is Indorama Corporation, an Asia leading chemical companies. They manufacture a multitude of products, including like nitrogen fertilizers, textiles, cotton fiber, medical gloves, and more. So thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much for sponsoring the Global Game Changers Summit 2023. But here's also a quick shout out to our amazing event partners as well.
Yes, first up, thank you so much, ET Ideas. ET Ideas, a social business incubator for individuals and entrepreneurs to pursue their passion and develop their impact-driven business and careers by volunteering that. And many people in ET Ideas, they volunteer their time and expertise and resources and align themselves to the mission of building the next generation. Even through this summit, many of us are from ET Ideas.
Yes, and also a huge thank you to ET Boost, which is a production company that is equipped with professional resources, enabling them to seamlessly broadcast large-scale events such as our Global Game Changers Summit today. Their remarkable capabilities make it possible for us to enjoy 48 hours of uninterrupted live streaming.
And every amazing event has an amazing event management company. So a huge shout out to D-Chick Event and its team event management company that dedicated to ensure seamless and tailored experiences to all of your events. They are very remarkable at coordination, at collaboration with numerous individuals, and have been an instrumental aspect in bringing this entire summit to life.
And we also have to thank Kickstart Art V, which is an outstanding graphic design company responsible for creating all the captivating visual elements that you have been enjoying throughout the summit, from our stunning virtual backgrounds to our engaging slides to our official booklet and so much more.
Yes, just like our current virtual background itself. So thank you so much. And we have another important event partner. And this person is really important because you know the website that's built for you to click and enter into this whole place, ensuring everybody has a smooth streaming experience, has a smooth booking your calendar for all of the different events that's going on, all the different segments that's going on. A huge shout out to New Wave Synchronizer, a highly skilled website development company that has expertly crafted all our official website, ensuring you have a user-friendly experience and of course making it easy for everyone to discover and engage with us at this summit. So a big thank you to everyone, to our event partner, to our sponsors. But we still have a line of people that we would like to thank, which is our co-organizers for this summit. And it wouldn't be possible without the incredible support from you.
Yes, and first up, we have one of our co-organizers, which is the Canadian Young Investors Society. So, for your information, the Canadian Young Investors Society is a non-profit that focuses on creating the next generation of great Canadian investors through their competitions, lessons, and also webinars. They have after-school clubs started in high schools all over the country where financial literacy and key economic topics are taught.
Yes. And next up, we would like to thank and a huge shout out to Princeton Entrepreneurship Club for being another one of our co-organizers. And this club has been founded in 1999. And the Princeton Entrepreneurship Club, also known as E-Club, is an entirely student-run entrepreneurship organization.
Yes, the E-Club aims to foster student entrepreneurship through inclusivity and diversity in skill sets, mindsets, backgrounds, and experiences. They inspire the next generation of socially minded creators, problem solvers, communicators, and innovators.
Next up, we like to thank QS Procurally Simmons. The core mission, the heart of the QS mission is to empower motivated students across the globe to fulfill their potential. So from enterprising beginnings as the student project of our founder and President Nunzio Kokorali has been on screen too, has been sharing his insight. QS has grown to become the established world leader in higher education performance and insights.
Yes, and last but not least, we'd like to thank Columbia Venture Partners, which is a student run venture capital initiative in the New York City area, founded in the spring of 2016. They educate the Columbia University student body on angel investing, venture capital, and growth equity by providing students with real world experience in the venture capital industry. Thank you once again for being our co-organizers for the Global Game Changers Summit year 2023. And of course, to sweeten the experience of this entire summit, we have a little surprise for you guys. Caroline, are you excited to know what's next?
Yes. Please let us know.
Okay, so here's a glimpse of those of you who have been capturing moments, taking selfies, and tagging us on your social media platforms. We extend our gratitude to all of you for being a part of this event. Thank you for joining us. And now, let's discover who made it onto our highlight reel.
Welcome everyone to the Global Game Changers Summit.
Welcome to Global Game Changers Summit.
Welcome to the Global Game Changers Summit.
Welcome to the Global Game Changers Summit 2023.
Change is swift, takes you fast. The future's stunning, now we are prepared. Learn the ropes, innovate. Only when we're together will we pave the way. The future is now. Are you ready? The future is now. Are you ready?
We are from SM San Sugandu and we are watching the Global Game Changers Summit. Bye!
Hey there, I'm Yami, so I'm watching the Global Game Changers Summit 2023.
Hello, I'm Marquis and I'm from SMK Mentally, and now I am watching the Global Game Changers Summit 2023.
Hello, I'm Azri Shamil bin Muhammad Zaini from SMK Abdurrahman Talib, and we're watching the Global Game Changers Summit 2023.
Hi guys, this is Ray, or also known as Xavier from Malaysia. I'm currently watching the Global Game Changer right now.
Hi, I'm Ruben Raj Ganesan from Malaysia and I'm watching the Global Game Changers Summit 2023.
Hello, I'm Dini and I'm from SMK Abdurrahman Talib, and we are watching the Global Game Changers Summit 2023.
Hi everyone, my name is Atira Batusha from SMK Abdurrahman Talib, and we are watching Global Game Changers Summit 2023. This is my second time joining a program organized by the Ascendants, and once again, I'm really thankful for this opportunity and I'm really looking forward for this one.
Hello, I'm Lawrence Choi. I'm from Hong Kong and currently a final year student from City University of Hong Kong, double majoring in marketing and finance. The two sessions I attended are the first one, What Do Startup Owners Need to Know About Data by Julia Bartmesser, and another one is High School Inventors Revolutionizing Accessibility Through Footwear Tech Fusion by Mei Huan Yu. First of all, I see eye to eye with the valid and great points made by Julia regarding data and the importance of data to startup founders. The Global Game Changer Summit brings a lot of different kind of insights from different segments, especially from the technology and global issue segments. Thank you for your efforts to make this Global Game Changer Summit possible. It really brings me numerous valuable insights and tips. I wish this sharing and entrepreneurial spirit will be passed over to more people around the globe.
name is Kira. I'm from Ascendance, and you are right now at the Global Game Changers Summit Zoom networking session. We have so many amazing and bright, intelligent people from across Asia who's tuning in for our evening session here. So we're going to hear from some of them who they are and what they learned today.
I appreciate the attention that was given to my questions, and thank you.
My name is Tu Chiao, and I'm from Philippines, and my school is SMJK Jixins. And I learn in this. I learn art can be anything.
Feel the rush in your soul. The future is calling. Just take control. Step by step, change is key. The game changers will lead you to victory. Future is now. Are you ready? Future is now. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, go! Earth, fire, gather round. Everyone, 'cause the future is now.
So hi guys, I'm Sharvin here. I'm part of DGS production team. So I mainly edit all the videos as well as managing the live stream for 48 hours. So we've been really working hard for the past 2 weeks until the DGS happened. So I think you want to know the some unknown facts about what I did as a video editor. I think I edited almost 80 to 90 videos in 2 weeks. Yeah, but I had a lot of fun. It's just me challenge myself whether I can do this, and I think it turns out really well when I'm looking at it now.
Hi, my name is Harrison and I was MC for segment number 7, Finance and Venture. My greatest highlight of the entire summit was definitely the networking session where I got to interact with all of you, the audience. I think that personally, I feel extremely honored to be part of the summit where I got to learn from such esteemed individuals and of course, most importantly, expand the ecosystem. I am watching the Global Gamechangers Summit.
My name is Ethan Say, and I am a master's student at the University of Pennsylvania. My role at the summit was that of a moderator for the panel Entrepreneurship Education, Why It Matters. My favorite moment was when our panel drew a comparison between the worlds of entrepreneurship and the Greek myth of Icarus. I'm really happy to have met tons of mission-oriented individuals whose experiences ranged from around the world. Their intercultural insights and deep business expertise gave me an experience unlike any other. I am watching the Global Gamechangers Summit.
Future is now. Are you ready?
My, with that, we have successfully viewed that highlight clip from our audience. I really love the behind the scenes story. I really love how we have like delegates from 36 countries. I love everything about the whole clip. And this clip is edited overnight. Oh my goodness, there's so many people putting in, their pictures, putting in their videos. The team behind the scenes are amazing. You guys are so quick with your work.
Yes, it was such an amazing clip to see all the voices and all the different perspectives from all our audience throughout this entire 48-hour summit. And it was really nice to hear everyone share their opinions, share their thoughts, what they've learned, and to see so many new faces as well.
Yeah, I can feel the love from the clip itself. So it pushed me, it gives me, it fuels me. It fuels me to go through the next 10 minutes till we reach the 48 hours Global Game Changers Summit of year 2023. This clip has been amazing. I love the music. Thank you so much, everybody, for the love for the team at the Global Game Changers Summit. You guys are really amazing. So as we are saying, this is not just an event. This has been like a nexus of innovation, a collaboration of inspiration, and we witness the power of collective intellect, the strength of diverse perspective, and the sheer determination of everybody, of change makers from across the globe that transcends border, man.
Yes, and unfortunately, as we bid farewell to this amazing summit, Let us all carry forth the lessons that we've learned, the connections we've made, and the inspiration gained, embracing the challenges with courage and transforming them into opportunities. So please do remember to join our LinkedIn group and stay connected with us even after this summit has ended.
Yes, yes, please do join our LinkedIn group. We will put up the QR code for you to join the LinkedIn group, and really hope to hear from you. You can always share in our LinkedIn group. I've been seeing a few sharings in our LinkedIn group talking about different segments. One of it is from the panel segment of using SIEP to build team. So it's a very interesting segment, and people has been talking about it. Let's start a Discord, let's start a dialogue in our LinkedIn group and keep connected. This summit is just beginning. So remember that ideas here have that potential to ripple across continents, shaping industry policies and societies. And I know that this is like extravaganza coming from me, but it is happening at the Global Game Changers Summit, and we can't deny it, right? And with that high note, I guess we want to say our deepest gratitude to everybody here, and thank you so much those who are in the chat box right now. They're saying it's so close. It's an awesome summit. Slay. Yay, let's go. Yes, you guys are right. We're so close at the end. And with that, our deepest thank you to everyone once again. I just want to give a shout out to the speakers, to the sponsors, to the partners, to the participants, to the students, parents, teachers, all the company executive, all the varsity members who have been coming on board.
Yes, and also not to forget our fellow volunteers across the globe, the amazing organizing team behind the scenes, the production team, the marketing team, the social media team, the participant management team, the speaker management team, the Zoom networking team, the content team, and of course the MC team as well.
Yes, thank you so much for being part of the Global Game Changers Summit 2023, and we're doing the countdown right now. Let's go, people. Your passion and your dedication have made this summit not just a success, but a testament to the power of collaboration and innovation too.
Yes, and we hope that this experience has brought you new insights and added value to your daily life. Keep innovating, and together let's persist in changing the world for the better. As mentioned earlier, Ascendance and ASA Expand has launched many projects, each with game-changing ideas. And of course, if you want to be a part of it, we are looking for volunteers from across the globe. You can even sign up and be a part of our community. A QR code will pop up on your screen if anyone is interested in doing so.
Yes, please do so. Sign up and be part of our community. Trisha and I has been, we met as an MC pair in the last summit. We are so happy to be back and volunteering for this summit too. It's an amazing journey. For the past few months, we have been preparing for this summit. We have learned about each other. We have learned about the self. We have learned about being so dedicated to a project, and being confident, being more put yourself out there, pushing yourself out of your comfort zone. And it has been an amazing journey for us. So we hope that you can be part of this community, and we hope to see you soon too. So we wish everyone, each one of you, in the future filled with endless possibilities and transformative ideas. So until we meet again, I guess. So guys, please fire up the chat. We just have a few more minutes to go, but fire up chat as much as we can. Maha over here. Yeah, Maha is actually a head of communication from Ascendance, and she's also the one that's been leading all the MC teams. The MC team is not just in Malaysia, it's also those across the world. We have people from US, we have people from Canada, we have people from different parts of the world who have joined our MC team. Thank you so much, Maha, for your dedication. Yeah, and Maha is saying that we really need a lot more people. Changing the world is not a one-man job. It's a job for a whole village, not just village, but a job for a whole world. If we can bring in the whole galaxy, that's even better, don't you think so?
Yes, that's definitely true.
Yes, everyone is really going, yes, I love your energy. Yes. Keep those energy coming, keep those fire coming. And Abi is asking, so what's next in what are the next segment in Global Game Changers Summit? Abi, seriously, you're asking this question? The next up thing. You will find out soon. So once again, wishing everybody good luck. And I guess that concludes our broadcast from me and Trisha. So congratulations on the exceptional success of the 48 Hours Global Game Changers Summit. And since Abi has been mentioning what is next, of course, let's bring out what's next. So Trisha, any last words here?
I think just keep in touch with us and you'll find out what new ideas and what amazing initiatives Ascendance and the ASO Extend Club have to come next.
Yes, and please enjoy our end credit video. Thank you so much and congratulations to everybody once again. Signing off, my name is Caroline.
And my name is Trisha. Thank you and goodbye, everyone.
Bye.
Change your suit, takes you fast. The future's done it, now we are prepared. Learn the rules, innovate. Only when we're together will we pave the way. The future is now. Are you ready? The future is now. Are you ready?